glad I didn't leave my mic on going pee. I hope nobody heard that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What is this? More pee? Oh my gosh. I'm so glad I didn't leave my microphone on. If they heard me peeing this much, they would think I'm crazy. I can't wait to get back to chat to see if they... Oh, I hope this pee ends. I feel like Austin Powers after being... Oh, okay, I think I'm done. Let's shake that, shake it. Oh, wait a second. Oh my gosh. They're all waiting for me in chat. And oh my goodness. I hope they stay. I hope my mic isn't turned on now that I'm peeing. Oh boy. They're gonna hate me. They're gonna think something's wrong. I'm gonna have to roll this, drop this thing one last time. Here. Oh my goodness. Oh, did they hear me? Are they laughing at me? They're all laughing at me. Oh my goodness. Everyone is laughing at me. That's it. I'm going to take a train ride and get the heck out of here. You can't hear me? I see my thing moving. Oh no. Oh no. I'm here. You guys, can you hear me? My volume's on. Yes, Paula. I'm sorry. I thought my microphone was off. I'm so sorry. Hebby, you can't hear me? I see my thing moving and I hear myself on YouTube when I unmute it. So Heather Brown, it's you. Oh, it's the sound effects? I'm so sorry. Paula, please excuse me. I did not know that my microphone was on. I feel silly. See, you're live, Shibby. Should you be going to the bathroom right now? No, I should not. Or at least I should have muted my mic. I feel so silly. Hey, Paula is here and Hebby is here. Oh, I'll turn the music off. Yeah, it is. One moment, please. And then we just... And away we go. You guys like those sound effects? Like, I love them. Because it's like, I'm going to take a train ride here. And then here's the one that this is like the bat signal for Heather Brown. When she's not here, I just do this and she shows up. Ready? You do this. And then it's like... And then then if she's still not here, I get nervous and my heart starts beating really fast. And then look at, see, ta-da! Heather shows up in chat. Look at, ta-da! She's there. So guys, I shall share my screen. Everyone, okay, 7 people here. I was thinking, the other day we were doing the. Let me just hide this. Put this up on screen. The other day we were doing, I was reading, well, we went back, Nicole and I Nicole mostly decided we'd go back and read the June 15th, 2023 safekeeping stuff because it was so interesting. Just, all the stuff we learned and always kind of going back, and I enjoyed that. And I'd be reading them anyway, so I figured, what the heck? I'll read them to you fine people, and if you guys would like to hear them, you can hear them. And if not, then you don't have to. You can go somewhere else until you find something you do like and come back or whatever. I enjoy reading them by myself, so I figured, what the heck? Nicole, great suggestion. If I enjoy reading by myself, just the thought that even if you guys don't come and chat or say hi or anything, just the thought that maybe someday you'll hear this, and if it's something you may enjoy one day in the future, it makes me feel fuzzy and warm inside. So now this is a very fresh new document. So let me just go full screen. Oh, I like this view better. And this view's better, right? Yeah, definitely. So we got Paula. Hello, Paula. We got Hebby going back. And we got Sweet Dude Shibby was here. Where did he go? I wonder where this guy is. Anybody seen him? He's saying hi to Paula, but he's nowhere to be found. That sweet dude, Shibby guy. He's a character. Oh, Mimi was here. Where, Mimi? Are you lurking back there? Mimi girl, come and say hi. Mimi. Oh my goodness, look at my ravaged fans piling in. Did you guys get a 30-minute heads up or just the regular um notification? It's weird. Sometimes it doesn't show that 30 minutes heads up, and I'm like, what's up with that? It's so crazy. Well, 3 faithful, amazing. Oh, Peggy was here. What the hell? Bruh, where are you? Bruh. Get your ass back here, bruh. And I don't know. Apparently, cool people like Prof and all them don't care to come listen to me, but that's cool. I will be there for them. And Gowdy shows up just in time. Hello, Gowdy bro. Did you get the hunting done or no? Or did you? You know, it's you see that stuff and you think how easy it is, but you know, hunting is hard. The hardest part is just not scaring them away. And you know, like I mean, they have such amazing sense of hearing and that. And again, you know, Dino's the type of guy. He's not out hunting to think. Some people may think it's mean to hunt, but I mean, it's not like sport hunting, like going out and blowing away things just for the sport of it. You know, people, you know, to use it. Like if I were way up north, when I retire, or even soon, if I sell houses or whatever, I'm gonna find somewhere far up north, and I will hunt, but not for sport. Never. Like I mean, I would be ready to protect myself or anyone, any loved ones, or even anyone, any human or other animals, depending on the situation. I will protect, you know, people, things, life and death. Never would kill for fun or sport. So like when those people blow away bears and chop off their paw, or you know, if it's not for a real legitimate reason, sometimes you know, you need to like even up here in Canada, we have lots of culling. It's called cull. And like with Canadian geese, and you know, mankind has messed around with the ecosystem so much that, like in Yellowstone, things get out of whack, and you need to kind of put the wolves back and kind of replace the whole, you know, the hierarchy. You need, you know, some animals need predators, and you know, so if you take away too much of one thing, you get too many. You know, we have elk. You know, if the wolves go too low, you get too many elk, and then they ruin stuff, and you know, they eat stuff, and then just everything. There needs to be a whole what is that called, the whole equal you know what I'm trying to say. The ecosystem needs to be balanced. There needs to be balance, and sometimes, and most of the time, I would say 99% of the time, when things go wrong, it's man's fault. Mankind has screwed so much up, you know. But I think just like with Yellowstone, I love watching those old ones. And back in the 90s, they came up here to Canada, and they grabbed a whole bunch of, you know, we have a whole lot of wolves. So we donated or whatever, let them take some gray wolves. And, you know, without the gray wolves there to keep them all, you know, in check, things get way out of whack. Certain animals start eating too much, and then they even mess with the whole river system, and then all the aquatic life, and then all the reptiles and all the insects and birds, and everything goes out of whack. So why I'm going on about this, I have no idea. But I'm sure you're all interested. But what I was saying was, so the hunting, like, I hate seeing the hunting for sport. I really hate that. You know, blown away for no reason. Like if you're not protecting one's life or yourself or something, or if they're not using, you know, some, or at least, you know, for to help feed people, then I think it's ridiculous. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. Dino pretends he doesn't know, but he knows. He knows. Dino's not out there hunting for sport. Dino shoots stuff and he eats it raw right there. He eats it raw. He just like, and one time Dino and I went hunting, and this is a true story. it was freezing out, and something happened, and we took a wrong turn, and we lost our way, and we were hunting, and we shot 2 separate moose, 2 of them, and we both had a moose, and then it just got, the temperature dropped to like negative 60 degrees, negative 60, and that's true. So what we did was we sliced them open, and we stayed inside them, warm, each of us, like we had our own little living rooms inside the moose bellies. Yes, and they kept us warm all night until the next day we woke up. It was like summertime, and everything was perfect. And we just got up and ate some more moose for breakfast and went home. That's a true story. Okay, enough screwing around. Let's do this. Ooh, look at all these crazy people pulling in. Oh, Nicole, the one who left me last night, is here now. And Mr. Fourpits, good day, sir. Welcome. I shall get serious now. Although that was a true story. Yes, we both had our own moose. We bagged them, and they were super warm. We had we slept inside their carcasses, which were still steaming and warm, and we were comfy. I had a really good sleep, and everyone was safe and happy. So, okay, so the truth here, this is Shane Meehan. So, maybe we'll just read the Shane Meehan if you guys are interested, and then talk about it afterwards, because I know there's no direct link to Shane Meehan and Odinism and all that, but it's just really, I don't know. I just don't know why. I respect people that, like, I just listen to Criminality, and they all say, they don't see the link, and I mean, I guess, there isn't literally a link other than Shane Meehan is a ex-federal, not statewide, not like the Indiana state. He's a federal, but I believe it was federal within the state of Indiana, but it was at the federal level. He was a what is that called again? Jeepers. Why is that? He was a prison guard at the federal level, and I believe it was Indiana. And so, and they were also talking about, so I know I read the old reports, the paper reports. Maybe we'll find one and read it. You want to do that? Nicole or anybody, if you can find a newspaper story about what actually happened with Shane Meehan, because I know I've read a few of them where it says, like, the day of it happening, he went to the field office in Terre Haute, chucked a Molotov cocktail through the window, and Fancy came out, and they had a gunfight, and Fancy hit him, but Fancy got hit and he died, and Meehan got hit, but he jumped in his truck and went to the hospital himself. Now, I heard on Criminality tonight that they said there was a whole bunch more people there, but for whatever reason, I thought it was just a field office. I kind of assumed or read that it was just, I kind of assumed Fancy was there at a field office for Odin, and it was all about Odin. But even the fact that it was just a wing of it, like, why would he just go there and do that to a field office? An FBI field office. Why? I mean, so that's why I'm not saying they would be wrong or I'm right or anything. I just, that's okay. You can have controversial takes. I mean, we're all just spitballing. None of us know. I mean, because to have one take, I'm sure it's not your only take. You're more likely, or you're more plausible, or you're one of your good hypotheses. Because I have many scenarios that run through my mind, and one more likely than the next. But I don't just have one, especially when we weren't there. We don't know. So V, it's okay. Yes, you're allowed to. So let's read. I'm here with a controversial take. I don't know that Shane Meehan killed Fancy or anyone, because the state of Indiana told me Rick Allen was, I see what you're saying. And they had him dead to rights. Look how that turned out. That's you know what, V, that's not controversial. No, that's just playing devil's advocate or considering. I mean, that's not V. That's very welcome here. I'm surprised you would think that I or somebody would think that's. I mean, I see what you're saying. Yeah. How do we trust anything these guys are saying? So V, that's not controversial at all. And if anybody thinks that is, then they're not very open-minded, because I mean, to consider all angles is not a controversy in my opinion. I mean, yeah, look at these guys from day one, what they've done. How do we know? How do we know anything true anymore? So I see exactly what you're saying. I mean, to consider every angle is not a controversy. And V, thank you very much. Yeah, we're talking Shane Meehan. Paula, Shane Meehan or Richard Allen? Shane Meehan, I believe so, yeah. But this is about, okay, so I wish, I should find an article and we'll read what happened, okay, quickly. But this is about the death penalty. So this is about his case, if he can be given the death penalty. So it's a motion to strike the government's notice of intent to seek the death penalty against Mr. Meehan, Shane Meehan. So I believe, yeah, he was found guilty and he's going, I don't know if they've done the sentencing. So again, yeah, this would be good to update ourselves. So, I mean, I'm not saying anything here. I'm not even sure. We're all here just, if I'm wrong, please correct me. If, anybody knows, we're just kind of freeballing and winging it here. And I'm going to read these documents. But do you guys think, if you guys want me to, put a 1 in chat, if you want me to go and find a Wish TV or whatever newspaper article on, Shane Meehan. We'll do a quick read on exactly what had happened at the time. So maybe I'll just do that and I'll have it ready. If I see a bunch of ones, I will just read this. Shane Meehan news story. I don't know. How does that sound? Indiana. So this. So this was a couple of days ago. Wonder if we get an older one that Sorry, guys. Maybe an older one, like from way back in the day, because these are. Oh, there we go. City News Halifax. Oh, here's charge in hospital. This is Halifax. That's Canadian. What do those silly Canadians know? Yeah, look at us back in July 9th. So why don't we read? Do you guys mind if I read the ABC one? Would you like that? Just to get a quick update on what happened before we? Because yeah, Paul, I'm not even sure. Like I'm not a. I don't know. Yeah, I believe he was found guilty, and so they were deciding whether they can give him the death penalty in that. And I mean, so there's that. So yes, Becky B, I see your comments. Everyone sees you, Becky B. What do you mean, silly B? Silly B, Becky B. So let's do this. I will read, and then we will, so that one is about, yeah, I believe he was found guilty and he's in, and they're deciding if he's like mentally okay or not, whatever that's called. And if he's, I guess if they can give him the death penalty or not, that's what that's about. So there we go. So let me just get these off the screen. 1 second. Excuse me. Alrighty then. There's Mr. Greg Ferenczi, and that's a video. Would we be allowed to watch that, or would I get in trouble? Oh shit! Oh, I'm on the wrong. I was trying to scroll the StreamYard, but I have to scroll the screen that I'm sharing. If I watch this, will I get in trouble, guys? Do you think? Since it's news. Oh, I will check that out after too, Dino. I will do that for sure. Let me see. I'll open it up and have it ready. Let me see, bruh. Let's open this up. What happens? Okay. And is this an older one or a new one? 1 second. And away we go. You guys can see that? Yes, there's Mr. Meehan. So this was written, good, it's old. Yeah, so it was published and updated, I guess, maybe same day, like 6 minutes later, they maybe just kind of corrected stuff. So here we go. So this is back from the beginning, and let's see if things may have changed or not. Oh, nobody's jumping down your neck, Paula. We love all your opinions here. Paula, you are amazing. We love hearing everyone's opinions, and again, nobody's saying nothing, just that we can talk and maybe help each other see things certain ways and also learn things ourselves, and maybe a bit of both, maybe a little bit of nothing. Freeball, I like to call it freeballing. I learned that from criminality, sort of like brainstorming when I'm growing up in school. I just know my teachers up here in Canada pushed from very early on, grades 1, 2, and 3, to just brainstorm with people, sit down and work, in groups of 3 or 4, and just talk and kind of bounce ideas off each other. And so the best way to put it is, like Teresa says, to free ball. Let your balls hang out, like Habby. I did the test in the beginning, and Habby loves swinging the testes around. Maybe the ovaries are inside, but still you need to kind of let them be free and just kind of come up with ideas. The whole throw things at the wall and see what sticks. And so I'm glad we all can do that. And so we'll just do a quick update. How's that? All right, can I zoom this or no? Should I bother? I won't bother. Okay, so July 8th, 2021, Shane Meehan, 44, charged with the murder of federal. Oh, that's actually kind of good. He popped up. So I was going to knock that down, but he's kind of popped up. We'll leave his mug there. Let's get rid of him. I'm sick of him. Oh, shit. Again, I was clicking on the StreamYard screen, and I got to stick with the screen that I'm sharing. So, Shane Meehan, 44, is charged with the murder of a federal agent in the ambush killing of Officer Greg Ferenczi, July the 7th in Terre Haute, Indiana. The FBI said Meehan arrived while Ferenczi was inside the federal building. According to court documents, Meehan first threw a Molotov cocktail toward the building, and shortly after, Ferenczi came out. Meehan was allegedly already holding a gun, pointed it at Ferenczi, and shot him. The court documents go on to say Ferenczi was able to fire back and defend himself, but later died, unfortunately. So an agent inside the office heard the shots. Okay, so there was other, or is that Ferenczi? Sorry. An agent inside the office heard the shots, came out, and got into a gun battle with Meehan. Meehan was reported hit twice, and managed to get to his truck and drive to the hospital. He underwent surgery for his wounds and was later taken into custody. He is being monitored at the hospital by federal agents. Special agent with the FBI said he could not yet say if Meehan was familiar with Ferenczi. So this is early on. Yeah, of course. While searching Meehan's truck, investigators found a gun along with 3 Molotov cocktails and additional ammunition. The FBI also searched his home and collected evidence. That's a perfect little type of home. That's what I would prefer, to be living in a, small home with a nice lawn. I would rather the small house with a nice trees. Oh, what the hell? What is going on here? What did I just do? OMG. I can't see what's going on. OMG. What has happened? OMG. I am so sorry. Did I just shut that down? I don't even know what the hell's going on. I can't. Before I leave, I didn't leave anywhere. Oh, what the hell? I'm so sorry, guys. All this shit keeps popping up and stuff and kind of changing on me, and I shall read on. Sorry. The FBI said Meehan will face federal charges and as it happened on federal property, and have not yet determined the motive. Yes, so that's what we're going to talk about here, because the motive, I mean, I don't know. There's no link. I've heard people say there's a link, but I've never seen the receipts, so we can't assume. But I just find, he's a former federal prison guard I believe it was the state of Indiana at the federal level. So there's that. We know a lot of the Indiana state guards at the state level are into this. I mean, is it that far-fetched to believe he was a nodist or one at one time? Like, look at this guy. According to TWO, Meehan is a father of three. He retired from the Terre Haute Federal Penitentiary. So the Terre Haute Federal Penitentiary, and then worked at UPS. 13 News has learned Meehan ran for mayor of Terre Haute in 2019, but lost. 13 News was also able to obtain a mugshot of Meehan from a 2013 trespassing and criminal intoxication arrest. So there's another thing with guys, all these guys, I would think likely to have extensive criminal histories, unlike Mr. Richard Allen. You can't probably find anything on him. His charges were dismissed in Marion County because he went into diversion. So they thought he had, problems. I mean, diversion would be, anyways. So that's one thing. So I'll keep this up. We could watch videos too, but let's try. Where's the one I was reading here? So again, probably says the same thing. So now the only thing that they don't say in here is what I heard T and them talking about tonight, that there was more, a whole like it was an office where it might not have just been for Odin, that it might have been a FBI field office with other guys there. But in the beginning here, they sure don't really mention it. There's definitely more information in this article. Confirmed. It is a horrible situation. And I mean, if it's not related, I guess it's not related, but I think it very well could be that we just haven't found a link to. It's very possible. Like, what is he doing? What do we know? Does anybody know? Maybe we should, you know what? We're going to read the court documents, and they're hopefully going to read his reason for doing this. Because again, this is just about the death penalty part of it. So so again, sorry, how about we just do the document type thing there. So anything before we start, guys? Do you we're all kind of up to date, and again, all opinions are welcome, V. And yeah, I mean, that's another angle. Like, some people may think that this guy did it because of Odin. Some people, there's no real proof, so maybe he didn't, and just, because people do this without reason of mental, health problems, or just maybe he caught wind of this, a law enforcement officer, or who knows. I mean, I'm not saying for sure, but I mean, it's quite the coincidence if he's just attacking a random law enforcement agency office, and it turns out that they're doing a lot of checking in on Odin, and he's also an ex-prison guard from within the state of Indiana, even though it was at the federal level. I'm sure the way Galipoooo was running things, letting them run around, patches on and all that. I mean, Galipoooo probably wasn't all that far off from them too. Like, sounds pretty rampant. So for it not to be related, it's very possible. But oh yes, yeah, V, I saw this. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw this. And he talks. He sounds a little erratic too, doesn't he? Yeah, he talks about his mayoral run. And he definitely sounded a little bit erratic to me. Like and I know he's probably got, he's had histories. So again, I will carry on to the motion to strike the government. So he was found guilty, and that they're here talking about if they can give him the death penalty, I believe. So if everybody's okay, up to date, and again, I will say all your opinions are welcome, and V, don't be afraid. That's a very good point, because I never thought of that. Yeah, like, there's also that angle is what if this guy is another patsy, and he's just like Richard Allen? I mean, that would be quite the conspiracy to say, but to think of just talking about every angle, I think it's very reasonable to consider everything. Nobody's saying for sure, but yeah, these guys have done so much. I mean, oh my goodness. Who do we believe anymore? We're being gaslit to shit on every angle, not just these types of things. So, again, everything is welcome. Every opinion is welcome. As long, is Nicole encouraging me to do, Dino, you got these girls all spun around. Thanks, bro. I need some help keeping them entertained. So, Dino, you're doing a great job, whatever you're doing. I see them all. I see them all spinning around in circles talking about Dino. So, awesome, dude. Way to go, brah. Okay, now screwing around. Let's go. Here. Paula can come up on stage on the highlight with me. Figures he lost. Yes. Yeah, are you talking about, when he ran for mayor? Oh my goodness. I guess if we could watch some videos, because I did see the Shane Meehan, him talking about stuff, and he just sounded like one of those type of guys that was hot-headed, I think. And if I'm wrong, I'm very sorry, but from what I remember seeing that, he sounded like a loose cannon type of, like, he was doing it to get maybe back at people or whatever. Inserted himself and seemed under pressure, in my opinion. What do you mean by that? Just reporting. We're talking about, if you guys can use the specifics, if you're talking about Richard or Meehan or whatever. But yeah, if you're talking about Richard Allen, I would never believe that. Like, why would, if you get away with something, do you go back 2 days later and start saying all this stuff? Maybe weeks or months when you're sure it's calmed down. There are people that have done that. Oh, Shane Meehan. So you think, what were you writing? Say, inserted himself. Nah, seems under pressure, in my opinion. Well, oh no, not him. Maybe just the state. Like, how do we even? Like, is there video of him even doing this? Like, I think it was just a suggestion that you made. That, like, how do we trust anything these guys are doing? Because who knows? I don't even know anymore. So we're just covering all angles, playing devil's advocate and kind of talking. So, but all your opinions are welcome. And away, let's put this cool guy up on screen, helping me with keep all these lovely, intelligent, smart, beautiful, capable women entertained, because I can do it on my own, but with Dino here, he helps me with the Gowdy part of it. So let's do this. So again, this is going to be a few pages, and this was very, very new. We got it on All Eyes site, and afterwards I'll show you her site, and we'll go through it. So the motion that United States of America versus Shane M. Meehan. The motion to strike government's notice of intent to seek the death penalty, docket 170. The defendant, Shane M. Meehan, by counsel, moves this court to strike the government's notice of intent to seek the death penalty, filed on November 18th, 2025. So boom. That was just like what? What's today? OMG, what is today? I didn't have a clue. It's the 24th. So this was filed 5 days ago, maybe 6 now. Are we past midnight? OMG. We're not past midnight in my time zone yet. I'm in the Eastern Indiana time zone. So 6 or 7 days ago. In support of this motion, Mr. Meehan submits the following. Introduction. On November 18th, 2025, the government filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty against Shane Meehan. But this notice was filed 3 years and 4 months after the government filed its formal notice of intent to seek the death penalty. So upon filing the no-seek in July 2022, the government informed the court, Mr. Meehan and Mr. Meehan's appointed counsel, that no-seek represented the government's final decision not to seek the death penalty. So the government is not entitled to renege. Oh, so that's what it is. They said at one time they weren't going to. So maybe that's part of their agreement that they made with them, that, hey, you don't seek this. And that's obviously what happened, right? And now they're kind of going back on that, saying they are seeking, from what I'm seeing. So the government is not entitled to renege on its final decision not to seek the death penalty. The fair administration of justice does not countenance the use of such ploys. So there's a case, United States versus Bidleman. They usually use these as precedents. When you see something like this saying United States, it's the precedents. So meaning, this is how we usually do it. There's no official, but this is how it's usually done. Once they say they're not going to seek the death penalty in exchange for whatever, we can go back and look. The real trial, they are now, they're stating they're reneging. So they're quoting United States versus Pitts, another precedence, and United States versus Fields, another precedence. So the government's about face seeking. I'm going to try to zoom this in a bit, guys. 1 second. Oh, there it is down here. Now, I'm going to take all this junk off the screen while I'm reading, okay? Especially this Gowdy guy. He's such a distraction. Such a distraction. How do I get myself off? Do I just have the document, right? Oh, boom. Okay, here we go. Let's get serious now. Thanks, guys. As you can tell, I'm still a noob at this, but I mean so well. There's that. But I do like the chat on the side, so I can see the words properly. So if you guys, I'm sure you can catch the words. I do like seeing the chat like that, especially if I place this, if I chop up parts of this live to make videos, then the chat is still there. And I myself, I love reading the chat, even after on a replay, because you guys are very interesting, very educational, very entertaining, sometimes a little erratic, but that's okay. We all been there. All right. So the government's about face seeking the death penalty after definitively stating that it would not violates the Constitution and federal statutes and defies equitable principles. In every case, to address the government's attempt to revoke a no-seek, district courts have prohibited the government's reversal and struck the belated notice of intent to seek the death penalty. The government's attempt to revoke its decision not to seek the death penalty is unlawful for several reasons. First, the operative statute does not permit the government to seek the death penalty after filing a prior formal notice that the government would not seek the death penalty. At the very least, as a matter of the court's supervisory authority, it should prevent such a reversal. Second, the government waived its right to seek the death penalty, and it is stopped from seeking the death penalty because it informed the court and defense counsel that it would not seek the death penalty. Thirdly, 1 quick second. I gotta take a quick drink. My smoothie's almost getting warm. 1 sec. Just chugged my smoothie. So what's happening in chat? You guys all having fun? Everything good? 1 second. Let me make this full screen. Just know that I'm juggling 3 screens and 10 browsers. I'm just a man on his own, standing in front of, how many people are here? 16 people. Just a boy standing in front of 16 close, friendly strangers, asking them to stick with him because I'm going to get good at this. And you're going to be amazed. So, and what I like to do is when I take a drink, now V suggested the other day, and I know, and Habu also, they were like psyching me out. When I drink that much, it's only because I'm doing those wacky voices and I'm trying to keep my voice from breaking. I'm not thirsty. I would actually rather not drink that much, but I'm doing it like just to keep this beautiful voice because I know you guys love hearing these bedtime stories with Shibby, so I need to keep my voice up. So it's not that I'm thirsty, just so you know. Okay. I'm perfectly healthy. I'm a specimen, 52-year-old grandpa of two kids, 30 years old, 2 grandchildren, and really short bangs. and a muffin top. And I know I'm fine. Yes, I'm fine. See that? Abby says I'm fine. You know how she says that? Like, you're fine, boy. That's not just that you're fine, as in, it's okay. She's like, you're fine. And I know that's how I read it anyways. And I know you guys read it that way too. So again, if I take breaks to drink, it's only for my voice and not because I'm thirsty. So thirdly, it would violate due process, equal protection, and the Eighth Amendment to permit the government to seek the death penalty. And finally, even if the court construes the government's reversal as an amended notice, despite the government assuring the court that its prior decision was final, an amended notice is not permissible because the change is not supported by good cause. So you guys, if anybody shows up new, feel free to let them know that what we're reading here is the death penalty case filed like 6 days ago against Shane Meehan, who was the one found guilty of murdering Greg Ferenczi. And if you guys ever want the links, let me know. I'll put the links for these documents I'm reading or the ones I'm going to read, or just if you get the All Eyes website, everything's there and very nicely put. I don't know. The government's reversal is particularly egregious here because developments since the July 2022 no-seek have provided additional reasons not to seek the death penalty, not newfound reasons. So here's all the cases they stated, precedents of why the government should not be seeking the death penalty after saying they wouldn't, more than likely. Reasons to seek the death penalty in November 2022. In November 2024, defense counsel, the government, and the court all agreed that Mr. Meehan was incompetent. So, yeah, to stand trial. So they were saying he was not competent for trial. In October 2025, BOP mental health evaluators determined that Mr. Meehan was severely mental ill at the time of the crime. The government's own mental health evaluators have concluded Mr. Meehan suffered from delusional disorder, a major mental disorder at the time of the offense for which they now seek the death penalty. Contrary to the government's recent actions, Mr. Meehan's severe mental illness, one second, guys. How about this? Yeah, I'll just leave it like this. And you know what? Abby's distracting me. Too pretty. Mimi's in the house. Hello, Mimi. Anybody else show up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry, guys. Convicted of, not accused. You know what I mean? Alrighty then. Yeah. So moreover, the supposedly final decision not to seek the death penalty meant that defense counsel strategized as if this were not a death penalty case, because it was not. Revoking the no-seek would thus incurably prejudice defendant. Therefore, the court should join every district court to address this issue and strike the November 18th, 2025 notice of intent to seek the death penalty and prohibit the government from seeking the death penalty against Mr. Meehan. So here's I is the background, A, the alleged offense conduct. The complaint filed on July 8th, 2021, and the indictment filed on January 19th, 2022, alleged that on July 7th, 2021, Mr. Meehan drove to the Terre Haute FBI resident agency and lobbed an incendiary device toward the building. So when there's like numbers like this, dockets and all, I'm not going to read all those, so I'm just going to skip over that, okay? FBI Task Force Officer Gregory J. Ferenczi left the building apparently to retrieve something from... Whoa, there's a different story. So wait, so he's saying he left his defense, I guess, are saying that Mr. Meehan lobbed it's alleged that he lobbed an incendiary device, a Molotov cocktail, and then Ferenczi was leaving the building to retrieve something from his car. I mean, wouldn't it be apparently to see who just fucking lobbed a goddamn Molotov cocktail through your window? Why would they say that? That's weird. Am I weird thinking that, guys? Do anybody have an opinion on that, or should I move on? Because that sounds strange. So Ferenczi left the building, apparently to retrieve something from his car. And Mr. Meehan, according to the complaint, shot him with a firearm. So the criminal complaint and affidavit. Officer Ferenczi returned fire. Why would they say that? Weird. It says it right here, dude. What am I weird? The alleged so the complaint said in their indictment that so this all happened on July 7th. So his defense says Mr. Meehan drove to the Terre Haute FBI resident agency, and it's alleged that he lobbed an incendiary device toward the building. Toward the building, doesn't even say through the window. Then task force officer Ferenczi left the building, apparently to retrieve something from his car. That's weird. I'm weird. You're weird. Don't make me come there, dude. Oh, I'm not easily distracted, dummy. Yes. I'm distracted by that comment. I'm not easily distracted. I'm detail oriented, and I'm here trying to entertain you guys. I could blow through this and shut the stream down. For Dino, is that what you're requesting? I'm just kidding. When the teacher used to give one guy shit and kind of make him look, get the rest of the class mad at him or me. They would do that to me all the time. Oh, you're all going to stay because, anyways, you know what I'm saying? But okay, so I'll move on. Just one last time. They're saying that he lobbed something at the building. They're not saying through the window like we all heard. And then apparently to retrieve something from his car. Ferenczi left the building to retrieve something from his car. So imagine that. So, are they trying to say he doesn't know about the Molotov cocktail and he's just walking outside, going to get some shit from his car at the same time? It's kind of what it sounds like they're implying. Oh, you will get it, brother. That's what I assumed, V, because of I also thought it went right through the window into the inside. No? I thought that's what we were always told. And all these I just read an article before. What did it even say? Because lobbing an incendiary device toward the building. And this is his defense. So they're trying to lessen everything. Because if they said what really happened, I believe, in my opinion, from what I thought, was that he lobbed an incendiary device through the window, almost killing people with the fire, and they came out of the building to see who the fuck almost tried to kill them. But apparently he's just going to his car to get something. So they're kind of lessening. I don't know. I'm moving on. For Dino. Officer Ferenczi returned fire, and FBI Special Agent Ryan, so there was other guys there. Special Agent Ryan Lindgren ran out of the building and engaged Mr. Meehan in a gun battle. Mr. Meehan was struck twice. Officer Ferenczi later died from his injuries. So B, the government's final decision declining to seek the death penalty. The final decision. Okay, so it's about them changing their mind. While Mr. Meehan was hospitalized in intensive care and heavily medicated, on July 9th, the court held a hearing. Mr. Meehan, in Mr. Meehan's room in the intensive care unit. Wow. So holy shit. Did they all go there or do it by video? They couldn't, oh my God. The magistrate judge ordered that Mr. Meehan be detained. So on August 13th, 2021, that's so this all happened July 7th, was it? July 7th is when it happened, July 8th and July 9th. And so on August 13th, so a couple weeks after he's in this hospital room, the court held an initial appearance. At that hearing, counsel for Mr. Meehan pointed to his long history of head injuries and mental health issues, including traumatic brain injury. So there's something. Sounds like that that other guy, Brandon Woodhouse. He also had quite a few, and understandably, I mean, you know, uh those people that are those guys that play football and the fighters in hockey, they get their heads bounced around and they kind of, after they retire, they're either vegetables or they do kind of some erratic things sometimes. Like there's been a few hockey players that have gone and done things and a few oh shit. Oh. 1 second. One sec, guys. So there's that. Okay. So yeah, there's I mean, afterwards they're either vegetables or there's been a few NFL guys that have even the wrestlers like that Chris Benoit and those guys, they murder their families and wives afterwards because of the traumatic brain injuries. And I understand that's a real thing. But I mean, doesn't excuse them, right? Parkinson's. Oh, he had Parkinson's disease too, and a seizure disorder, as well as inpatient mental health treatment for acute psychosis and paranoia, and prescriptions for major antipsychotics, including Seroquel and Haldol. There's that Haldol. It's like fucking truth serum for these guys. So yeah, so lock him up and juice him up with Haldol and get the truth out of him. Make him confess, like you did Richard Allen, even to shit he didn't do, and lock him up for 130 years. A 3-count indictment was issued on January 19th. Count 1 charged Mr. Meehan with premeditated murder of a federal officer, Officer Ferenczi, who was a task force officer for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Count 2 alleged the attempted arson of federal property. Attempted. Count 3 alleged a violation, use of a firearm in relation to a crime of violence in which death results. The grand jury made special findings under a prerequisite for the possibility that the government might seek the death penalty. On January 24, 2022, the court held an initial appearance on the indictment. On April 25th, 2022, the court held a status conference. Counsel for Mr. Meehan asked that the court schedule a deadline for the government to file notice of intent to seek the death penalty. Counsel pointed out at 14, counsel pointed out that it was not possible to move forward without knowing whether the case was a death penalty case or not, explaining to the court that death penalty cases are different. It's not just that they're more complicated. It's not just that they take longer. It's not a murder case on steroids. They are quantitatively and qualitatively different, in part because of the amount of investigation that has to be done is more, but it's also different. Counsel for the government argued that the process was complicated and completely out of this table's prosecutors' hands. After hearing from the government and defense, the court set a status conference for June 9th, 2022. At the June 9th, 2022 status conference, the court did set a deadline for the government to inform defense counsel of the local U.S. Attorney's recommendation on the death penalty. The court set the next status conference for July 28th, 2022, ordering that by the time of that conference for the United States Attorney to either have notified defense counsel that it's going to recommend the expedited no-seek or have made a firm commitment to a date on which defense counsel can come in and make the mitigation presentation. On July the 11th, 2022, the government filed a notice stating it would not seek the death penalty. Though the government is not required to and did not state the reasons why it rejected the death penalty, its decision was clearly correct. So it doesn't. They just said they're not going to seek it. So it wasn't like a part of a deal. It sounds like it's just that they were not going to. So I'm at Mr. Meehan right here. Going to take a quick drink and scan you guys in chat. 1 second. And remember, Mr. Meehan is where I left off. And that was to myself. Note to self. And we're back. So, what are you kooky guys saying in chat? Anybody new I need to say hi to? There's 16 people here. Lovely, lovely people. And are you guys enjoying this? Shall we just carry on? Nothing juicy? Nothing exciting? Oh, Nicole, check your damn Discord. Oh, Nicole. Maybe Nicole, Dino, and Hebby need to get a Discord conversation happening just for these amazing chats. And Dino will teach Nicole all our cool signs. We use emojis to talk to each other like spies. Of course, bro. Of course. Oh, what does it come from my? Wait. No. Does it go right to my page? Don't do that, dummy. What one do you want me to post? I'll post it. Just is it a link from me? Like, if it goes straight to my page, and that, don't do that. I don't want these people all Discording me. It's a very selective few because the Discord, I only use it to, for the moderation stuff and that, nothing personal happens on there. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. If it's, I can put All Lives website in. Yeah. So how about, for this story, of course, this is all from All Lives website. So yes, as long as it doesn't lead to my, yes, it says Drive, Google Drive. Yeah, of course, dude. And I'll throw in the GitHub All Lives website. Yeah, you can get everything here too. So Nicole's got this. I've got this, and I can also pin this. This is All Lives. So when you get there, it's actually the very first beginning because I believe I saw it right away when I went to some stuff here. Anyways, I'll carry on. And you guys, post anything you want. If it's to this very specific story, I believe I'll just read. There are better drugs now if you don't want to torture people, right, V? But the stuff probably sounds a little bit like that truth serum shit. Got him in there and just fucking torture the guy for days and months and even in over a year in solitary. They say it's not solitary. All of them, but also Nick just recently on the stage at CrimeCon 2025 in September, where Holman said that stupid statement about the sticks on Libby. Not only were they to hide the girls from being seen, the sticks on Libby were on such an angle as to block Libby from Weber's driveway or private drive. You fucking believe that? So ridiculous to state that those sticks were there to hide the girls. And the angle of them, Holman fucking said it on stage and they all clapped. Just like when that sadistic Susan Hendricks stated that, it wasn't solitary because he had an iPad, and then they all, ha, 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 ha. Oh, here, let's say that. Yeah. The man wasn't tortured in solitary because he had an iPad, eh? He had an iPad. Where is it? Oh, I can't find it. Where the hell? Oh, yeah. She almost got a standing ovation for that. And then Nick laughed and Jerry laughed. All because he had an iPad. It wasn't so bad. So where was I going with this? Oh, Nick had said that he thought it was some form of solitary. I'm almost positive. And if I'm wrong, please don't correct me. Anyway, sorry, guys. I'm getting off. Mr. Meehan is unlike persons who are generally charged with the death penalty. He has no criminal. What? Did he really have no criminal history? Wow. Didn't they say he had a criminal history? He has no criminal history. He was an extraordinary father to incredible children. He taught them good values, coached their sports teams, and helped them navigate the troubles of childhood and adolescence. Yeah, coaching sports teams is actually a good sign of somebody. I coached my son's hockey teams. Yeah, I mean, it's a selfless act to help out because you're volunteering your time. You're not getting paid, that's for sure. He was gainfully employed throughout his adult years. His law-abiding nature is perhaps best exemplified by his decorated history as a prison guard, first in the Indiana Department of Corrections and then the United States Penitentiary. So he was once a... Is that what they're trying to say here? So if he was in Indiana Department of Corrections, that's state, right? And then at the United States Penitentiary would be the federal. But in terror, so he was both. Is that what they're saying here? Because every time I said it, he was a state prison guard. I was corrected by many, many people often. So technically, I wasn't wrong if that's the case. But he was both, looks like. So that, to me, also is more of an indicator that he possibly could have been related with Odin. Do you think that's what that says, guys? As a prison guard, first in the Indiana Department of Corrections. So that would be the IDOC. That has to be state level because it's called the Indiana Department of Corrections. And then at the United States Penitentiary, implying federal level. So, vindication for Shibby. I knew I always said it. That he was he was part of both. I'm going to move on. I'm not easily distracted, right, Dino? Thank you. Oh, look, a fly. Oh my gosh, a squirrel. Oh, sorry, guys. His law-abiding nature is perhaps best exemplified by his decorated history as in the Indiana Department of Corrections and then at the United States Penitentiary in Terre Haute, where he served on the death row unit. He was medically retired from the BOP at the age of 40 for medical and mental health problems. It will take significant investigation into Mr. Meehan's background, including his medical and mental history, to understand how Mr. Meehan came to find himself charged with killing a TFO officer in an unprovoked attack. Yeah, like, why? Why? Did you just stumble on this place? Like, come on. As if, like, I mean, that's what kind of evidence is that? That's there's a name for that type of evidence, and it's all Richard Allen's type of evidence too. It's not direct evidence. It's what these simple words elude me when I'm doing this shit. You know what I'm trying to say. What is known at this point is that Mr. Meehan suffered a series of documented head injuries, beginning with his participation in circumcised. Yes, that's it. Circumstantial evidence. So that would be very, I mean, so imagine the equivalent scenario, you know, like, so this guy was an ex-prison guard at the state and federal level. He looks like one of those, he could very well be, I'm not sure if they found any history, but then he's attacking an office that's investigating Odin. So what are the odds that it's not related to Odin? I find that hard to believe. To me, that's some pretty, that's a big tentacle, maybe he knew he was going to die and took one for the team, and they took care of his family or something, and he probably thought he wasn't going to make it out that day. And I guess fortunately for him, maybe unfortunately for him, he may have planned on not kind of finishing that act alive. There are literally thousands of pages of medical and mental health records that predate the offense, all of which were shared with the government prior to the no-seek decision. Mr. Meehan's bizarre presentation was documented by the government when witness after witness described to law enforcement his odd behavior prior to the offense. The government could find no rational motive or explanation for his shooting because there is none. Simply, this is not a death penalty case. Ooh. So they're really pushing that there's no, like, it's just random. And I mean, obviously, if we can't get some, we need, this is, we need real evidence, right? But hey, Skinny, what's up? What's up, y'all? Welcome, Skinny. So, I mean, I'm allowed to have my opinion, and my opinion is there's more to this. Like, if he had links, how could we not find this shit out? Like, how could they, unless it's, again, who's the judge in this case? It's almost like Judge Gull got a lot of shit not allowed at trial. Maybe they're doing that same thing here. Because, fuck, in Richard Allen's trial, did you guys know that in one of the Purdy's report, he said the other day that 8 LE officers, all the head guys of Unified Command, 8 jumped in one vehicle, one big van, and drove down to interview Elvis and his family, all 4 of them. And the reason they brought at least 2 extra guys for each person, his what was his mom, his sister, or whatever, or one of the, there was like 4 of them in that house, not Elvis, in Mary Jacobs' house. So they brought 8 people down there to follow up on Elvis. So they thought something big was going on with Elvis. Why would 8 top cops, Jerry Holman, Ligget, all of them, imagine all those fuckers piling in one van and going down to talk to a guy about Elvis or to Elvis and to his whole family. And then Jerry Holman implies that Mary Jacobs was nuts, but Purdy and Murphy thought she was lucid and, very trustworthy, even though Murphy did comment about all the pill bottles, but that's no big deal. Because they thought she was plenty fine they both of them loaded her up in a car and drove her to get a polygraph test, which she passed. And then that polygrapher is now dead. So it's very odd that Judge Gall wouldn't allow Elvis Fields at the trial for whatever that reason was. And they're fucking sending 8 cops down to Rushville to check up on him. 8. Picture that. That's a fucking big deal. 8 of those fuckers, Jerry Holman, 7 other people sat with Jerry Holman in a vehicle and went down. So it must have been serious, because who'd want to do that? Anyways, let me get back on track. So the government could find no rational motive or explanation for this shooting because there is none. Zero motive. Just fucking random. I mean, yes, T and M said tonight, I guess it could be random. Not in my opinion. I respect theirs, but fuck no way. He was a state prison guard. He was a federal prison guard. We know the state guards are into Odin. We know it. It's probably rampant. Fucking wearing patches up until a few years ago on their prison guard uniforms, work uniforms. So to think that it's random that he just attacked the field office that was investigating the Odin angle is that's not likely to me. Indicating the government would not seek the death penalty represents the final decision having been made and approval at all necessary levels at Maine justice. And the government informed the court that it did not represent the final decision of Maine justice. At the hearing, it was generally acknowledged that the government's announcement that it would not seek the death penalty was a game changer. Again, I assumed it was like they part of a plea or whatever, like, okay, we'll take the death penalty off if you guys, but it turns out that these guys are saying that the government just decided not to seek it. Wow. So they went up. Oh my God, I'm not even going to say what I think. Because, this would be, why would they not want to seek the death penalty? Because he did a good job for them. Good boy. Now they're going to fucking find him mentally thing, and he's going to live his life probably in a nice place because they'll find him mentally not culpable or responsible. Possibly, or maybe that's already happened. Discussing reciprocal discovery, defense counsel informed the court, obviously with the July 11th filing, stating the government would not seek the death penalty. We have sort of rejiggered. Ooh, is that an official word? Jiggered? Rejiggered our position on where we are and where our investigation is going on this case. The court summarized the discussion perfectly, stating that the government's decision on the death penalty is a game changer, creating a different landscape. I'm sure the government will say why they chose not to back then. The court then set a trial date of May the 8th, 2023, scheduling a non-capital trial. C. One quick second. Going to take a drink. Thank you all for being here. 1 second. I'm going to actually put some lip, my lips are feeling dry, so I'm going to put my, lip, not lip gloss, lip, you know what I'm talking about. It's for men. It's Nivea. It says for men on it, so it's official. It's a very male lip balm. It's a very male-centered lip balm. It says it right on it. Nivea for men. 1 second. And we're back with my manly lip balm on. Nivea for men. Skinny's still here. Anybody new? Sorry, guys. Thank you very much. And let's carry on. So C, finding that Mr. Meehan is incompetent to stand trial. Finding that Mr. Meehan is incompetent to stand trial. Prior to the scheduled trial date on February 21st, 2023, defense counsel filed a motion to determine Mr. Meehan's mental competency, which the government granted on March the 2nd, 2023. Defense counsel also filed a motion to continue the trial date, which the court also granted. A forensic evaluation was provided to the court. It's under seal. The examiner acknowledged that Mr. Meehan was mentally ill, but determined that he was competent to stand trial. Defense counsel provided notice pursuant to rule. Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure of an Insanity Defense. Additional competency litigation ensued, and additional evaluations were submitted under seal. In October 2024, the BOP evaluator determined that Mr. Meehan was not competent to stand trial. The examiner, the same psychologist who had determined in 2023 that Mr. Meehan was competent. So, the evaluator found he was non-competent in October of 2024. Then, one short month later, depending on what days exactly, November, the same doctor found him competent. That's wild, eh? Wow. The examiner, same psychologist who had determined in 2023 that Mr. Meehan was competent, attributed his decompensation to active symptoms of psychosis. Wow. So it shouldn't be at the time of the trial, not this time, because I'm not sure how that works out. So at a competency hearing on November 25th, 2024, 1 year ago approximately, the parties agreed that Mr. Meehan was not competent to proceed. The court found Mr. Meehan incompetent. Following the hearing, Mr. Meehan was returned to BOP for restoration proceedings. On April 25th, 2025, BOP asked for more time to conduct restoration proceedings. Hey, David Rogers is here. Welcome, bro. Shibby in chat. What's happening? So, hello, Skinny. Hello, David. And does anybody else come in? Sorry, guys. I would like to just say, just reporting showed up earlier. Circumstantial evidence is never evidence, ever. I agree. Yes. So go tell the Delphi court that. They used a whole lot of circumstantial. The totality of it all. Fed. So just reporting. Hello. V is still in chat. And you guys are having a good time. There's 18 people here. Oh my gosh. Mom's going to be so proud. I always say that. Alrighty, where were we? So Mr. Conduct restoration period, opining that at that time, Mr. Meehan remains not competent to proceed in his case. The court granted that request and extended the evaluation period August 29th, under seal. A lot of stuff is under seal, eh? Does that mean like under seal as in not available to the public, eh? Wow. A lot of stuff happening behind the closed doors to get this guy. First, the doctor said he was competent for trial. Then a mere month later, he's like, oh, now he's not competent to stand a trial. Starting to look sus, eh? On August 12th, 2025, the BOP informed the parties and the court that in BOP's, what's BOP, guys? Can we find that out for me? Anybody feel like searching up, Googling BOP? And I'm sure it might be something simple. In BOP's opinion, Mr. Meehan's competency had been restored and that the BOP was thus beginning its evaluation. Some kind of psychiatrist or something? Or psychologist or board of psychologists? Probably. Yeah, that probably is it. Was thus beginning its evaluation of Mr. Meehan's sanity at the time of the offense. On November 7th, so if it was on the time of the offense, then this guy said he was okay for trial. What could have changed? Because he the first said he was fit for trial because of how they believed he was on the date it happened. Back on whatever it was. Now, how do they turn that around? It's almost like the state in the Delphi case being able to add things like the ME, being able to add the box cutter, which he didn't in the first two. He didn't think it was either necessary to tell the defense, but in the third one he was allowed to. And the BOP provided the court with a forensic evaluation of Mr. Meehan's sanity at the time of the offense conduct. The BOP evaluator opined that Mr. Meehan was sane, but that he suffered from a major mental illness, delusional disorder at the time of the offense. As of the date of this filing, since Mr. Meehan was found incompetent, there has been no judicial decision that he is competent. Wow. But it was the same guy, though. It was the same guy. The same doctor. I mean, you think they would at least get a different doctor to say that guy was, he was a fucking idiot. He really is incompetent. But they got the same guy to reverse it. Wow. It's like the fucking Nick standing over top of all these guys. Like, they all kind of like, hey, you want to, look at, for example, here, in my opinion, just, I'm not alleging anything. I'm not saying anything, just observation I had. Dan Doolin. Let's picture Dan Doofus Doolin. He fucked up so epically, right? Like probably one of the biggest fuck ups in DNR history of all of Indiana by talking to the guy 2 days after, and then for 5 years seeing that poster every fucking day for 5 times, probably going to get milk at the store, driving down billboards and walking in the Unified Command and standing on stage at pressers. He saw that fucking blue coat picture of BG every fucking day, probably 50 times in 5 years. And not once did he think of saying that, hey, I talked to a guy 2 days after. a white man, said he was from White Man Drive, and his fucking last name was White Man. So what I'm trying to say here is that I kind of forget where I was going with that. Oh, yeah, like Doolin, he fucked up epically and for 5 years, and what is he now? He's a captain. Mullen, too, fucked up epically. He got to work for Nick as the top prosecutor's, like, investigator or whatever, an IT guy and all that. And now, where's Mullen? He's back to captaincy again in the police force. So these guys fuck up royally into great jobs, which implies to me, in my opinion, that because they're yes men, they're getting rewarded. In my opinion, it appears that way. I'm not alleging anything. Oh, what will I thank Nicole for? Let me see. Dino, you say I'm supposed to mount it? Ooh, yeah, mount it. Dino's right. Nicole, Shibby will thank you. Oh, yeah. Mount it, girl. Giddy up. Pull my hair, too. I'm just kidding. Sorry. All right. Am I supposed to be looking at something else? Did you guys? I'm not missing anything? Sorry. Okay. Mount away, guys. The government's reversal of its final decision. On November 18th, 2025, the government announced its intent to renounce its final decision that it would not seek the death penalty. The shift was not the result of any intervening change in the law or discovery of new evidence. Indeed, developments since the government's 2022 no-seek provided additional reasons not to seek the death penalty. In November 2024, I have hair. Abby, stop trimming my bangs so short, Heather. Nicole wants to tug on them. November 2024, the defense, the government, and the court all agreed that Mr. Meehan was incompetent to stand trial. And in October 2025, BOP Mental Health, BOP, I'm going to say BOP, mental health evaluators determined that Mr. Meehan was severely mental ill at the time of the crime. The decision to reverse course and seek the death penalty, despite the only changes in the case being mounting evidence of Mr. Meehan's significantly compromised mental health. So what? I'd love to read the report that said he was competent. I'd love to read that, because how do you say a guy's competent and then the same guy turn around and say he wasn't competent, especially when they're not talking about enough new stuff. They're talking about what they thought of the day this crime was committed. And nothing has changed because they're looking, the first one, he looked back 2 or 3 years later and did that. So they're the same guy looked back at all the same evidence and just changed his mind. And now I bet if we find out who that guy is, I bet you fucking $10 he's got himself a great job now, or soon. He'll be promoted to be the fucking head, whatever the fuck he was. He'll be running that whole hospital or whatever. Possibly, in my opinion, a hypothesis. The decision to reverse course and seek the death penalty, despite the only changes in the case being mounting evidence of Mr. Meehan's significantly compromised mental health, including at the time of the crime, resulted solely from the change in administrations and corresponding policy changes. Oh, is that at the hospital? Like the change of administration at the federal level, like as in Biden came back in or whatever, and is that, or Trump got back in, or are they trying to say the administration is like different guys were running it and they decided they wanted to take it this way and turn, it probably is the administration of the hospital, but it was the same doctor. Or maybe the new administration told that same doctor, hey, fuckface, see it this way, or lose your job. Possibly. Okay. On January 20th, 2025, the day the new administration assumed office, president, holy fuck. What? Did you guys know this was in here? I just watched T&M talk about this for how long? Did they say this? I was making a thumbnail for this, so I might not have heard. I was totally distracted as a working man, making a fucking ridiculous thumbnail for YouTube for this live stream. On January 20th, 2025, the day the new administration assumed office, the president issued an executive order restoring the death penalty and protecting public safety. Oh, they did talk about this, right? I just didn't really listen well. Sorry, T and Goosey. I was listening, but I was kind of trying to get ready for this. They were talking about this. Fuck. Among other things, that executive order explicitly stated, but the death penalty, it's not like the state chose not to seek the death penalty, but they could have, because this wouldn't have been a death penalty eligible case. They just restored the death penalty and protecting. How does that work out? Are they saying that they didn't seek the death penalty because they weren't allowed to? And then when this came, I don't think that's, I'm confused. If anybody knows, because this was in Indiana. So Indiana obviously would have the death penalty, right? And I don't know why they're referring to this. Like as if this was, oh, now we can go for the death penalty again. Like as if they couldn't when they first said he wasn't competent. Or when they first said he was competent. But maybe now that the death penalty is in play, they want to say he's not competent to protect him from getting the death penalty. The state would be protecting him. Why would they allow that? Why would the judge allow that? Oh my, this is way above my pay grade. Hey, Rebecca, just laying down. I don't know if anybody else is live or not. I mean, I think the only one I probably wouldn't want to interrupt would be Prof, really, because you've got so many people. I would have nobody here. I mean, not, and because I would rather be there. You know what I'm saying? So, everybody, welcome Rebecca, Rabbi Ann. And you guys need to change these names because YouTube is sticking with this whole handle name as to prevent people from being able to, what's that called? You know, when they make same account and imitate others. So try what I would suggest you guys do is this name is going to stay. And if you want to keep your full name like that with the UCC 6FH, what I would do is I try to find I use like my underscores. So keep searching both names until you find one that's the same that you're allowed to get. So this won't happen to you again, because I did that luckily in the beginning 2 or 3 years ago. I had no idea it would help me now. But when I wanted my name to be Sweet Dude Chibi, I wasn't allowed. But then I tried to get that matching handle, and I wasn't allowed to do that. So I kept playing with it until I was allowed to get them both the same, and they matched. And that's why I had to add the underscores. So my username on YouTube is Sweet Dude Chibi, Sweet _Dude _Chibi. And my handle is also Sweet _Dude _Chibi. I kept doing that until I kept both of them, luckily. And then all this time this weird shit has happened, it never really affected me because it always showed the name I wanted. So I guess if you guys ever YouTube, I Googled it, they're sticking with this. It's not a setting that people can change. It's for identity theft and all that stuff. So people can't imitate others. And, so if you ever want to, go in your YouTube settings and edit your profile and just keep trying until you see it turn green and you're allowed to get the name. But on both of those names, find something very similar or something, or better yet, identical. Play with it, add characters or numbers or whatever you want. So I'm just letting you know. Sorry, guys. Nice to see you, Paula. Nice to see you, Rebby Ann. And I will carry on. So they restored the death penalty. So if you guys ever can figure out exactly what this means, that at the time, could they not ask for the death penalty for Shane Meehan? Oh my gosh, I'm confused. So now, among other things, that executive order explicitly stated the Attorney General shall, where consistent with Oh, instead of having a choice to? Is that what they did? Trump came in and laid down a law and said, hey, if it's considered a death penalty, you must seek the death penalty. And they had to reverse it. The federal jurisdiction and seek the death penalty regardless of other factors for every federal capital crime involving the murder of law enforcement. Oh, wow. So that's, holy fuck. Wow. Wow. So they agreed not to. And then Trump put down this restoring the death penalty and protecting public safety executive order. And the executive order explicitly stated the Attorney General shall, where consistent with applicable law, pursue federal jurisdiction and seek the death penalty regardless of other factors for every federal capital crime involving the murder of law enforcement officers. So even though they agreed to, now they have to seek the death penalty. So that's when they're going to turn around and say he's not competent to protect him. Holy fuck. And the judge allowed that? Oh my. On February 5th, 2025, the day after Pam Bondi was confirmed. So also, guys, if we cannot get too political, I know they're adding politics to this, but we, let's just kind of stick with this, because if we get off on a tangent, we're all probably going to say dumb shit. And, I'm a bit of a, snowflake up here in Canada, although I'm kind of somewhat conservative in ways too. And, so let's not do all the politics stuff, but they're bringing it in like this. So just the fact that Trump added the executive order, and they have to, because it was a law enforcement officer that was murdered. So it's like mandatory. Reviewing the federal death penalty and lifting the moratorium on federal executions. Among other things, that memorandum following the president's executive order states, absent significant mitigating circumstances, federal prosecutors are expected to seek the death penalty in cases involving the murder of a law enforcement officer. Wow. See, in a way, I wouldn't want to say anything, but I mean, maybe, like, I don't know why anybody would not think that's okay if your state has the death penalty, right? I mean, of course. Yeah, so why would they not have in the first place? Because at the time he was competent and they chose not to seek the death penalty. Why? Why would they not? Because it was a law enforcement officer. Even forget this executive order. Why did they choose not to? When they could have, right? They didn't need this executive order. Now they're not allowed to not do it. But back then they were allowed to, and they chose not to. Why? Why would they choose not to seek the death penalty? And their doctor had declared him competent. And they said not to, and it wasn't for a deal. They just decided to take the death penalty off. Why would they do that? Am I missing something, guys? Would there be a logical reason for that I'm not thinking of? To me, it sounds like somebody from up and up said, hey, we want to protect this guy. Is that possible? Oh, boy. Sorry, guys. Following the president's executive order states, absent significant mitigating circumstances, federal prosecutors are expected to seek the death penalty in cases involving the murder of law enforcement officer. Her memorandum also directed the Capital Review Committee to review the no-seek decisions in all pending capital eligible cases. Brackets, example, death-eligible cases that have not yet resulted in a conviction, end of the brackets, charged between January 20th, 2021 and January 19th, 2025. This group shall reevaluate no-seek decisions and whether additional capital charges are appropriate. The review required by this paragraph shall be completed within 120 days. In April of 2025, the government contacted defense counsel about the possibility of the death penalty. And in July 2025, the defense counsel presented the Capital Case Review Committee Throughout this time, the government and BOP agreed with defense counsel that Mr. Meehan was incompetent. It was not until August 2025 that the BOP opined that his competency had been restored. Are they doing this to confuse us? Throughout this time, so in July 25, the BOP agreed with defense that Meehan was incompetent. So the defense was saying, hey, we agree he was incompetent. We can't have the death penalty. And it was not until August of 2025, a couple of months before this trial or whatever they're doing here, that the BOP opined that his competency had been restored under seal. Is this sounding sketchy or not? I'm starting to get weird vibes here. I have a feeling this is going to be something that's going to come later on. We're going to realize that these weird vibes were a lot more than I'm taking them for now. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, guys, but to me, this is sounding suspicious. Let's just go with suspicious. Because why? What's the reason to not seek the death penalty? You don't need a fucking executive order. I mean, you got the evidence, you got the goods, he was competent, mentally deemed competent. Why wouldn't they go for the death penalty? Why would they take it off the table without making any deals or getting anything extra? Sometimes those guys say, hey, here's what, here's where the bodies are and all this. And sometimes the families agree, they do that because they would, closure for the family is a good thing. Like they get something in return. But in this case, they just took it off and didn't get anything in return, it sounds like. On November 18th, 2025, the government filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty against Mr. Meehan. One key point about the timing is that Mr. Meehan had a trial set for May 2023. Before the change in administration. Holy fuck. So why are they throwing... The trial did not go forward because Mr. Meehan was incompetent to stand trial. Had the trial gone forward, or had Mr. Meehan been competent to plead guilty and decided to plead, then his case would have not been pending at the time of Attorney General Bondi's February 5th, 2025 memo, and Mr. Meehan would not have been subject to the directives in that memo of the January 20th, 2025 executive order. Had Mr. Meehan been competent, undersigned counsel would have resolved the case via plea or trial prior to January 20th, 2025. Holy fuck. You know what, guys? I thought we'd read this as in just let's read it and talk about it. I didn't realize it was this much was really happening with it. They're throwing around the executive orders that came down from the President of the United States about them having to seek, they have to seek the death penalty for anyone who, a federal case where they murder a law enforcement officer. Wow. Anything happening, guys? Hello, Lisa G. Welcome, everyone. Say hi to Lisa G. Oh my goodness, this is more, wow. I just thought I was going to read this and kind of talk about it, but I'm kind of, wow, speechless. Yeah, what's a good word? I can't think of a good word. Speechless. There, I thought of it. Okay, legal. Oh, sorry. Legal argument. For several reasons, the court should strike the government's November 18th, 2025 notice of intent to seek the death penalty against Mr. Meehan, with prejudice to refiling any additional such notice under. That is what every court faced with this issue has done. Allowing the government to seek the death penalty after a formal no-seek notice violates the governing statute. The government has waived its ability to seek the death penalty against Mr. Meehan and is stopped from seeking the death penalty against him. I would agree with that because, I don't know, it's the kind of, if you make a deal, can you back out on it? Because at the time, if it happened after this order was put out, which was just recently, this year, 2025, the beginning of January, I mean, if it happened after that, obviously they wouldn't be able to, right? But it was beforehand. Wow. So can they renege? Like, I wonder if there's in the fine print, if they were allowed to, if things change, they probably wrote that in there. If things change in the future, they're allowed in. Or in the executive order says this overrides, anything, nothing can be grandfathered. This goes back. That's usually how those things work too, right? They're not, like if you put it in January 25th, 2025, it doesn't just go forward. It's also going backwards. And I know there's a good word for that too, that I just can't think of. Subsequent and previous. And I know there's a good word. It's on the tip of my tongue. All right. I didn't think this was going to be so thought-provoking. I thought I was just going to read this and be my charming old self, reading a bedtime stories with Shibby type deal. This is getting intense. Fuck. You guys paying attention? Oh my, you don't have to. But if you guys understand this, I'm kind of just reading the words. The government has waived its ability to seek the death penalty against Mr. Meehan and is stopped from seeking the death penalty against him. Seeking the death penalty after a formal no-seek notice also violated Mr. Meehan's due process, equal protection, and Eighth Amendment rights. And even if the government construes the notice as an amended notice, the government should not be permitted to amend its notice because there's no good cause. Indeed, all that has happened in this case since the government's no-seek is that the BOP has determined that Mr. Meehan is seriously mentally ill. Moreover, in 2022, the court set deadlines to ensure the court and defense counsel would be informed about the schedule for deciding whether to seek the death penalty. Announcing the intentions to seek the death penalty 3 years after announcing the final decision not to seek the death penalty does not comply with those deadlines. Oh my God, how do these fucking guys do this? Holy shit. My head's spinning. It's a lot of fucking big words and back and forth, and man, I'm gonna have to hire a lawyer myself to fucking understand this. Finally, allowing the government to reverse course and seek the death penalty at any time creates a completely unworkable system wherein every capital eligible case must be staffed as a capital case until a plea is accepted or a trial is started. So Section 35 does not authorize a reversal of prior decision by DOJ not to seek the death penalty. So they're saying that the executive order doesn't give them the right to go back proactively. That's the word, I think. Yeah. Proactively, like things beforehand, they can change. And they're saying, no, you can't go back proactively. That's only from the date of the order of January 20th or 25th, 2025. 20th, 21st, whatever. The governing statute does not permit the government to reverse its no-seek a formal representation to the court of the government's decision not to seek the death penalty. The Spurlock 782F support 3D about what is that? Court agrees with. The court agrees. Oh, so I'm on page. What am I on here? Page 11. So if there's one of those, what do they call it? Addendum? Yeah. So I'm going to start trying to pay attention to that because. So they're saying. They're not authorized to do it. They're not allowed to seek it. See Spurlock 782. It's probably that addendum. So Spurlock 782. What does that say about this shit right down here? Is that this? Should I read this? Bet you this is it. DOJ's manual directs prosecutors to promptly inform the district court and counsel for the defendant. Look, I'm reading the addendum down at the bottom with the little asterisk. So I kind of stopped at the top of the page, and I'm at the bottom where they have those little addendum thingies to add more detail, like fine print stuff. DOJ's manual directs prosecutors to promptly inform the district court and counsel for the defendant once the attorney general has made the final decision whether to pursue a death sentence. It explains that expeditious communication is necessary so the court is aware in cases in which the attorney general directs the government not to seek the death penalty. That enhanced defense resources are no longer required by statute. The U.S. Department of Justice Manual, blah blah blah, available here since the 2001 revision. DOJ's manual has directed the government to promptly advise district courts of a no-seek decision so that courts are aware that enhanced defense resources are no longer required. And it refers us to a website of the United States Attorney General's manual. This is getting, wow, it's getting complicated. Whose idea was it to read this? Oh, mine. I can be that mad at nobody. Although the statute does not explicitly require formal notice of the government's decision not to seek the death penalty, the DOJ believes such notice is required by the spirit of 3593, in particular in order to relieve district courts of their obligations to comply with the special requirements for appointed counsel in capital cases, as required by 18 U.S.C., including the appointment of learned counsel. Ooh. Learned counsel. Man, wish I were smarter. I wish I am be more smarter. I wish I am more be like am such more smarter. This is getting complicated. In the Department of Justice's manual. And in this case, the court required the government to keep the court and defense counsel informed about whether this would be a death penalty case, recognizing that whether or not the government seeks death is a game changer because non-capital cases are a completely different landscape from capital cases. You know what, Nicole, or if anybody, if you want to, should we go back and read the original? I didn't know this was going to get so intense. I don't know if you guys are interested. Maybe another day we'll go back and read, because I thought this was just interesting and going to be something to gloss over, but I think we're going to have to deep dive this a little more. So I'll write this down in that little note, Nicole, if you want to. Maybe at the bottom, just like follow up with this. Well, this is getting intense. If you want, you don't have to. Or after I'm done this, we'll go and read those other two. This is for Nicole. We can read the other two. I think it was Ligget and Galipoo's examinations that we didn't finish from yesterday about the safekeeping order of June 15th, 2023, because we did Leesenby, Max Baker, and some fucking Edward Scissorhands named Schroeder, and maybe another guy. So we can do whatever you want afterwards. The statute's notice requirement is essential to the fair administration of the federal death penalty because of the interplay between 18 U.S.C. and I hear 18 U.S.C. all the time. And when I watch those First Amendment guys do those YouTube videos, I hear a few of them quote that 18 U.S.C., which governs the appointment of counsel, investigators, and experts in capital cases. The potential for a death sentence creates multiple time-consuming and costly obligations on the part of the federal government system to administer, including locating learned counsel willing to be appointed, appointing a mitigation specialist, and various types of specialized experts for capital cases, and creating budgets for travel. Indeed, with the filing of the notice of intent, the staffing of this case is set to change dramatically if a formal notice that the government is not seeking the death penalty can be withdrawn for any reason or no reason at all. Then the federal judiciary loses its ability to fairly and efficiently administer the various statutory obligations and additional obligations created by the judicial system conference of the U.S. courts. But I mean, so at the time, I see what the defense is saying. They're trying to get, but also if at the time the state decided not to seek the death penalty for whatever reason, but they weren't like giving a deal saying, hey, we'll do this for that, or, we'll not do it if you do this. They just decided not to. Why can't they change their mind too? They're saying, hey, now we want to, I guess. I don't know. and especially because it's more likely it's more likely now that this executive order's in. So if they can change their mind, not like is it after the sentencing? Oh man, this is a lot. Boy, I'm going to say something stupid, and I probably already have. So just know I mean well. I'm a guy who barely squeaked through fucking high school. I was busy racing cars, getting drunk, and chasing skirts. So I fucking learned a lot more out there than I tell you I did in high school. Although the statute permits an amendment of a prior notice of the government's intent to seek the death penalty based on a good cause, it does not contemplate an outright reversal of the government's formal notice that it would not seek the death penalty. One second. I'm drinking from a straw, so you can barely hear me. But again, when I mute, I usually like to clear my voice my throat too. So I definitely won't do that in mic. I just did it right now. Oh my gosh, I'm a fucking idiot. It does not contemplate the right reversal of I'm not going to clear my vote. I'm not going to clear my throat. It does not contemplate an outright reversal of the government's formal notice that it would not seek the death penalty. Any question about what the statute requires or prohibits should be resolved in a defendant's favor under the rule of lenity, particular when the death penalty is at issue. See McNally versus United States, 1987. That's precedence was set. Ooh, therefore, beside 1987, let me see. Oh, I said I was going to pay attention to them. That's what those little numbers are for. So I'm right here. Remember, I'm here at 1987. Therefore, I'm going to start halfway down this page. See, when I see these little sevens, I should pay attention to that because that's the addendum. So after we read this, but the obligations, I should just look and see if it's important. 7. It's only a line. This concern is discussed more fully below in section G. Oh, so they sent me down here to tell me to go back up there and read below. You motherfuckers. Check that out. Blah, 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 blah. Refer to addendum 7. Addendum 7. This concern is discussed. If you just read the next paragraph, you fucking dope. Okay, let's go read the next paragraph. Therefore, the filing of the government's original notice, which the government previously assured the government was a final decision, approved by Maine Justice, forecloses the government's ability under holy fuck. This is getting complex. Shit. I really just thought I'd had a softball read here and I was going to just kind of, like I said, be charming and witty, awe you with some almost funny jokes, and then we'd carry on. But this is getting to be very almost important and complex. To file a subsequent contrary notice stating that it would seek the death penalty for the newly filed death penalty eligible charges in a superseding indictment. Wow. Superseding indictment. Other courts have reached this conclusion. See Spurlock, blah, blah, blah. Oh, did I miss one of those little numbers? I have a feeling I did. Damn it, I got to pay attention for those. There's one right there. 8. So here, I was supposed to go down. So I've read all of this, remember? So down here, I'm going to start it accordingly, or if you can remember at the very bottom. But when I got here, I was supposed to see that little 8. And I was supposed to go, because this is when 7 told me to go read this dipshit. So now 8 is going to say, I wonder what 8's going to say. Did you pay attention to the paragraph you just read, dipshit? 8. Withdrawal decisions must be based on changed facts and circumstances, underscoring that decisions whether or not to seek the death penalty must be based on facts and reasons, not subject to whims. The Justice Manual instructs that if requesting deauthorization in a case where the death penalty was previously authorized, the prosecutor should base the withdrawal request on material changes in the facts and circumstances of the case from those that existed at the time of the initial determination. Aha. So they have to, at the time they made the determination, they can't kind of, wow. Accordingly, the court should strike the government's November 18th, 2025 notice because it violates the 3593 at the very least, even if not required by the state itself. The court should hold as a matter of its supervisory authority that once the government has filed a formal notice of its intent not to seek the death penalty, it may not thereafter seek the death penalty. Like, you know, no changing your mind, dude. B, taking a drink. Shh. Please hold. And we're back. See, I can clear my throat. I can clear my throat quickly. So maybe I won't even tell you next time. Okay. So what's happening, guys? Anybody new? Peggy's back again. Hey, Peggy. Hey, ship. Peggers. What's up? How you doing? Nice to see you. Anybody else here? Anybody? Lisa G. I said hi. Just Reporting's been dropping some comments. Cool. Keep them coming. I think the commenting helps my algorithm become a superstar. You better not say that shit to me again, Shibby. Ooh, what was it I said? Ooh, what was it I said, Nicole? Can somebody remind me so I can constantly repeat it and maybe put I'll make a banner. That's something. My banner's not on the screen. Oh, do I have to turn that on every time? It's so dumb too. I don't even know which one was the one I wrote. Do you see that? Or just was this on the screen or did I just not see it? I have a feeling I didn't have this running. Oh, I can go back in YouTube and see it. No, it wasn't running. I just turned it on. Ooh. Basically, this banner says that I'm a dipshit and I'm probably going to state things wrong. Every other word. So if we can find out what it was that I said to Nicole, where she says, you better not say that shit to me again, Nicole Shibby. If I can remember, I'm going to go back and I'm going to make sure I say it to you often, every 5 minutes. Sorry, guys. All right, where was I? That's one thing I've noticed with this. Ever since StreamYard is changing things, where each time I have to kind of reset what I wanted it to be, whereas the first few times, it kind of remembered my defaults. So something might have changed because my stupid banner probably protects me from massive liability because I'm such an influencer in this social media sphere. I have 185 followers now. The government's July 2022 notice affirmatively waived the government's ability to file a notice under 18 U.S.C. Alternatively, even assuming that 3593 does not speak to whether the government can seek the death penalty after filing a contrary prior notice of intent not to seek the death penalty, I feel like they're saying a whole lot of the same stuff over and over again. The government's formal no-seek notice affirmatively and irretrievably, there's a word I haven't said for a real long time, if ever, irretrievably. Wow, they're getting serious. Super cereal, like Hebby and her peanut butter Captain Crunch. Waived its ability to seek the death penalty under 3593. The Supreme Court has explained that waiver is the intentional relinquishment or abandonment of a known right, which extinguishes that right, United States v. Landau, precedents, 1993, quoting Johnson v. Zerbst, U.S., 1938, noting, in brackets, noting that forfeiture is the failure to make the timely assertion of a right, while waiver is the intentional relinquishment or abandonment of a known right. Oh, I was so curious about that. I have fucking no idea what that means. I'll probably have to come back and read that 10 more times afterwards to even remotely understand it. All right. Both the government and criminal defendants are subject to the waiver doctrine. In fairness, what is sauce for the defendant's goose is sauce for the government's gander. Finally, talking normal. There's something I can get behind. Let's do that again. In fairness, what is sauce for the defendant's goose is sauce for the government's gander. And I fucked it up. United States v. Carballo Cruz, 1995, referring to waiver. That's a cool statement. I like that. In fairness, what is sauce for the defendant's goose is sauce for the government's gander. There can be no clearer example of a waiver than filing a formal notice with the court that the government did not intend to seek the death penalty. This is particularly true where, as here, the court... Ooh, have I missed any of those little numbers? You guys paying attention? What do we call them? Addendums numbers? Nope. I feel like I missed one. There can be no clearer example of a waiver than a filing formal notice with the court that the government did not intend to seek the death penalty. This is particularly true, whereas here the court sought to confirm that the filing represents the final decision having been made and approved at all necessary levels at main justice, and the government did so confirm. A bunch of numbers in the brackets. Section 359 creates a prophylactic. Oh my. That's a serious word. Isn't that stuffing something up your ass? Medication? Creates a prophylactic right for potential capital defendant with corresponding specific procedural requirements that the government must satisfy in order to seek the death penalty against a defendant. See United States v. Farabee, 4th Circuit, 2003. See, now I'm kind of half-assed. Without muting, I don't really clear my throat properly. The government's formal statement in a court filing that it does not intend to satisfy those procedural requirements operates as an irrevocable waiver of the government's ability in the future to seek to satisfy those procedural requirements. Holy fucking tongue twisters here. This is actually probably good because it's forcing me to actually think, which I don't usually do. You know? Like, I'm like that fucking, what's his name? Curly from the Three Stooges. When I try to think, nothing happens. I try to think, but nothing happens. Irrevocable waiver of the government's ability in the future to seek satisfy those procedures. I read that. So in discussing the requirement that 2 counsel, including 1 learned counsel, be appointed in a capital case, the court noted the government's irrevocable decision not to pursue the death penalty when it filed a notice that it was not seeking the death penalty. Emphasis added. Why did you add a fucking exclamation point? I would have done it myself. You got to tell everybody you're adding emphasis? Isn't that what the fucking exclamation point is for? Dumb bastards. Are they allowed to use the exclamation point? Therefore, the government's July 2022 formal no-seek waived the government's ability to thereafter reverse course and seek the death penalty. C. The government is... how many more pages? There's... so I should speed up. The government is stopped from filing a notice that it intends to seek the death penalty under 18 U.S.C. In addition to having waived its ability to file 3593, a 3593, notice of its intent to seek the death penalty, the government is stopped from doing so. There are at least 3 different types of estoppel. Oh my fucking God. Man, we're going to need to get an interpreter soon. Estopped and estoppel. This is some fucking crazy stuff. I don't even think I've ever said that word in my whole life. That apply here. Judicial estoppel, equitable estoppel, and promissory estoppel. Did I say estopped once? I thought I said estopped. Yeah, the government is estopped from doing so. There are at least 3 different types of estoppel that apply here. Judicial estoppel, equitable estoppel, and promissory estoppel. Ooh, there's a whole fucking thing on it. Judicial estoppel. Should we not find out what this fucking word means? Can anybody get the definition. I think if I'm going to keep reading it, I should understand it. I've never even seen it before. Estoppel. Please hold, class. I shall Google it myself if none of you are listening. Enjoy the music. Dun, dun, dun. Estoppel. Anybody? Nobody? Yawning? Oh, if you're yawning, you go sleep. Go lay down, Hebs. Oh, you getting your second wind? Go grab a coffee. Grab a fucking Red Bull. Because we're only halfway through this. 14, there's 20, there's still another 13 pages. Dude, go drink a fucking Red Bull. And a coffee. Yeah, both. Nobody's fucking helping me here, eh? Bastards. E-stop. What the fuck does this word mean? Estoppel, the principle which precludes a person from asserting something contrary to what is implied by a previous action or statement of that person, or by a previous pertinent judicial determination. So it's basically no going back on your word. Like, once you say it, you can't unsay it. Like reneging on a deal. So that's not such a big thing. Guess it's good to know that. And let's do this. Judicial reneging, for essentially the same reason that the district courts gave in applying the judicial estoppel doctrine in Spurlock and Costanza Gomez. The court should hold that the government's November 18th, 2025 notice is barred by the judicial estoppel doctrine. See Spurlock, blah, blah. So the Spurlock one in brackets. The court also finds as a standalone basis for the use of discretion to strike the death notice that the principles of judicial estoppel preclude the government from reversing its formally timely filed July no-seek notice, especially where no case-related developments occurred, like they chose to. It was their choice. And so they agreed with it, and the defense went along with it, and now they're saying we want to change our choice that we made under no obligation or pressure. The July notice to bear on the reversal decision. Costanza Gomez. Those courts applied the Supreme Court's three-part test set forth in New Hampshire versus Maine, governing claims of judicial estoppel. First, a parties. Have I missed those little words? No, there's no addendum there. First, a numbers, not words. First, a party's later position must be clearly inconsistent with its earlier position. New Hampshire v. Blah, blah. 750. Second, courts inquire whether the party has succeeded in persuading a court to accept that party's earlier position, so that judicial acceptance of an inconsistent position in a later proceeding would create the perception that either the first or the second court was misled. Yeah, like if that would make sense. Like if they were basing their decision on misinformation or stuff, or then they should obviously be able to renege, but it doesn't sound like it. And third, courts ask whether the party seeking to assert an inconsistent position would derive an unfair advantage or impose an unfair detriment on the opposing party if not estopped. Man, it's fucking, my brain has got to work out tonight. It's been sleeping the last few years at least. All right. Anybody? Everything? I'll be up all night. Yay! Hebs. Let's get her bumper. Hebby is going to be up all night. Let's do this, girl. Ugh, I almost forgot that I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. Oh, if you have to go to sleep, Nick, cool. Go crazy. Yep. I'm cool, because after this, I'm just going to, if I feel like reading more after this, I should continue the where we left off yesterday and finished with Tony Ligget's cross-examination from the safekeeping hearing and Galipoo's cross-exam, which should be interesting because that's before all this fucking torture shit happened. Right. I'm going to move you up because we're reading. I'm going to take you off. Sorry. Okay. Applying those three factors, the Spurlock court concluded that the government's previous filing of a formal notice that it would not seek the death penalty stopped it from changing its position many months later and filing a contrary notice of its intent to seek the death penalty. So you guys just, if anybody needs an update, let me know. If anybody needs an update, ask Javier and I'll give you one because I kind of understand what's happening here. And if you're just tuning in or you fell asleep and are just waking up, or if your fucking head is spinning like mine is, you want a quick refresher, let me know. And away we go. The court also stated the government insists it has not engaged in bad faith because it has not deliberately manipulated the court or acted with intent to deceive, but only changed position in accordance with new DOJ directives under a new administration. The court need not and does not reach a finding of misconduct in this narrow sense, but the fact remains that the government decided, certainly not by inadvertence or accident, to reverse course on an issue of critical importance involving Spurlock's life. Less than 2 weeks before trial. Wow. With full knowledge that reversal would have a chaotic impact on the progression of this case. Yeah, because Judge Gull even does that. Like, you can't fuck around. You can't just kind of like drop bombs and fucking be a chaos agent. Yeah. I can go back and probably think of 10 things Gull wouldn't allow them to do because she said it would be just this type of thing. Like, you can't just say, 2 weeks before case. Like when Nick changed his charges and stuff, and he did it like way ahead and got permission, and I guess, I don't know. Yeah, you can't drop bombs. Fucking, that would be crazy 2 weeks beforehand to say, I'd want to do this instead of that. With full knowledge of the reversal would have a chaotic impact on the progression of this case and would make it impossible to proceed to trial on the scheduled date. Under the circumstances, this is certainly tantamount to playing fast and loose with the court's orders in particular and the judicial process in general. The government's good faith is cold comfort. The court should reach the same conclusion in Mr. Meehan's case. First, the government's November 18th, 2025 notice is diametrically contrary to the government's prior July 2022 formal notice. Fucking tongue twisters here. Second, the court relied on the government's July 2022 notice that it would not seek the death penalty, as did defense counsel. The court relied on the original notice by managing this case and arranging the court's calendar in reliance on that non-capital trial date, including scheduling a non-capital trial to commence in May 2023. Although this is more complex, the spelling and grammar, and it's all just very thoughtful, and it's not just verbatim some dipshit what they said. They're fixing, so it's actually much easier to read, even though it's more complicated and they're using these gigantic words. Definitely feels much easier. The in brackets, the trial was continued because Mr. Meehan was found incompetent. So they're referring to Spurlock, something, that case at 10-11. Now, more brackets. The court has adopted and relied on the July 2024 no-seek notice in explicit and implicit ways, many of which the court has already discussed. Throughout the 8 months since that decision, including by clearing its calendar during the trial dates and addressing pretrial timing and motions with a scheduled non-capital trial in mind. Third, the government clearly would derive an unfair advantage, and it would impose an unfair detriment on the defense if the government is not stopped from seeking the death penalty, as the court in Spurlock stated. Did I read this one already, or was this the other one? So the addendum, which I probably skipped over, or is this the one I didn't see a little addendum number? Although they stick that number in, it's a tiny little number. Did I miss it? Yeah, it's going to drive me bonkers again. No little tiny number anywhere to be found. Anyways, the addendum says the government would clearly receive an unfair benefit or impose an unfair detriment if not stopped, as defendant notes. The government provides no real response to the arguments that the defense would have litigated differently, interviewed witnesses differently. Yeah, because I mean, I don't know. I don't think it would change that much. Prioritized witnesses differently, approached and hired experts differently, and had it not been informed the case was not capital. Preparation for a non-capital trial cannot be simply imported into a capital case with its combined guilt and penalty phases. In order to present an integrated defense theory in a capital case, it is critical that such theory be formulated well before trial and reinforced during all phases of the trial, including jury selection, witness preparation, pretrial motions, opening statement, presentation of evidence, and closing argument. So I don't know, guys. I can't even think straight. If you were if your charges were, or whatever, if it was a capital murder case, would you be doing stuff much differently? Like, why wouldn't you just try and be doing the best to get a conviction? Like, if it's not capital or capital, I guess they'd have to have the lawyers would have to be capital certified. I know they talking about Rozzi and Baldwin, but I'm sure it must be different, and I just don't know. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm saying it clearly. I don't fucking have a clue. But they're trying to imply that, if now as defense, they're saying now that you're changing it back to capital, we would have done things differently. So I don't know if they actually would have, or they're just using, that as a part of their defense in defending Meehan. Trial preparation overall. Noting that when the government seeks capital punishment, defense counsel should seek a theory that will be effective in connection with both guilt and penalty, and should seek to minimize any inconsistencies. One sec. OMG. You know what, guys? I fucking made a coffee earlier. I bet you it's perfect now because it's in one of those Stanley Cups. Oh, motherfucker. I forgot it was here. Oh, holy shit. 1 second. Please hold. Who was it that oh, this is from V. Here's a little ditty called I Slurp My Coffee I Forgot 1 hour ago. That's perfect in a Stanley Cup. That's for V. Special request. I normally don't drink that loud. I just fucking around. Because just as in Spurlock, the government in this case has played fast and loose, which resulted in detrimental reliance by Mr. Meehan. The government should be judicially stopped from seeking the death penalty. Man, I feel my voice goes better after I have a warm drink. So I definitely like the warm drinks. Equitable estoppel. Equitable. Oh, equitable or equitable? Equitable sounds better. Equitable. Estoppel. Arises where one, by his conduct, lulls another into a false security. So that's more deception. That's not changing your mind. That would be nefarious, not. Well, that didn't end. I stopped. Arises where one, by his conduct, lulls another into a false security and into a position he would not take only because of such conduct. Wow. Ooh, cool name. Bomba v. W.L. Belvedere. Who was that? There used to be a show, Mr. Belvedere. Remember that? Where he was like a, this was circa 1978. Mr. Belvedere was like a, um, uh, to a rich guy, he was a, like, butler. It is not necessary that the defendant intentionally misled or deceived the plaintiff, or even intended by its conduct to induce delay. Rather, all that is necessary for invocation of the doctrine of equitable estoppel is that the plaintiff reasonably rely on the defendant's conduct or representations in forbearing suit. Citations omitted. As colleagues at a bar and officers of the court, and to ensure the efficient, accurate, and just operation of judicial proceedings, counsel must be able reasonably to rely on representations made by fellow counsel in the context of litigation. Miranda v. Contrera, 2000. DC Appellate, 2000. Based on the government's formal representation made in July 2022, the court should apply the equitable estoppel doctrine, as well as the related but distinct judicial estoppel doctrine. Clearly, when the government filed its July 2022 notice that it would not seek the death penalty, Mr. Meehan and his counsel were misled into believing that the death penalty was off the table and thereby relied on that final decision to their detriment. In particular, during the 3 years and 4 months that followed, no preparation for a death penalty trial occurred. They did have a point. Like, I mean, they can't just do that. Maybe they can. And, well, that's what this case is for. That's what this hearing is for, right? And strategic decisions were made based on the understanding that the government was not pursuing the death penalty. The government should be equitably stopped from seeking the death penalty. Now, number 3, promissory estoppel. Oh boy, I'm going to need a drink. Please hold. And we're back. Anything good in chat? V's throwing the hearts up. Nicole hates it. Mimi's, Lisa G says same. I can't do mornings. Yeah, even when I worked, I'm definitely a night owl for sure. I enjoy the nights better. Less of those, what are those people? Humans. Less humans to bump into for sure. I worked for like 15 years. I worked swing shift, so I would do 2 weeks of days from like 7 a.m. to 5, and then 2 weeks of nights from like 6 p.m. to like fucking, I was like 5 or 6 a.m., 5 a.m. probably. And every 2 weeks we'd have to go back and forth. Well, that was fucked up trying to go back to day shift, but I did it. And I definitely preferred the night shifts much, much better. Maybe because I didn't have my kids with me and I'm just kidding. It was harder because I was on, like, I had a 50-50 custody. So I would on day shift, I would have my kids 100% for 2 weeks. And then 2 weeks I didn't have them. Although I would see them very often because I was coaching my son and stuff and blah, blah, blah. They were really close. I would never let them go far. But anyways. The government's November 18th, 2025 notice also should be barred under the promissory estoppel doctrine. I'm starting to like that word, estoppel doctrine. The elements of promissory estoppel are 1, a clear and definite promise; 2, where the promisor has a reasonable expectation that the offer will induce action or forbearance on the part of the promisee, on the part of the promisee. 3, which does induce actual and reasonable action or forbearance by the promisee, and causes a detriment which can only be avoided by the enforcement of the promise. Restatement 2nd of contracts. The government's July 2022 notice was a clear and definite promise that the government would not seek the death penalty. The government had a reasonable expectation that Mr. Meehan and his counsel would rely to their detriment on that promise, in brackets, by not conducting a mitigation investigation, engaging in capital motions practice, or preparing for potential capital charges and a death penalty trial. End of the brackets. Mr. Meehan and his counsel did so rely to their detriment on the July 2022 notice for a period of 3 years and 4 months, and the only manner to avoid this detriment is to enforce the government's promise. Black's Law Dictionary defines a promise as the manifestation of an intention to act or refrain from acting in a specified manner conveyed in such a way that another is justified in understanding that a commitment has been made. That's in the dictionary. The government's formal July 2022 notice filed on the docket stated, "The United States of America by counsel Zachary A. Myers, United States Attorney for the Southern District of Indiana, and William McCoskey, Lindsay Karwowski, and Catherine Olivier, Assistant United States Attorneys, respectfully gives notice to the court that it will not seek the death penalty in this case." Docket number 75. That statement clearly qualified as manifestation of an intention to refrain from acting in a specified manner, conveyed in such a way that Mr. Meehan was justified in understanding that a commitment not to seek the death penalty had been made. This is particularly true in view of both the Justice Manual provisions providing notice and the well-known requirements of federal statutes, and 2, judicial conference regulations related to learned counsel, mitigation specialists, experts, and other resources necessary for an adequate defense in a capital case, which would have applied in the event that the government had announced that it was seeking the death penalty. Therefore, the government should be stopped from seeking the death penalty. D. Permitting the government to seek the death penalty violates due process clause and equal protection. Failure to enforce the government's promise would not only result in a severe inequity, justifying application of the estoppel doctrine, it also would violate due process and equal protection. A constant factor is when a plea rests in any significant degree on a promise or agreement of the prosecutor. So why was the prosecutor making that agreement, though? They never stated that. So we need to find out. I need to go back to the trial and find out why they decided not to go for the death penalty when they probably should have and could have. And are saying, no, they have to do it now because of the executive order from the President of the United States, so that it can be said to be part of the inducement or consideration. Such promise must be fulfilled. Mr. Meehan would be denied due process if the government could simply go back on its promises to him. Second, Mr. Meehan would be denied due process and equal protection if the government were permitted to seek the death penalty against him because his case was not resolved in 2023 when he was incompetent to stand trial. Mr. Meehan had a trial set for May 2023. That trial did not go forward because Mr. Meehan was incompetent to stand trial. Had the trial gone forward, this case would not have been pending at the time of Attorney General Bondi's February 5th, 2025 memo, and Mr. Meehan would not have been subject to the directives in that memo or the January 20th, 2025 executive order. Furthermore, the government's conduct to this case, example, i.e., giving formal notice that it would not seek the death penalty and then reneging on that representation more than 3 years later, was arbitrary and capricious. United States v. blah, 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 blah. This considered shocks the conscience. All right. Was that better that I didn't tell you I was going to take a break? Was it like weird? I feel weird not telling you. But I mute the mic to drink and clear my throat. Noting that the kind of executive conduct that fairly can be said to shock the conscience and be fatally arbitrary in the constitutional sense involves abusing executive power or employing it as an instrument of oppression. Safer v. Heitner, 1977. Due process violated when the conduct of the government offends traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice. Therefore, due process and equal protection also prohibit the government from reversing course and now seeking the death penalty after formally issuing a final decision that the death penalty would not be sought. Permitting the government to seek the death penalty would violate, permitting the government to seek the death penalty would violate the Eighth Amendment's cruel and unusual punishments clause. Permitting the government to seek the death penalty in view of its prior explicit waiver would also violate the Eighth Amendment. What the government has done is both cruel and certainly unusual. Before the recent policy of the DOJ to reconsider capital cases in which the previous administration had formally disclaimed its intent to seek the death penalty. Was it the previous administration or the previous, I guess that prosecutor is considered part of the previous administration? And are they saying it was like a Democrat Biden type of decision? And now that things, and I don't want to get into the politics, but that's what this is implying. So forget I even said that. Start fresh. Previous administration had formally disclaimed its intent to seek the death penalty. The DOJ had never engaged in such a diametric change in position. Such conduct, at the very least, wantonly inflicts psychological trauma in violation of the Eighth Amendment. See Whitley v. Albers, 1986. Also see Beale v. Foster. Seventh Circuit, 2015, quoting Watson v. Carter in the Ninth Circuit, 2012, holding that the Eighth Amendment prohibits unjustified infliction of physical or psychological pain. United States v. Black, Second Circuit, 2019. Ooh, that's a recent one. Holding that magnitude of the anxiety and concern incurred by being forced for 2 years and 10 months to worry over whether the government would seek not just their liberty, but their lives. Yeah, that's a big deal. Not knowing. But I mean, was great and contributed to prejudice from delay. Therefore, the Eighth Amendment also prohibits the government from reversing course and now seeking the death penalty after formally issuing a final decision that the death penalty would not be sought. And I'm just curious as to why they chose not to. Because he did kill a federal law enforcement officer. Why would they not seek the death penalty? Especially receiving nothing in return. F. If the court treats the government's November 18th, 2025 notice as an amended 3593 notice, the court should strike it because good cause does not exist. This is not an amendment notice within the meaning of 3593, which suggests that the government may amend the aggravating factor or factors that the government, if the defendant is convicted, proposes to prove as justifying a sentence of death, not seek death after formally notifying the court that it would not. However, if the court were to construe the government's notice of its intent to seek the death penalty as an amendment to its July 2022 notice, the court should not permit an amendment. Coming 3 years and 4 months after the final no-seek, the amendment is untimely and the government certainly has not exercised reasonable diligence. And 1 second, it's getting stuffy in here. I'm going to go turn my fan on. Like not the fans, but like my central furnace fan to just kind of stay on. 1 sec, okay? Be like literally, I could have almost been back by now, maybe 30 seconds to a minute. Please hold. I shall play some music for you, and I'll be right back. And we are back. Sorry for the interruption. Everyone's still here? Look at this. 21 rabid fans. One of them's my alt. 20 people. 12 snoring away right now. So I'll try to be quiet. Not to wake just do not lock your screen or close your browser and sleep away. Sleep, you little ones. So, Section 359 states that the court may permit the attorneys. Oh, I don't even know where I left off. Did I leave that? Yeah. Section 3593 states that the court may permit the attorney for the government to, and if anybody wants an update as to what I'm reading here, please feel free to type in chat if you're not sure, or if you're a lurker and just want to say hi, just type. If you're a lurker and you want to say hi and you don't have talked in these types of chats, like look at the people in here: Nicole, Hebby, Lisa G, V. You can talk about the weather, your day. Did you get cut off and you're pissed on the highway? Like, you don't have to talk about this stuff if you don't want. So come on in, say hi. If you're a lurker, please say hi. You'll be welcomed with open arms. And if you're a troll, all you got to do is make it witty or funny and not obnoxious, and you're welcome too. Just the little dot, a period. Just write a little dot in chat, and well, that's perfect. Or not. The court may permit the attorney for the government to amend the death notice upon a showing of good cause. 18 USC. The government has not sought leave to amend its notice, which is one reason why the court should not construe the November 18th, 2025 notice as an amendment on or permit an amendment More importantly, good cause does not exist for the government's attempt to amend its prior notice of its intent not to seek the death penalty. First, coming 3 years and 4 months after issuing what purported to be a final notice, any amendment is clearly untimely. Second, there is simply no argument that the government exercised due diligence. It is clear that 3593, the good cause standard, must focus on the diligence of the government in uncovering the new information contained in the amendment death notice and the timing of when that information was obtained. United States v. La Ellie La Le ED Virginia 2004. Ooh. See also ID 349. Here, as in another legal context, absent reasonable diligence, there can be no good cause. The burden on the government to show reasonable diligence and hence good cause for amending the death notice. The only thing that has changed between July 2022 and November 2025 is a change in death penalty policy by the executive branch, which is not good cause. The facts and law have not, the stipulations around this case haven't changed. So I kind of agree with them there that, and as if they needed this executive order to, they're using it as a loophole because they chose not to when they very well could have. And for no reason, I don't see. And now they're trying to say that, since we have to now, because it's a law enforcement officer, we need to apply it retroactively to, and they're probably just because they realized that maybe they made the bad choice by not seeking a death penalty, and now they're kind of using it, almost feels like they're using it as a loophole to then correct their prior mistakes when they shouldn't be able to. I don't think. I'm not even sure anymore. I'm assuming why the fuck would they have not applied for made it a death penalty case in the first place, though? Can't see any reasonable reason why. They didn't receive anything. It's not like the guy said, here, I'll show you where the rest of my Molotov cocktails are and save lives. I'll give you the combo to the locker I wired up at the train station that was going to kill 50,000 people. And, they're getting something for it. But in this case, I don't think they got anything for it. They just chose not to. And now they're using this executive decision, it sounds like, in my opinion. I could be totally wrong because I'm a dipshit. This is very complex, but it seems like they're using it as a loophole to go back and fix either their mistake or even just change their mind in bad faith, in my opinion. So, one second. Okay, the facts and law have not changed except to the extent that there is even more evidence from BOP's own doctors of Mr. Meehan's mental illness, which is an additional reason not to seek the death penalty. Moreover, the government conducted its purported reauthorization proceedings while Mr. Meehan was incompetent and physically at a federal medical facility where government mental health professionals were attempting to restore his mental competency. A finding of incompetence is a finding that the defendant suffers from a mental disease or defect that renders him unable to understand the nature and consequence of the proceedings against him or to assist properly in his defense. Though more litigation concerning the process that produced the current notice of intent can be anticipated, suffice it to say here that proceeding while a defendant is mentally incompetent is unprecedented and at a minimum resulted in a process that lacked any fairness and resulted in a decision that is unreliable under the Eighth Amendment. Hey, unindicted, hello, cooking and lurking. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're not sure, we're reading the file, the what do they call these again? The court filing of 6 days ago on Shane Meehan, the one who was convicted, I guess, of murdering Greg Ferenczi. The Shane Meehan, they're now saying they want to make it a death penalty case because they agreed to not make it a death penalty case. So this is a hearing to decide if the government's allowed to change their mind and turn this into a death penalty case, even though they first said he was unfit to handle trial, but then a month later, that same doctor said he was fit to handle to go to trial and all that stuff. So this is much more than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was just going to be a simple read, and it turns out it's like, oh, damn. But it's interesting because even though I learned also that Shane Meehan was a state level prison guard in the IDOC, the Indiana Department of Corrections. It says it right in here. He was both state level and federal level. So for years, I remember, I won't say it wasn't Goosey, but it might have been Goosey. And I've been corrected so many times on that. And I feel a little vindicated. Not that I was doing it because I knew, I just kind of fucking said it. But I felt dumb because I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know he was federal. Like at least 10 times over the last year or two. I'm not saying that's a joke. I mean, one or two. I'm being facetious, and that didn't really bother me, but I did capitulate, and now I shouldn't have because he was both state prison official, he's an ex-prison guard at the state level and an ex-prison guard at the federal level. Shane Meehan, both of them in Indiana. One was for the state of Indiana, and the other was for the federal government in the state of Indiana. I think it was Lafayette or something they said. I forget. It's in the beginning of this. Under all the relevant circumstances, the government did not act diligently in seeking to amend its July 2022 3593 notice. Spurlock is instructive. The court held in finding a lack of good cause that why do they do that? Put the T in it. That the essential facts supporting the current charges, and aggravators have been known to the government since the original indictment. Spurlock, blah, 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 blah. Ooh. No little addendum numbers? Let's see. For the same reason, the government lacked reasonable diligence in filing its November 18th, 2025 notice. Moreover, the government's delay in bringing capital charges and its deliberate decision to renege on its prior formal notice that it was not seeking the death penalty has presumptively prejudiced Mr. Meehan. CF Doggett v. United States, 1992. Therefore, even assuming the court treats the November 18th, 2025 notice as an amended notice, 3593 notice, it should deny the government leave to amend because the government has not shown good cause. G. Allowing the government to seek the death penalty at any time, regardless of prior assurances that it would not seek the death penalty, creates a system that is not only unfair, but also completely unworkable. It's just, this wouldn't even be an issue if I could find out why the fuck why they agreed to not have a death penalty case. Why? He kills the fucking, I mean, it's one thing, I guess, if they say it's because he's not competent for trial. I don't even know how this is so convoluted, man. But why would they not want to? In addition to being unlawful and unjust, allowing the government to seek the death penalty against Mr. Meehan would also create a completely unworkable system for the federal courts, as well as federal defenders. If the government is permitted to reverse no-seek decisions, every case charged under a capital statute would necessarily remain a capital case because the government could always change its mind. Courts and overseeing assigned CJA counsel and federal defenders in overseeing their own attorneys could never withdraw the enhanced staffing, funding, and resources to which capital defendants are entitled under the 359, but at least not until pleas accepted or trials and jeopardy attaches. See, in my opinion, it's like if the government says they're taking the death penalty off and receives information that the families wanted to, really wanted, like especially after 20 years, they wanted to find the remaining remains of a loved one, and that person would tell them, and they make deals like that all the time. In some families, it really makes them, they're fine with it not being death penalty if this person gives up that info. And then they can go and find and have some closure for them. So I understand that would be a deal they made, right? But in this situation, I don't see a deal made. I just see that them choosing not to. Now realizing they have a loophole where they can try to fix their mistake. I guess. I don't even know. Sounds sort of like that. Death penalty is more expensive than life in prison, isn't it? Running back to the laundry room. Can you still hear me? Are you doing your laundry? Are you folding your clothes? Good to see you. I was about to ask about your dog. Oh, yeah. How was the doggy? When you come back, you got to tell her. V, make sure she answers that when she comes back. How did yeah. Hope your doctor's appointment goes good. Ooh, who are you talking to? Oh, you're talking to Nicole. So, Nicole, hope your doctor appointment goes good. Gretchen dog fine. Oh, she says it right here, V. Come on. Let's update everybody. Don't worry. We got it. You don't have to rush back unindicted. Keep folding the clothes. Cooking and lurking as per usual. Gretchen, the dog is fine post bran ingestion. The raisin brans weren't in it. It was just bran. Getting ducks in a row for 6:30 effing a.m. The old man has a doctor's appointment. Those nuisance men are such big babies. Oh, they're fucking big babies. So enough of you women have to raise the children. It's almost like you got to raise a fucking stunted adult too, who's been conditioned his whole life to believe all this bullshit. And now you got to re-raise him as a little baby himself. I bet. I feel for you women. I really do. Raising us guys in our 50s is fucking hard. Or after marriage, yeah. It's like having a baby, another baby. It's like adopting a kid. It's like you get married and boom, you got a fucking another kid to take care of, basically. I understand. We're horrible. I don't know why you guys keep putting up with us, but I'm very appreciative you do. In denying no-seek reversals, several district courts have recognized this problem and rejected the government's new position as contrary to established precedent. Defense counsel and the court would have to continue to treat every single capital eligible case as a death case. Spurlock. I'm not going to keep saying all that stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Courts have also accurately observed the government's regime would be unworkable. The precise scale of the disruption and cost is incalculable, but it would be immense, as undersigned counsel noted during the April 25, 2022 status conference. Death penalty cases are different. It's not just that they are more complicated. It's not just that they take longer. It's not a murder case on steroids. They're quantitatively and qualitatively different, and they are quantitatively and qualitatively different in part because of the amount of investigation that has to be done is more, but is also different. If they had used that one more time, I don't think I would have made it. Thankfully, they only did it twice. And whereas the federal courts, I did miss it. Oh, the addendum's right here. Look at that. I wouldn't have missed that ever because I was like, I saw that addendum and I was like, oh shit, I missed the addendum. Oh, the addendum's right there. And whereas the federal courts and defender of offices have historically provided enhanced staffing and resources to capital defendants in only about 7 cases a year, they would now have to do so in roughly 150 additional cases. Please read number 9, the addendum. Okay. One AO study of defense costs in federal death eligible cases between 1998 and 2004 found that in cases in which a capital prosecution was authorized, the cost was nearly 8 times greater than the cost of a case that was eligible for capital prosecution. What? Oh, that's of the trial. Yeah. Oh, wow. Because they'll need more resources, I guess, and the defense will need more resources. So they chose to save money, I guess, by not seeking the death penalty. And now they're changing their mind. The cost was nearly 8 times greater than the cost of a case that was eligible for capital prosecution, but in which the death penalty was not authorized. The cost of the case was eligible for capital, the cost was nearly 8 times greater than the cost of a case that was eligible. So they're saving money because it would have been 8 times more expensive to go with the death penalty. See report to the end, like Unindicted had previously said, yeah. Maybe just, and they probably house them for 20 years deciding whether or not to do it and all that stuff. So yeah, I guess it's cheaper to let someone live. See the report on all that, yada, yada, yada. For defendants represented by CJA counsel, additional counsel would, have to be appointed, and they'd have to be more qualified too, indefinitely, in every capital eligible case, along with mitigation specialists, investigators, and paralegals. Additional experts focused on mental health and life history would need to be retained. For defendants represented by federal defenders, all attorneys assigned to capital eligible cases would have to carry a reduced caseload. Yeah, so that's, I see how it would, to ensure they could devote so they'll need more defenders and more prosecutors on other things too, because they're going to need more resources, right? Rightfully so. It shouldn't be easy for them to kill somebody, put someone to death. I mean, some cases you think it's pretty easy, but there's lots of cases where, imagine in the Delphi case, if he was sentenced to death, and over the last 40 or 50 years, I'm sure there's probably a whole bunch of cases we can refer to where somebody was executed and turns out somebody else confessed, or turns out the DNA exonerated them. Conclusion. The legal dispute at issue is not merely about a violation of Mr. Meehan's rights. Instead, at stake is the honor of the government and public confidence in the fair administration of justice. Carter, blah, blah, blah. Fourth Circuit, en banc. En banc, en banc. ENBANC. En banc, en banc. For the foregoing reason, the court should strike the government's November 18th, 2025 notice, docket number 170, with prejudice. Respectfully submitted, Monica Foster, Gwendolyn M. Bate, Joseph M. Cleary. Necessary, do I read this? What is this? Necessary time to the potential cases in their case. That's a whole lot of nothing, I think. So what do you guys think? It was a lot more than I thought it would be. Wow. So basically, in a nutshell, Shane Meehan was a state of Indiana IDOC correctional officer at one time. He's an ex-state and an ex-federal level prison guard for the federal government, which is nationwide, but in the state of Indiana. So Meehan was both an Indiana state prison guard. He's an ex-Indiana state prison guard and an ex-federal prison guard working in the state of Indiana. And I mean, doesn't really, what is that distinction without a cause, or whatever that is? I don't think it really matters. But even more, I guess, that he was a state level. So, he could have been working alongside with all these guys, right? Wearing patches and fucking getting tattoos on their face. It's possible. And I mean, unless, like, yes, okay, so people with mental health problems, especially like Shane Meehan said he was and all that, they do these things without reason. It's happened. But just coincidentally, it's on a field office. Like, did he know? Did he just think it was a building? Did he know it must have some signs? I don't know if it was like a marked building. It sounded like they just rented out a unit beside like an auto mechanics or something to me. I'll have to see it. Didn't sound like a whole exactly, wasn't fenced in or private, like a federal facility would be like, I don't think you'd be easily able to start lobbing Molotov cocktails through the FBI building, the main one, so some of it sounded like a field office, basically, like they rented out a unit or something, probably in one of those units where they rent out stuff, and one could be like a mechanic, and one could be like a art studio, and one could be whatever you want. I'm assuming. Oh, yeah, he has no face tattoo because no, we don't know. He's probably. I wonder if they can. It's almost like they're shielding him though, because, anyways, where was I going? So, what are the odds that we know all these guards now presently are fucking Odinists, right? We know that, right? I'm not speaking out of tune. They admit it in affidavits, or they're heathens. They practice heathenry. They're offended. Oh, I'm not an Odinist. I practice heathenry and all. So plain semantics, but they are. They had the patches. They had a tattoo. It's possible. Yes. Yeah. V, you're awesome. It's just me and you, girl. So there's, oh man, we should pay attention. V has offered another good one. So your first one was that, you threw it out there, that it's possible that, what was the first one, V? That how are we to trust the state as to what even happened, right? And two, it's possible that Ferretti was the target, and maybe he followed the guy to the building and had no. That's very true, V. I mean, you have to be so reasonable. You're making this hard for me. But I agree. That's a great point. That's a very plausible angle. So imagine he hated Ferenczi. Maybe Ferenczi banged his girlfriend in high school. I mean, that's possible. These things are possible. And he didn't even know he was a cop, but I probably knew he was a cop. But then he saw him at fucking Subway and then followed him back and saw him go in that building and just wanted, had a mental break. So yes, that stuff is possible. So I'm not saying for sure that he's related to Odin. I think, and also if he were, I think we would have known by now too. So I mean, I'm not saying anything. I'm just kind of exploring all angles. But I wonder if he knew that Ferenczi was, investigating Odin. Maybe he followed him from somewhere. One of his friends said, "Hey, this fucking guy's poking around, asking about Odin," and it's directly because, and we just haven't got an official link yet. But I mean, what are the odds that an ex-Indiana state prison of guard and an ex-Indiana federal prison guard an ex-federal prison guard from the state of Indiana working on the federal level, so the state Indiana prison guard and a federal prison guard in Indiana, where we know they have lots of Odinist guards, does this to a field office, coincidentally investigating Odin. I mean, it's plausible both ways, but I would, if I were to guess, if I had to choose one, I would say it's fucking, he knew about Odin, and he's like, maybe he was fucking, like, all his problems he was probably like, this is just a thought, a theory, not alleging anything, that maybe he found somebody that would, like, pay him money to do it. And maybe they hired him, and the money he gave to his family, thinking, oh, I'm going to go there and murk this guy for them, and my family will benefit. Like people do that. Those assassins would, like, oh, I'm dying anyways. Like, say he's dying. He knew he had problems. He had all those problems. He had fucked up head. He had Parkinson's disease, and he had a whole bunch of other stuff wrong with him. So maybe he thought, hey, I know these guys want this done. Maybe he offered himself up, or maybe they asked him because they knew. Say, hey, dude, you do this and fucking, or if you're going to kill yourself, you might as well do us a favor and get this. I'm not alleging anything. This is a theory, a total theory, probably way off. I have no idea, but say he took one for the team and didn't expect to live that day, and because he knew it was about Odin, or Maybe fucking Ferenczi cut him off on the highway and he doesn't even know him and he followed him back and did that. I don't know. I mean, that's possible too. Oh, that's one thing that's for sure. Oh, he admitted it. They said it. He had problems. He had concussion problems. Oh, we can go back and read what his problems were in the very beginning. They talk about it. He has Parkinson's disease. He had all these things wrong with him. So that's where I would come in and saying that, hey, I saw, what did I show? A show I forgot. There was a show where some guy was dying and he thought he would do something for the money, which he wouldn't do if he was going to live. But since he was dying anyways, he did something that, and he got the money for his family. And, since he was going to die anyways. So maybe Meehan thought, I'm going to die anyways. This is just a theory. I might as well do this for my boys. Help them out. And possibly take 5 or 10 or 20 grand and give it to my family. And if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out with a bang, right? But he didn't expect to live. Possibly. Total assumption on my part, a theory, nothing, no evidence, no nothing. In here it talks about all his health problems. I wish I remembered. It's got to be in the beginning because Meehan, yeah, there it is. Reason to seek death penalty to cancel. Let's see if they say anything here first. So here it is. They alleged he was incompetent for trial. So mental health evaluators determined that Mr. Meehan was severely mentally ill at the time of the crime. The government's own mental health concluded Mr. Meehan suffered from delusional disorder, a major mental disorder at the time of the offense. I know they talk about Parkinson's disease. Maybe it's got to be close to this. I know I read it. And yeah, there was another FBI guy there in the building. So yeah, that's another thing, is they implied that Meehan threw the incinerator device at the building, toward the building. Like, I don't know. If something comes toward the building, it seems to me like, did he hit the wall? But from all I've heard is he fucking went through the window, no? And then Greg Ferenczi left the building apparently to retrieve something from his car. Why are they saying that? It sounds fucking weird. No, I thought he was coming out because he fucking just had somebody threw a fucking Molotov cocktail through the window. What I've heard, and read even too. So now they're saying that he threw an incendiary device toward the building, which is true. They're not lying. But I guess they don't want to make their client look worse by saying it went in the fucking front window. Then Greg Ferenczi left the building, which is what we thought. Like, he came out because somebody threw a Molotov cocktail and got in a gunfight. But the defense is saying, apparently, when they're throwing this word in, so they're probably full of shit, apparently to retrieve something from his car. And it's like, oh, hey, there's a fucking guy with a Molotov, That's a weird. Anyway, sorry. So, do you guys want to continue with this, or I'm just going to, there it is right here. So Shane Meehan's mental health stuff and his physical health. He was heavily medicated, intensive care unit and they came into the court thing in this fucking hospital room. This apparent at that hearing, the counsel meeting pointed to his long history of head injuries. So his long history of head injuries, maybe he was like a boxer. Oh, you know what? They do those things in those hillbillies do those like fights out in even in this case, I've heard it, where they just go out into a field and kind of, bet on who's going to fight each other and win. And he, that stuff, or maybe he did MMA, or maybe he did boxing, or maybe he played football. But his long history of head injuries, and it doesn't take much. So, you get a couple good concussions and mental health issues, including a traumatic brain injury. So yeah, there's that. There must have been a situation where he had a car accident or, a traumatic brain injury, and Parkinson's disease and a seizure disorder, as well as inpatient mental health treatment for acute psychosis. So this guy, he had a lot of issues. So now, well, yeah, Chris Benoit, yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah. Or there's multiple hockey players that the enforcers, the guys that fight, when they retire, they're near vegetables sometimes. By the time they're 40, they're like fucking vegetables in a wheelchair. Or they just kind of, before they get to that point, kind of take themselves out. Sometimes their families too, like that other football guy, and happens a couple times every few years. You hear of a NFL guy doing something sketchy, even as still a current NFL players, let alone afterwards. There's a couple basketball players, not so much basketball, mostly football, but also the hockey fighting guys too. But anyways, so I've been here 3 hours and 11 minutes. And if I took a little break, I could go more. There's still 18 people. Would you like to go back and find more on the original of this? Or maybe I should house this. And I could, what I have ready also is, I have All Eyes website. And if I go down to I didn't remember what page it is, but it's not very far. And I could finish reading yesterday we started on what do they call it when they're questioning in the safekeeping hearing from June 15th, 2023. There's a name for it, and I'm going to come upon it any second now, for whatever reason. And so I read the first three guys, which was Leesenby, Max Baker, the assistant, and some Schroeder guy. And I was going to finish up with Ligget. Ligget and Galipoooo, the warden, on their examination, like cross-examination questioning. I'm not even sure. I guess it was at the hearing, the June 15th, 2023 hearing. It was right here. So the testimonies, and I was going to read. So I read. Oh, that's another one I forgot too. So I read Tobe Leesenby, his hearing at the hearing of the June 15th, 2023 safekeeping hearing. Then we read, I think it was Max Baker. Then we read Gary Lewis, who one of them was a sheriff, and one of them Sheriff Edward Schroeder. So this Gary Lewis was like a main guy at the Westville, I believe, who did like the behavioral unit or something. He was like the top guy there. So what I was going to read was Ligget and where's Galipoooo? Oh, Galipoo's down here. So I was going to read these two. If anybody would like, I could read them. I'm down to 16 people. So if, how about this? I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And if I come back and there's some people that say, yes, read Ligget and then Galipoooo, or Galipoooo first and then Ligget, to finish up where I left off yesterday, because I've read all these four. I got to write that down in my timestamps. I forgot about the fourth guy. So how about that? I'm going to put the music on and I'll come back. And if there's even a couple people that want to hear it, I'll read it. And if not, then we'll just shut her down and come back another day. Alrighty. So give me back a minute or two. I shall be right back. Thank you very much. And again, the question is, do you want me to read Galipoooo and Ligget's cross examinations? I'll give you a taste. I'll give you a taste of what. Oh, we've done. Let's see what they say here. It's the testimony of the direct examination of Warden John Galipoooo from the June 15th, 2023 safekeeping hearing. And it's going to be 58 fucking pages. Oh my. Whoa. Good thing I checked that. That's a lot. Or Tony Ligget, the direct examination of Tony Ligget's only 13 pages. So maybe I'll come back and do that for sure. And if the numbers don't drop, or if the numbers go back up, I'll maybe read Galipoo, because I have to work. It's 2:15 a.m. and I have to work until 7 a.m. So I'm up. I'm going to drink coffee. I have to stay up. I'm monitoring a few things. I'm doing a few things. I have to stay up, so I might as well be reading and talking. I'm going to be doing this anyways. I'm going to read, and I love reading this shit and doing stuff. So what the fuck? Might as well read it with you guys. It seems to be more interesting if there's anybody that's interested. Oh, you should make you a mod, because I'm. Oh yeah. You know what? You're not a mod? Yes, see. Yes. You've been very faithful. You'll be a good girl. Here. That's a good point. I would have done that. I wouldn't even thinking of that. There you go. Say something. Type in chat, V. You know what? Another thing, when I watch this on my shitty monitor, it doesn't show me the names blue or nothing. So I kind of forget about that too. Very good point. Yeah, if somebody comes in here, I hate being in a chat and thinking, especially if I go away, some jerk off could come in here and make you fools. So, V, if you're still there, do you have it or no? I made you one. No? Did you get it? Didn't I just make you a mod? Oh, I did it. Oh, I didn't hit save. Sorry. Oh, wait, I got to do it. Sorry. When I do it, it's out of the screen. Wait, it says it's, I'm sorry. I screwed up. There we go. Now it's for sure. Sorry. There you go. Try it again. Type. You definitely will now, because I missed hitting the save thing, and it just kind of shut the window down. So I didn't save the choice I made. Anyways, so I'll do that. V's here. There you go. Test. If anybody comes in, if you're not sure, how I think, if you're not 100% positive they're a troll, give them a chance or two to maybe sarcasm or a warning, But if they come in and they're just all obnoxious, I had a few kind of stalker trolls that would just come in and right away they're a troll. So just hide them. But if you're not sure, give them a chance. Yeah, you're my girl here. Fucking Tabby's sleeping. Nicole's gone. You're the main queen now. 17 people. So I will read for sure the 13 pages when I come back. Okay. And then if you guys are still into it, Galipoo's was fucking, Galipoo's is 58 pages. So that'll be a good way to end this thing. So 13 pages of Ligget, his direct examination of the June 15th, 2023 safekeeping, where the state of Indiana wanted to keep Richard Allen safe. So they fucking drugged his ass. They fucking put the lights on 24/7. They force fed him a Halidol. They let people scream baby killer at him all night long. They fucking put suicide companions outside to fucking bug him. They put these gigantic guards on him. They're bench pressing 3 plates aside, where most men could barely bench press 2 plates aside. These gigantic guys bench pressing 3 plates aside with fucking patches on their uniforms and tattoos on their face are walking him around with a fucking leash and a camcorder. And oh man, an innocent until proven man on 5'4" garden gnome who's been broken and beaten, and not beaten literally, but broken and beat down, mentally, and suffering and alone, fucking solitary, and still innocent on pretrial detainment. So let that sink in. So this is them saying, hey, this is why we should be able to do all this, which hasn't happened yet, but it's going to. So I'll be right back. And we're back. So, V, when is your guys' Thanksgiving? Because in Canada, we had ours, was it like a month ago, the second week of October. The second Monday of October, Canada has their Thanksgiving. So what I see on my StreamYard is I just got a Thanksgiving pack of 4 overlays, which I just added. So, when is Thanksgiving for you guys? Is it already over? Thursday? Oh, so maybe there's something I could do for you guys. I'll do it for you guys because for us, it's over. It was over a long time ago. But if I put my stuff on the screen, you're not going to see that. So at least if there's something that has stuff around the edges, would be nice. Oh, they do. Yeah. There. So you'll be able to see. Ooh, and there's a pie. If Miss Pie were here, she'd love to see that. Ooh, there's Autumn Corner. So what does that do? Oh, down there. The chat's there. There's something else that says turkey badges. So these little badges are in the bottom right corner, and I like the chat's got to stay. So this one isn't. No, that's like. I guess just this part is cool. I could have that around. I wonder if that'll stay when I put all my stuff up. So, breaking news, Q&A, achievement. Thank you. So, V, this is 1. You choose 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I think 6 is cutest, but it's going to get covered up. But, so happy Thanksgiving to you guys. I can always keep this up. So how about this? I'll just keep 6 there. I'll put myself up on screen. Oops. How do I get up on the screen? Oh, I am up on the screen. Aha. So I was here the whole time. I just wasn't on the stage. Like I wasn't showing myself. So there's me. And I'll go back to, I wonder if this gets in the way of this stuff. This is the one I like. And if I add this back up to stage. Oh, that's cool. That's not bad. That's not bad. That is not bad. That actually kind of looks good. I should check into that more often because it just gave me them for free. You're drunk on power, V. Let me just read this and see how we are afterwards. So, okay, 19 people still. I don't even know if that's a mistake or not, because unless there's people working or sleeping, which is fine. So that's Thursday. What day is today? Today is Tuesday technically now. So happy Thanksgiving to my American counterparts in 2 days. Us weird Canadians had ours over a month and a half ago, almost, or a month and week ago, it's the second Monday, I believe, of the October we have ours, because that's more, our harvest would probably be, earlier, because if we waited till this time, it's like we could have a blizzard or snowstorm. So it signifies like the harvest times, and obviously there's some warmer parts down there. So, all right, let's get back to it. This is the direct examination. Oh, you know what? My little guy's blocked, but you know what? Maybe I could find a better spot for myself. One sec. Please hold. Ooh. Is that okay? That's actually not bad. Ooh, we'll see what it looks like. Shibby needs to be on the screen because I like to see my little circle thing moving. Because when I go full screen on StreamYard, I can't see my microphone lights go up and down, which is on my little stage guy. So when I do that and go full screen, Lola, hey, Sunflower Lola's here. Right on. So now V has someone to talk to in the chat. And just in time, I'm going to read. Do you remember any of the stuff from yesterday that how I did I'll just show you guys. Where are they here? The June 15th safekeeping hearing. I read first was, I wonder if I could move this. View sorting. Doesn't matter. So I read the Old Leesenby first, and it's the examination from the hearing held on the safekeeping. Then I think it was Max Baker. Oh no, it might have been Max Baker. And then there was a Gary Lewis. Oh, sorry, I just hit this by name. So it was, I did Leesenby, Baker, Edward Scissorhands Schroeders was a sheriff, and Captain Gary Lewis was like one of the guys from the jail. And what we didn't do was Ligget and Galipoooo. Galipoooo is the guy from the warden from Westville, but his is like 58 pages. So I mean, I'll shut this down because I don't need this anymore. I got so many windows open. I'm so sorry. So I'll shut some of these down. Shut this down. I don't need this. I don't need this. This is what is this? This is the stuff I just read, right? Yeah, this is the Meehan stuff. I'm done for now. This is testimony of the warden. So his is 58 pages. His direct examination where the court and McLeland take turns asking questions at the hearing, I guess, right? For the June 15th. Ligget's is only 13 pages. I'm going to read that now. And if you guys are still into it, I'll read Galipoo's, okay? Or if you want to look through All Eyes' website and find something cute or interesting, or not cute, sorry. I don't mean to make light of this, but I'll try to at least keep it interesting for myself. And if you guys just want to poke around, that's cool. Or here's All Eyes' website. I'll pin it. How's that? I shall pin it. And if you guys ever want to go there and pick, everything is here. So I pinned that. Everything that I'm reading is there. And when you go there, it's all in order. If you want something like this one, if you're looking for, it was June 15th. So if you keep going down, looking for June 15th, 2023, June 15th, boom. So here's the subpoena for Robert Baston, motion for limine, which was all these things. Like, I mean, there's whole lots we can do. Sheriff's return, re-subpoena for when they had to go get Robert Baston, but didn't. There was a whole thing where they called Judge Gull, and Ligget was like, oops. Or Leesenby or Ligget, I can't remember. I think it was Ligget. Called Judge Gull, and Gull probably wasn't supposed to, too. You know what I haven't done is check the exhibits. So a photo of Richard Allen, photo of Pryor, and the safekeeping hearing exhibits. Should we check them out? Oh, it's just photos? Okay. So, I mean, not just, but safekeeping, traffic, drink, click. So it's those two photos. The first one is him when he looked horribly not good. So this is the one that they were talking about. So anyways, let's do this. It's only 13 pages, and if you guys are still into it, and also Sunflower Lola is a Canadian, but V for V, we are celebrating Thanksgiving with our little, where is it? This guy, our turkey guy and a pie, and our surrounding stuff. So that's for V. And let me get back to the stage. Boom. Oops. Where am I? Sorry. There we are. All right. No more screwing around. So full screen. pinned at? Let's do this. It's only 13 pages. So this is the direct examination of Sheriff Tony Ligget. You know what? Sorry. I gotta put this back here. Sorry. Ooh, that's why it's off, because I'm not full. There. That's better. My fault. I kind of wish I could move it over more. Oh, I'd have to zoom in more. There we go. Wonder if that'll help. No. Oh shit, what's going on? I should not. There we go. You know what? I like the other view better, and for you guys, you don't need to see my ugly mug always there. It'll still be kind of there. I do like it just because it shows the shows my little circle moving. But this is definitely better for everyone. So, what are we saying? Elvis and Ned Smith, have you done them? Oh, for what? No. Are they new? I mean, are they the new stuff from? Or you want to do that, V? So I don't have to finish these up. I can do this another time. Do you want me to go look, V? So is it on All Eyes website? What's this? Is it new stuff? You know, or is it the depositions from Elvis? Because that was very interesting. He says some stuff there. I can do anything you want. And if V, especially if you're going to be here and up for a bit, I'll do something for you, because nobody else, I don't think anybody else is even awake. I almost feel like there's like 15 people sleeping. Oh, there was a while ago on Tea and Sleuthy. Already did it. Yeah. Was that the one where Elvis talked about his mom performing oral sex on him as a child? Yeah. Those were, how do I find them? If you'd like, I could read that for you. Because Elvis, and they said some, I do remember that. That was when T and then Goosey a couple weeks ago started out with all these new ones. Ooh, that'll be in the 1,200 page stuff, right? Probably, no? If we can find it, I'll do it. But I don't know. Well, these are old stuff, so maybe I should go to the bottom and work my way up. Like the newest stuff seems to be in the order. Like, yeah, the date is going up, right? So, this is older. It's going backwards. So October 30th. November, yeah, this is going this way. So I should go all the way to the beginning. It's probably All Eyes would have it. It's just the fact of us finding it. But it was recent. I do remember it because it was just a couple weeks ago. So it will be, if I can get to the end of this, which I probably should do it a different way, but it can't be that far because look, we're in 2024 already. Yeah, definitely read it recently. So I'm going to go to the newest ones, which would be the bottom here, which I'm probably sure is an easier way to do this. But what the hell? I'm already this far into it. So just scrolling with my mouse. Because I bet you she has it. You know, I'm not even going to mess with it now because I've gone this far. I know they have it where I could probably find it, search and stuff, but I'm already here. So here, I'm at the very end. This is 155 of 155. So non-confidential supplement document exhibit volumes. Mark Lehman and Stacy Uliana. Motion authorized for funds. It'll probably be depositions, right? Notice of, it's going to be around here because they just read it a couple. This is March. March 11th. Notice of appeal. I bet you it's going to be here because I'm sure it was recently. November 10th. When was the last stuff she put in here? October 22nd. That was for the funds of July. No, it has to be in this area here. It have to be in here. You'd think. Ooh. So non-confidence supplement, documentary, exhibits, and volumes. Maybe I should just look at each of these. Non-confidential supplement. If you guys see anything interesting, I'll read it. If not, I'll go back and read. I still have it open here. Tony Ligget's 13 pages of the safekeeping from that. So this is kind of fun. 19 people. I'll try to be quiet as not to wake you. Graph showing Deer Creek. So are these things I can click on too? This is intense. Man. Graph showing. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Confidential report labeled Patrick Westfall interview. It's confidential. Google Maps. Delphi Cemetery. Brad Holder's Facebook post of his hand, which Ryan Winters from ISP on light duty in Unified Command thought immediate when he saw that tattoo of Brad Holder's on his hand, thought it alarmed him enough to flag Brad Holder and ask him to be called in again, and ran his name because it looked, and he said in his deposition that Ryan Winters said that it looked that photo of the tattoo on his hand looked exactly like the stick configuration from the real crime scene photos that he himself earlier saw of the girls, specifically Abby. He said it. And those are the ones from Ryan Boucher or Boucher. Nicole says it's Boucher, but I guess you can pronounce your name any way you want. But if I were to read Boucher, I would think Boucher. But Boucher's fine. He was just a regular guy down in Georgia, a civilian, who saw that a couple months after the murders and screenshot all this shit. He's the guy responsible for all this. He's a regular dude. Thank gosh. Although it didn't do much good. I mean, under normal circumstances, wow, this is cool. Holy fuck. Jesus, there's a lot of shit here. So it is like, oh man. So it's probably in here. Depositions? Holy fuck. Or is this just a list of the depositions? Home depositions. I should pay attention to what Anthony Ligget, Purdy, Leesenby, Murphy, Winters, undercover trooper. I know his name, but Trooper X, we'll call him, even though they doxed the fuck out of him and proved him as a fucking liar, or Birdie's a liar because he's not an Odinist or any type of Odinism. And Baldwin and Rozzi called him in because he thought he was a Odinist, Mr. Trooper X, whose name shall not be mentioned, although it's mentioned fucking at least 5 times in all this shit. Even probably still now on the Fox 59 website. Like you think a couple of weeks after they would fix it. You know, they realized they doxed Julie, a YouTuber, sweet woman. They doxed the fucking shit out of a Trooper X, who was supposed to be, I don't know, 37-year kind of undercover cop who kind of went and talked about doing a whole lot of shit that he'll be in danger. He'll be in danger because he admitted in his deposition that he was trying to go to barbecues and check out those white supremacist guys and those 2A rallies, you know, the Second Amendment rallies where they kind of want to carry their guns through the town, and you know, if they're legally allowed to, they're legally allowed to. So he was going undercover and all that shit, and he admitted it. So, and he said some stuff. So I mean, those guys aren't dumb. They could put 2 and 2 together to figure out who he is. And I wish they didn't dox him because he's now in danger. But they still did it. And if you go to the Fox 59 website, they're still doing it, I'm sure. I can even prove it. I won't. But I bet you they didn't fix it. So, do we have any votes, or do I babble, or what? Let's check. What do you guys say? It's Boucher in Canadian. But I think it's Boucher in, I don't know, when else, how else, where else in the world would you pronounce Boucher? I guess wouldn't it just be like Bowcher, like Boucher? Why would you use it? Oh, Boucher is Foucault, whatever. So what do you guys want? Tell me. Or we're going to lose everyone. The numbers are kind of jumping up and down from 17 to 19 to 21. So people are kind of tuning in and saying, oh, this fucking idiot's not doing anything. And leaving, I guess, or I have no idea. So if we can, that's what we were doing. If we could find the, do I search Elvis Fields? Can I do that? How do I do that? I've never used this stuff before. Search and drive. Maybe I'll do that. I'll search Elvis Fields. Fishy would be so proud of me that I'm using the search function. Elvis Fields. See what happens. Oh, I wonder if it's going to search just in this or all of. Oh, murder sheet book, non-confidential supplement. Whoops. Maybe I should have gone back to the main page and did that search. Oh, is any of these a search? Trial docket, exhibits, court transcript, applet. Well, I don't know. If you could, exhibits, court transcripts. If you know where the Elvis Fields is, exhibits, testimony of Matt, testimony of Mac Baker. This is actually good. Oh my. So the contempt hearing, that was a whole bunch of bullshit for nothing, especially since Jerry Holman and fucking Vito and Becky Patty and what was the other one? Nick McLeland's office. I don't know if it was him directly, but the guy that worked under McLeland was all talking to YouTubers after the fucking after the gag order was in effect. And the family, rightfully so. I mean, there's 0% chance they would have been able to gag the family, literally. But you think they kind of went along with it because they didn't have to explain a lot? I'm not sure. But if they had wanted to, you can never gag the family. Wow. This is good. A whole lot of stuff here. All these fucking guys. Jury stuff. So if I don't find Elvis Fields within a few minutes, I'll just go back and I've been looking for it, but it takes me out of YouTube. Oh yeah, it's okay. I'm doing it because I have all these screens. I have my computer and I have my iPhone. I type into the chat on, so I have it like I have StreamYard up where I could type into the chat. I have my alt account. I have my Sweet Dude Chibi watching on YouTube on mute in case I need to do mod stuff and all that. And I have my alt account to watch to see if anybody's blocked Sweet Dude Chibi, and that's on another screen. So I've got 3 screens up and I'm sharing one screen. So don't worry, I'll just look through. Yeah, if you only got one device, especially if you don't have that premium, I guess you can't really shut it down. But for me, I've also got my iPhone here and I got my other laptop here too with my security cameras up. So I'm good. If we don't see, so do we know if it was the depositions would have been in the trial, right? For Elvis Fields for sure, right? So if we can just find it in here, day 13. Seems like they won't really mix. They'd probably have all those guys stuck together. Wow. Forget how much shit there was, eh? Holy fuck. No, we really should just go through this one by one, starting from the beginning. That's just a trial. Because some stuff we've learned now, stuff makes more sense, and I'll be doing this anyways for fun, so to do it with you guys is even more fun. Oh boy. Volume, oh my. I don't even know where it would be. I guess we could scan through. But I do remember Gull issues in order. October 2nd. So the newest things, I bet you we could find it if we just go through these newest things. I went there. I'll just go with everything new. Chief Judge issues an order having the Frank's hearing. Must have come out in some of these things, right? I don't know. Maybe we'll do that another time. I'll write that down. And so I'll finish up these two guys because we were doing the safekeeping stuff. Then I'll put the safekeeping stuff on hold, and we'll do some stuff, more recent stuff. The main thing is I'll keep track of them, and in the lives I'll have timestamps. So if people don't, these are pretty long, right? So like my last live stream, I went through and I timestamped it all. So the previous one, if you only wanted to hear certain things, the first hour is them talking about stuff. Then the second, is the first cross exam, and I have them all timestamped under each video. Live stream, I will be timestamping them, or even videos. I will. Timestamps will be there. So, sorry. I have one device and it's half broken. I can't even see the all eyes. It's okay. It's okay. I'll do it. Nicole's usually good with that too, and I could, but I mean, to do that, I'll do that beforehand, and I'll have this type of thing you do before, and I'll have them open in their own windows, so I can just do this, But Todd Click affidavit. Maybe I'll just look through here again, because Todd Click's affidavit is here. So how about that? We'll go through one more time and look for Elvis Field's name and competent, because it would be his deposition, right? Confidential F tree. Photos, so not them. Graph. Ligget. Autopsy notes. Odinism website. Tree painting. Odin report. Maybe it was in there. Victim's name. So remind me, we'll go back to that. I'll check it out. Elvis A. Fields. Ooh. Oh, interview. Is this it? Yeah, I think I found it. See? Maybe it wasn't a deposition. It was like an interview. And Rod Abrams. Is that the two names you said? Elvis and Rod Abrams? Where did you say that? Elvis and Ned Smith. So this is Robert Thomas, Brad Holder, Elvis Fields. Is this what you want? Or was it more of like the deposition stuff? This is pretty cool. Ned Smith, yeah. Was it this stuff in interviews, or was it a deposition? Like I don't remember. I thought it was more like the deposition stuff, right? Where they had the question answer. Wow. This is how you'd expect they redact, They would redact, obviously a phone number and stuff. I hope to God I'm not going to go. I'm sure All Eyes would have fixed it. Like just nice people like Julie Melvin and people. I don't want to dox anyone. I'm not a dick. But in that Fox 59 one, I didn't even fucking know. I was just scrolling through. I didn't even know how to work StreamYard or nothing. And I kind of ran across Julie. I was excited to see her at first. I was like, ooh, Julie Melvin, somebody I like. And then boom, it turns out it's her fucking phone number and info. And I feel horrible. So I'm not a dick. I'm a dope. a noob at this stuff, but I'm not a dick. That's one thing. At least first. I won't be a dick first. This looks interesting. So these are interviews. So would you like me to, if that's what you want, or I can continue looking. But the first thing, right when I opened this, it was like Elvis Fields right away. So I wonder if, what T was in red. So I was there when we're reading the Elvis Fields stuff. So there's that. And you guys, Depo, but whatever. I don't care. Didn't he say he left his phone at home while visiting a friend in? Yes, Elvis Fields did say that. Oh, but again, I mean, like, say I was going to go out and do something. You think I would be dumb enough to bring my phone with me? Like, I would leave it here. Like, who? No criminal is going to go do, in the last 20 years is going to be doing anything planned, serious, and bringing their phone with them. None of them. I mean, even a dope like Elvis Fields, or they instructed him to, and they gave him a burner phone. You know, these guys aren't dumb that way. Even if they might be low IQ or whatever, they're, you know, committing. I'm sure they would be, you know, aware of this stuff, right? If they did it. Ryan Boucher affidavit. He's the guy who took all the screenshots. Confidential report. Email. Seen that. Brad Holder, confidential. So, Johnny Messer. Teresa Liebert. Photos of Elvis Fields. Oh, 72. Oh, that's number 72. Confidential. So there's no clicking away. Video. Elvis Fields interview. Ooh, getting close. Video. They don't exist. Or it's not released. Oh, they do exist. It's just not released. 10/23. Oh, yeah, they wouldn't have deleted it by all the stuff they accidentally deleted was like in the beginning. First year, a couple months after, right? Or even a couple days after, wasn't it? I will check chat. You guys actually said the hospital machines blocked phone signals either. The internet said. I don't recall which, but Elvis' phone was at home, not used all day. Yeah, as if he's at home. Like, I mean, if the phone hasn't been touched, like those guys think, I guess they're stupid enough to think that they leave it at home. I would have powered it off or it was on. I don't even know. But I mean, yeah, like what kind of alibi is that to say, oh, my phone was at home, but then they check his phone and it's like, you didn't touch it or do anything or it wasn't even turned on. Then what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. Like if it said that, oh, at 10:30 you were checking this and 12 o'clock you played Angry Birds for half an hour and then you were fucking, you know, reading some news stories on whatever at 12:45, there would be activity. If it's just at home, what kind of fucking alibi is that? It's the alibi of somebody who wants to create an alibi. At least you would have somebody say, hey, open this up every hour or two and play with it. That would be an alibi. The nigga say. I would even give him a list. Say, hey, 10 a.m., search up this movie. And at 11 o'clock, play Angry Birds for 5 minutes. And then at this, you know, but it's risky because you're having a third person. But I mean, if you're going to use that as your alibi, you. Anyways, so I don't see that. I'm pretty sure it was depositions of. Ooh, I can go check T's website. T's. Want me to do that? I shall do that. I got my other screen. I can go check because I know it was recently. It'll probably have a link for it too. Aha. And I'll just go back to T's, my other screen. And I can just see. I'll go to T's page. This is their latest one. Tonight, they read the Delphi murders, new docs, the Greg Ferretti murders. But I'll go to T's live streams and look back because it was recently. It's Delphi. Yes, too. Here, you know what? I want to bring this over here and show y'all. I guess. Yeah. Oops. Wonder if this will work. Now, do I have to share and unshare this? Or let's see if you guys see this in a second. Because I'm a bit behind. No, not showing. So what I could do is I'll remove it and then I'll reshare. What happens there? No. I'll remove it. Oh, maybe. No. So I will remove and I'll delete this one and then I'll reshare it. Stop screen. That's what I have to do. Because I share the screen now with Windows and kaboom. Here we go. Now, to put it on stage too. So once you go through all that, man, then you have to remember to put it up on the stage too. Fuck. Because that's what I did my first stream. So here, I'll make it full screen because that's what we're doing, looking through. And so they're going to do tomorrow the Q&A with Soupy Goosey and All Eyes tomorrow at 7 p.m. Tonight, they were going to read something, but they realized they had already read it tonight, right? And the deposition of Toblees and B, depositions of Roland Purdy, the depositions of the Trooper X guy, Kevin Murphy, and so it's Crime Con. So Elvis Fields would be depositions. Rod Abrams. It was the first ones when they started. Yeah, here it is here. Because I remember it was the first ones, and then the other ones, they weren't as, because she was off for 3 months. So she took some time off, and it was like she came back, and the first thing she did was a killer. Her and Goosey did. I remember that. That was amazing. They did Elvis Fields and Brad Holder. Right? And so, I wonder if I go here. I won't play it. I'll just go there. I know she'd let me, but I don't want to steal her thunder. I wonder if she has a link for it. Or at least a date or any info on where we can find it. Ooh, what's this? Prezi? What's Prezi? Do we know what that is? I opened it. I don't even know where it went. OMG. Oh, shit. I shouldn't show all that. Damn it. Video disclaimer. Oh, there's my comment. Look at that. Yeah, I definitely watched it. Oh, well, whatever. I'm just checking to see if they have like a pinned comment. All right. So, you guys bored yet? You want me to go just read that quick 13-pager of thing? Because, oh, yeah, here we look at. Maybe we can find out more on the info of the title of it. Ooh, she won't mind. I'm not going to watch it to you. I'm just going to use it to see if I can get some info. So the very beginning starts. Index. Maybe this will give us information on how we can go find it. Direct examination. Yeah, direct from Mr. Baldwin to Elvis Fields. So it was a deposition. How do I find this? It's 4 hours long. Whoa. But this was killer. This was great. Elvis was definitely more interesting. But it's weird because how did they I'll get out of here because so what should I do that? I'm just gonna close this down. All right. So that still shows up. Anyways, okay guys, do you want me to read the 13-page one? Because that's kind of, I need to finish those anyways, and it's a continuation. I did the other ones, so I'll just do that before I lose anybody else. Down to 16 people. People are like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Probably. So let us get back to, unless if one of you can find within the next few minutes that Elvis, I'll read it, or how I'll write it down and we'll plan to read it for sure. Lots of time. put the stage, add the stage. And there we go. All right. So I will make this full screen. Sorry. Now, if we don't find the... Oh, I should put myself up until... Oh. Okay, I removed myself, so I'm back up. I like to see the little circle moving. And I can unmute my mute. Oh, I sound good. This sounds pretty good, eh? It's a brand new microphone from Amazon. I'm listening to myself. I got to mute again because I'm a little bit behind, but I can hear myself. It's a fucking $59, 59 Canadian dollars, so it's probably like $40 US. I just ordered the microphone from Amazon. It's amazing. So there's some sketchy fuckers outside my house. 3 o'clock in the morning. That's a sketchy time to be running around. But they're in the parking lot next door. There's a building next door. What are you up to, buddy? Wonder if I could. Ooh, maybe I should not do that. Because you'll see my login email. So I will. Oh, I'm glad I moved that. So let's see if I can bring that back. Does that come back to you? Oh, you guys fuck. I just did it. Damn it. I thought I removed that to another screen, but it showed it. So here's my security cameras. There's some fucking sketchy fucker running around the parking lot next door. So how do I... Ooh, what am I doing here? StreamYard. I'm sharing... Oh, I'm sharing my StreamYard. That was dumb. Does that... Do I have to reshare it, or do you guys see this? Well, you do see that. Okay. So this guy here next door was walking around. This is my property facing. There's a building that's beside me. And this guy here was like walking around. It's like 3 a.m. here, and then this is a visitor's parking. So, he's just sitting there at 3 a.m. And this is my house. Like, this is the top, like this camera here is on my house, kind of up near this one. So the front of my house, this is my front yard looking out towards the street. And this is the street here. So this guy is up to no good. I don't know. What do you do at 3 o'clock in the morning walking around the parking lots? This is the building next to me. And I have this here because this would be a way they would walk down here, and they could walk right out here onto my front lawn. So that's why I have a camera here, because if anything sketchy is coming to my house, they could come through this way. And this camera is not working. It's the one that points this way, but I got to get a new one. And here's the construction site I'm watching next door. Here and here. This is the very back of my yard looking up. So this is the construction site. All this fucking wood is worth a lot of money. But this fucking guy here is sketching me out. Because this is my house right here. And he was walking around all these cars. Or maybe he owns one of these cars. There's somebody. Oh, did he just drive away, or was it? Oh, okay. It was behind. Ha ha. Oh, scary. All right. Nothing to see here. Okay. So do you want to do Tony Ligget? Do I get a thumbs up? Is there anybody still here? If you guys would like, I shall read it for you. 16 people here. 3:06 a.m. in East. So that's 2:06 in the Central, 1:06 in the Weird Mountains, and 12:06 after midnight. Way out there on that crazy West Coast in the Pacific time zone. Be careful. Ooh. No, I'm not going outside now. No, he drove away. That's okay. I mean, I'm not afraid of anybody. I got fucking shit here. I mean, that's the whole thing. If people come walking up on my property, I'll know. So I ain't all too worried. I'm not like a little vulnerable. I understand how some people may be afraid, but I'm not. I don't, I don't have that whole flight thing in me. I will go out there and tell them to fuck off if they get on my property. I'm not going to go try to save the world or then when I'm watching. Most of the time, if you stick out, I got a huge flashlight, so if you say just people knowing you're there, they'll leave. And I mean, if they came at me, I would want to lose my life over it. I'd just call the cops. This cops here will be here in fucking 2 minutes. One time I called the cops. Some guy came up my driveway and started trying to open my car doors, and I went out and I had my flashlight. I grabbed my hockey stick first because I don't want to start, do anything too crazy. And I had this huge wooden hockey stick. So I looked for him. He's not on my driveway anymore, but he was at my neighbor's driveway and he was inside their Audi. He had their door open, looking around, stealing shit. So I was like, hey, dude, what the fuck you doing here? He's like, oh, this is my friend's house. I said, well, who lives here? Give me one name of the people because I knew them well. And he couldn't. So I was like, okay, dude, well, that's fucking bullshit. Get the hell out of here. And I picked up right there, staring with my flashlight. I started calling the cops. And he was like, he saw that and he got in. He just started walking up the street to leave. And literally, I didn't even call 911. I called the regular number. And they were there within literally 2 minutes. So. Right. Well, no, listen, V, we have everything you guys can have. Okay. Don't kid yourself. But I'm not dumb enough. I wouldn't start with that. All right. I mean, if somebody's not bashing my door down and stuff, I'm not going to go out there to confront somebody on my neighbor's property with a gun. Just not on my neighbor's property. Think about it. I think I want to go to jail for fucking saving the world because some guy's trying to steal $5 out of an ashtray. But so, there's that whole, if I was all that worried, I could carry stuff out and, but again, the difference in Canada is we wouldn't have like the concealed carry stuff, like the little handguns to be walking around at the bar or just everywhere. Like all these women, like I won't say any names, but I'm sure a lot of women are walking around with guns in their purse and in the States. And I mean, I bet you there's going to be lots of situations where that gun may end up harming you, So I would never, ever start with, especially if I went out there and the person ran away, you're not going to start blowing them out and stuff in their back with crossbows or, So here, the use of force, you can do what you could, if you're on your property, especially, you could, reasonably use the equal amount, just enough to end the force. But if somebody turns around and runs away, and you start blowing holes in their back, well, that's not cool. You're going to probably get fucked. But that would probably be in any country, not just here. Although it'd be more in the States, you might get away with the whole thing. But I mean, if somebody here tried to kick my door in, and then when my door pops open, I'm standing there with a gun, and they turn around and run, I wouldn't start firing at them. But if they came at you and you peck them in the chest, then you can. But especially if they had something in their hands or whatever, that's a whole different. But if they turn around and ran, I wouldn't go firing at their back because I'm pissed. I mean, I'd be pissed, but I mean, I don't know. That's a risky one because if you're shooting somebody in the back running away, even if they're on your property, you might get yourself, even in the States, I don't know, but definitely here in Canada. So anyways, the whole thing is we don't have the whole conceal thing, so I wouldn't be carrying like at the bar. So it's I mean, criminals could have them, but I mean, really, there's not as much fear because not all these guys are running around drunk at the bar holding guns, because that could be a nasty recipe or whatever they call it. Those guys, when they bump into each other at the bar, it's bad enough they're fighting over shit. Imagine one guy's packing heat and the other, Anyways, yeah, it's different here. But up here, especially, we can get, like the larger guns, not handguns, but like, especially if we're going to go to bear country or hunt for food or, protection, you can have, but they're not little tiny ones, little handguns. It would be like a shotguns or rifles, So there's that. Alrighty. Knives too. I definitely would carry a knife with me going for a walk, or some little pepper spray, because I hate thinking, it's not happened to me really, but I hate thinking that somebody's dog, and it's not even pit bulls or whatever, it's just irresponsible dog owners. Any type of dog can be, trouble. Especially those type of owners that just don't care. Or the coyotes, I'm not worried about. We have lots of coyotes and stuff running around, and they're big ones too. Coy wolves almost. Out here in Mississauga, they call them coy wolf, which is some kind of hybrid with a bit of wolf in them, literally running around the streets. I got a video of them running up my street just a couple of weeks ago. So anyways, before I babble on, 17 people. Yeah, when I go for a walk, I would definitely carry a small collapsible, but I would carry it on my side, in like one of those carriers. Nobody, that's legal. You're allowed to do that. As long as it's not a fucking Rambo knife, like a 4-inch one that doesn't cross the size of the width of your fingers. I mean, and I'd do it not, just for like, mostly for like a dog, or I don't even know if I'd use it on a person, because I'm a big pussy. Like, I don't think I could stab someone. I could probably shoot someone before I could stab them. Just that's really personal. If you had to feel that going into somebody, I mean, I can't say what I would do in a situation if there was like somebody trying to kidnap a child, or, or really, really, really injuring even a stranger. If somebody was injuring like an old lady, and like, they had a knife themselves and were stabbing them, I mean, I can't say what I would do. I'd like to think I would definitely jump in and stop something, but I'm not sure if I could stab them. That's weird. That would feel weird, sticking something in somebody. Ooh. Anyways, okay, let's read this before 17 people. You guys having fun? You're still here. So I'm going to try my hardest to stop thinking if you guys are having a good time, because I guess if you weren't, you would just leave. So let's do this. This is Tony Ligget's 13-page. Let's put my pretty face back up. How's that, ladies? So, I wonder if I can zoom that a bit. I tried this already, didn't I? No, that doesn't work. Oh, if I do that, and then no, let's do it this way. You know what? I will go back. I did figure this out already. Sorry, guys. I'll just go with this. You don't need I'll be there because I can see the corner of my face. The main thing is I can see that little circle moving. And I feel, oh, hey, Kelt, what's up? Yeah, we're going strong. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Look at you. Is this, you guys don't have to say your areas, but your time zones. I'm curious. If you could put in like EST for East, CST for Central, MST for Mountain, or PST for Pacific. Yeah, I don't care your pronouns. I don't care if you're single, married. I want time zones because I'm considerate. I like to think, hey, what time zone are you? If you want, I'd like to know. And I know Sunflower's in my time zone because she said she was close to where I'm at. So Sunflower's in EST. Ooh, 2 pit bulls. Ooh, I mean, pit bulls are cool. I mean, I know the whole, even up here, they tried banning them and all that crap. And, it's, for me, it's not the dog. It's the owner. If somebody's a shitty owner, I would be terrified if they had a pit bull, but I'd be terrified if they had a poodle, Great Dane. A bad owner is a bad owner. If you have one of those owners that kind of has those dogs at their hip and treats them like humans, when say if you go to meet a girl or whatever, and I'll be like, fuck, I'm going to date you, not your dog, kind of thing. Whereas, I mean, I kind of want, the dogs are great. I love dogs, but it has to be the one where it's not attached at your hip, because imagine meeting somebody and having, like, if I go to hug you or touch you and your fucking dog bites me because, they think that you're human. So I think it's not good if people treat dogs like humans. I think that dogs should be dogs. And sometimes you can kind of, it's hard, but you kind of got to ignore them and let them, when I walk into my daughter's house, she has an Australian Shepherd, and rightfully so. It gets kind of excited. People are there, but I totally ignore him. I do the whole dog whisperer, Caesar Milan thing. I ignore them, and it's hard. It's hard to do because I want to get him all excited. I want to hug him and kiss him, and I want him to lick my face. I want to hug, but I ignore him. I will ignore him. I hug my daughter, my um, son-in-law, my grandkids, but I ignore the dog because it's all hyper and stuff. And I walk in. When I go in, I sit on I completely ignore him until he calms down. Because a lot of people come to your houses or whatever, and they see a dog all excited, and they think, "Ooh, I want to get him. This is fun, right? And it's cute." But the dog gets confused, thinking, "Ooh, this person wants me to do this," so they do it more. Whereas, and that's just, people say, "Oh, I don't love the dog because I'm doing that," but I think mine is more loving because I'm suffering because it's what's best for them. That's what love would be. Whereas if you think you're loving and you do that and get a dog all hyper when you first arrive at someone's house, that's not what's best for them. It's what's best for you. So that's selfish, in my opinion. So if I showed up at a friend's house or a family and their dog is excited, I totally understand, but I will not acknowledge them until they've calmed down. And then, I will play ball with them or, let them lay on my lap and kiss and hug them and all that good stuff. But if you do that to somebody's dog, you're confusing them by embracing them when they're in that energy, in my opinion. So that's all. I don't know why we got on that rant. But so that's my whole story of my life. I would suffer. Do what's best for you, not me. But hey, that's considerate and empathy, and I guess a lot of people lack that nowadays. Just to be thoughtful. All right. Before I bitch and whine. Anything else, guys? Want me just to read this? My dog will try. Oh, that's fine if they try to give you kisses, right? But I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like when you show up at someone's house and if the dog gets excited, right? They're jumping up on you and all that, and you should ignore that, because if you embrace that energy, then they get confused. So you can't treat dogs like humans. Like if the kids were to come and hug, you go hug them. Children, they're I would hug the grandkids. I would, throw them up in the air, and because kids are understand. But dogs won't. If you embrace that energy, they'll stay with it because they think that's what you want them to do. They'll get confused. So, in my opinion, I do it and it works well. All you do is wait a few minutes, sit on the couch, and kind of ignore them. And it's hard to do. It's hard. It's hard because you want to hug them, you want to kiss them, you want to do all that, but you can't because you're going to have a horrible dog if you keep doing that. You're going to have one of those dogs attached at your hip, and then it'll be confused when somebody tries to shake your hand or give you a hug. They'll try to bite them because they're like, think that and that's another thing. If you don't, it's not domination, but if they don't think you're the top dog, then they'll be the top dog. And the top dog wouldn't allow people to act like that. So it's kind of a dominant thing when you just ignore them, because if I embrace them, you think when the alpha wolf comes back to the pack, he fucking sits there and embraces everybody? No, he stands there and lets them embrace him and ignores the shit out of them. He lets them sniff his ass. That's what you have to do. And if they think you're the leader, they won't. If somebody tries to hug you or shake your hand, they won't want to kill them because you're in charge. But if you're not in charge, they'll be confused. If you treat them like a kid, they'll think they have to kind of protect you and stuff like that because they're the leader. So again, I'm going off, but it's hard to do. I go to my daughter's house. It takes 5 or 10 minutes, and the dog calms down. Then I turn to him and say, like, I kiss him and I say, this is your energy, dude. This is how I want you. And he puts his head on my lap and falls asleep, all calm, all nice. When I see other people show up and their fucking dogs jumping out the walls, then they start jumping with them. And then fucking everyone goes nuts. Shouldn't do that. But hey. All right. Soliloquy over. Yes, I have a hockey stick, V. Those old wooden hockey sticks are good. I keep them by the door. Like if there's a raccoon or something, on fucking around, I go out with a hockey stick. Yeah. Mhm. But hey, I love dogs. I would like a dog that's a dog, not a fucking human sidekick stuck to your hip. And where you, if I go to fucking put my arm around you and your dog wants to bite me, that's fucked up. And away we go. So, direct examination of Sheriff Tony Ligget from the June 15th, 2023 safekeeping, where the state of Indiana wanted to keep Richard Allen safe. You know, do you see how safe they kept him? On record, 1:21 p.m. The court. So I'll do the court will be Gull, and I'll kind of do a shitty voice. McLeland, you'll know he's got a weird voice. The questions will be my McLeland very first. So, and if you hear a nice voice, that'll be the defense, either Rozzi or Baldwin. So again, and if you hear like a gruff voice, that's going to be Ligget. All right. 1 sec. Oh, was I muted that whole time? Oh my God, was I muted? How long have I been muted for? I've been talking a lot. Maybe it's better. How long was I muted, guys? Ooh, shit. Was I muted there, guys? Because I think I just unmuted myself. Did you guys hear me bitch about the dogs? Oh. Did you hear me bitch about the dogs? Oh, so I muted the drink and then I just, okay. Oh, okay, good. I thought maybe it would be better, but yeah, because I muted it to take a drink of my coffee, and then I thought, when I looked back, I was wondering if I was muted the whole time. Oh boy. Yes, we heard you bitch about the dogs. My new moderator. I'll have to take that off the screen because I don't want to block you guys, but thank you very much. Yes, tell it to me straight, V. I don't need to be coddled. I definitely. Yes, we heard you, bitch. What was the other one the other day I did? Ooh. It was about the drinking or something? Or going to the, was it the drinking or peeing or something? No, it was the drinking. Why was I drinking so much? Yes, tell it to me straight. I want the truth, girls. I don't want you to, feel you have to step around and, tip your toe around me. Tell me straight up, and I will respect you way more than, don't feel you have to placate or tell me what I want to hear. Your words, sir. And here we go. Okay, guys. Before I chase anybody. 19 people still. Okay. So what do you guys think with that dog thing? Like, try it next time. Do you ever go to a friend's house or a family member's house and they have their dog and it's excited, right? Try it. Just try that next time. If you don't agree with me, I guarantee you, just try that, because especially if it's just you, because if other people come with you and they don't, it kind of screws things up. But if you go to someone's house, your aunts or any of your friends, and they have one of those types of dogs, hug them, hug their kids. But if the dog is, hyper, try to just even tell whoever your house you're going to, say, listen, I'm going to pretend not to see them until they calm down. Is that okay with you? And they'll probably like it. And then you just, trust me, ignore them and do your whole thing. And when you're there, you sit down on the couch and you're going for a visit. In a few minutes, you'll see that dog calm down, especially if it's just you. Then embrace that energy, not the first one when you come in the door. When you go in, completely ignore them. It's hard to do, but trust me, your rest of your visit will be so calm, because the dog will then be just kind of laying at your feet and it'll understand. So trust me, try that and you'll see. I watched so much Caesar Milan. I know what everyone else should do. Except myself. You can hear me. All right. Are you behind, Lola? Check if you're behind, because I was saying that a long time ago. Not a long time ago, a couple minutes ago. So when this catches up, Lola, can you hear me now? Give me, Lola, put in a thumbs up when you hear this. We're going to see how far behind you really are. And away, I suspect Lola's behind. You watch. We're going to see in a few minutes. She's going to say, "Oh, I hear you," again. So this is the second time. Lola, do you hear me for a second time? Again? We'll see. Okay, the court. All right. So, all right, this is Judge Cole's voice. All right, we're back on the record. Mr. McLeland, are you ready to proceed, sir? Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Sheriff Tony Ligget, please. The witness is sworn in. Direct examination of Sheriff Tony Ligget by Bossman McLeland. Would you please state your name for me, sir? Tony Ligget. And Sheriff Ligget, how are you employed? I'm the sheriff of Carroll County. And you've been the sheriff of Carroll County. See, she still hasn't answered yet. She's behind. I knew it. That's the first I can hear you, not the second one. And Sheriff Ligget, how are you employed? I'm the sheriff of Carroll County. And you've been the sheriff of Carroll County since January 1st of 2023. Is that correct? Oh, correct. And yeah. And before that, how were you employed? I was the sheriff's department as well as a deputy detective. And in fact, you were one of the, you were in the unique position that you were the one of the lead investigators on this case. Is that correct? Correct. And when I say this case, I mean the case against Richard Allen. Correct. And how long have you been in law enforcement? I started in 2001. And did you have an opportunity to look at or review, at least prior to today, or at some point, the motion for safekeeping that at the time Sheriff Ligget applied for to the court? That Sheriff Leesenby? Sheriff Leesenby. Oh, I'm sorry. You're correct, Sheriff Leesenby, because I'm talking to Ligget right now. Yeah, at some point I reviewed it. Yes. Okay. So you were able to review that document and see the reason for the safekeeping. Yes. And as your time as a detective and a deputy, had you seen safekeeping motions like that before? I had not. No. Okay. As your time as sheriff, have you seen any safekeeping motions like that? Aside from that one, I've not. Did I? No, did he ask him that twice? I think he asked him the same question twice. Okay. I know they happen, but I had not seen one. Sure. Are you in agreement with that motion that Sheriff, at the time, Sheriff Leesenby filed? Yes. And do you have concerns that if Richard Allen was housed in our jail, that there would be some safety concerns? Yes. Yeah, you see? You're behind, Lola. You're behind, girl. Because if you're just answering that now, I said that like fucking 3 minutes ago. See that, guys? She's behind. So when you hear this in a couple of minutes, you're behind. So if you want to hear me, what I'm saying now, you're going to have to put it on like 1.5 speed to catch up, or hit the live part of and you'll come live. Like I think you're behind. Oh boy. Did I say a bad word? Are you guys all behind? Anyways. Yes. And have you had any direct threats? No. Have you had any emails or any kind of information conveyed to you over social media that Richard Allen's going to be hurt in your jail? No. Okay. But you still have safety concerns? Yes. Can you tell me why you have safety concerns? Our jail is extremely small. We are even at full staff, there's probably more CERT guys than brought him here today than if we were at full staff in our jail. I believe we have 5 full-time, a jail commander, and we're short-staffed. Our jail commander has to fill a shift. There's only one person on duty at any given time in the jail. And as part of your safety concerns about his safety from other inmates, yes. And is the reason for that is because this case involves children. Yes. And this sounds familiar because I'm sure these are the same questions he asked Tobe Leesenby, probably all of them. That's why it sounds familiar, but these answers are different, I'm sure. And you've been at least privy to that information from the filings, and some of the information from the case is going to be released to the public. You understand that? Yes. And throughout the case, we've had various leaks within the community about information that's gotten out about the investigation. Is that correct? Correct. As more information gets out, does that heighten your concern for the safety? I need to try to do more of a southern twang. Because this is, or does he have a southern twang? Absolutely. And we've heard information today that there's been confessions. Does that heighten your mood or heighten your awareness for his safety? Absolutely. And the fact that he's confessed 5 or 6 times that he killed the 2 girls, does that heighten your concern for his safety? Ooh, Rozzi jumps in. Judge, I'm going to object at this point to leading. It's his witness, and the court says. Rules of evidence don't apply in a pretrial hearings. I'll overrule the objection. So he gets overruled, the objection, and he says, thank you. Thank you for overruling me. And my point is, as more information comes out about everything, does that give you more cause to be concerned about his safety in our jail? It does. And does that give you more cause to be concerned about retaliation from other inmates? Absolutely. What about when he's being transported from the jail to the hearings? Do you have concerns about his safety then? Yeah, again, our transport, we don't have a transport officer right now because he has to fill in to a shift. And when we do have one, we have one guy during the day shift, during the day, at full staff on the road. We have 2 road guys on duty at any given time, even just normal transports to and from court, or are a pretty big strain and safety concern for us. And you've kind of stated this, but typically when you transport someone from jail or from another facility, it's one-on-one situation, meaning you only send one officer to pick up that inmate. Yes, exactly, Kelt. And Gull says to Nick, you may proceed, cutie pie. Ooh, Nick. Ooh, you have a you have a stain on your shirt, Nick. Oh, no, no. He's got you got some mustard on your lip, Nick. Let me get, like my grandma used to do. She used to get like a Kleenex and kind of spit on it almost and wipe stuff off my face as a little boy. And then my aunt would grab my cheeks and squeeze them and say, "Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute." So that's what she's doing with Nick every time he walks into the court. Only in the office because I couldn't do that in public, right? I feel it too. Because I always say that Nick would have fallen flat on his face if not for Judge Gull patting his tushy constantly, even suggesting what he should do too. Oh, I also used to say, yes, Coke, yeah. I also used to say that when Nick objects with his eyes, Judge Gull feels it in her loins. Deep down, she feels it stirring. All right, before I get in trouble. Yes, I just got back from Kentucky, picking one up there. Ooh, that was an answer. So yes, I just got back from Kentucky, picking one up there. And so my point is, your staffing situation so short that even you have to transport at times? Correct. And so what concerns do you have if he's housed? Let's just start with us. If he's housed in our jail locally, what concerns do you have about transportation? The biggest one is manpower and safety. We're going to have to see if we can find other agencies to help us do those things. Now, the part of the defense's request is that he be moved from Westville to the Cass County Jail. Correct. And you had an opportunity to talk to the sheriff in Cass County. Correct. And if I'm talking a bit lower here, guys, is this okay? Because I thought when I listened to the replay, I thought I was talking a little bit loud because this microphone picks up everything. So I'm just going to talk normally, quietly, and actually move it back a bit. So if it's hard to hear me, speaking as Nick McLeland, boss man, let me know. So, and if he's moved to the Cass County Jail, whose responsibility is it for transportation? Carroll County's responsibility. And Kelt comes in and says, sounds good. Yeah, I'm going to need to powder my nose soon. Judge, my juice box is getting low. My sippy cup. Oh, thank God I had a sippy cup because I knocked it over and I didn't spill it. Do you have any concerns of that happening? I do. Tell me why. Again, finding that people do it, it'll take more than one person to do it. As people can see today, that it's gonna take more than one person to make that transport to even make it a safe transport. Again, when you talk about weeks and stuff like that, and the court dates and times are open. So there's a security concern making that move. I mean, even today for security, you had, I think, your entire department plus the assistance of Indiana State Police. Is that correct? DNR, yeah. This was when they walked him out of the van, that perp walk probably, and they fucking did all this gigantic. They lined the walls with guards, and they walked them by, barely up to their shoulders. And he's all shackled and broken. And he's probably not completely tortured yet, but if this was that part where that YouTuber guy screamed at him, Richard Allen, you feeling guilty you did it or something? And then fucking all those guards there, like 50 police officers and prison guards lining the walls, and walking around a little 5'4" garden gnome is shackled the fuck, like as if he's Hannibal Lecter. They could have just literally wheeled him in on one of those dollies, like a moving dolly, all handcuffed, and with one of those face masks on, with like a leather face mask with like steel teeth guard, like like a hockey helmet almost or something. Okay, have you contacted the Department of Corrections or any other agencies to see if they would assist in transport if he's moved to the Cass County Jail? Briefly spoke, and it did not sound like they were interested. Okay, so do you have let me guess, get to the point. Do you have a plan if the judge orders him moved to the Cass County today? Do you have a plan of action at this moment of how you're going to transport him to the next hearing? At this moment, no. Okay, I don't have any other dumb questions, Judge. Mr. Rozzi. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Rozzi. Cross-examination of Sheriff Tony Ligget by one Bradley A. Rozzi, I believe. The famous TikTok dancer, the sensation, the man with the sexy socks. Brad A. Rozzi. Here we go. So you were suggesting that you've talked. Oh, I'll talk in my normal voice. So you're suggesting that you've talked to some other agencies about, or the DOC about transporting him, and that they're not really interested in doing that, right? Correct. But did they tell you they wouldn't do that? I don't know that those words came out of their mouth. I don't think so. Did they ever suggest that if the judge ordered them to do that they wouldn't do it? No, I don't think that. I don't think that wasn't discussed. Okay. He says that a lot. Like, okay, like, yeah, whatever. This case involves various law enforcement agencies, doesn't it? Yes. And frankly, one of those was the FBI, right? Correct. Indiana State Police? Correct. Local Sheriff's Department? Correct. City police involved in some ways in this, even? Correct. On the fringes? Yep. The state police have invested, frankly, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars in resources into this case, haven't they? Yes. And they've been very public about that, hasn't the agency? I don't know how public they've been about it, but, well, holding press conferences and asking for public assistance and all these things, right? Okay, yeah. So it stands to reason that you could call the superintendent of the state police and ask him if he would be willing to help with the transport of Mr. Allen, maybe 15 miles from here, doesn't it? Transport of Allen, maybe 50 miles from here, doesn't it? That could be a call, absolutely. And it would seem kind of odd if he said, we can't do that, right? After investing all these resources into this case. The transport and housing of prisoners is not a state police thing. It's upon the Carroll County Sheriff's Office to house, transport, things like that. So it's not in their normal realm. And I don't know if they've done that in the past, but it would certainly be a phone call I would look into. They assist your department with lots of other matters, don't they? With the case, drug interdictions from time to time. Every once in a while, bomb threats, right? Nope. Ooh. You never had a bomb threat where they rolled out their bomb team and brought dogs in emergency? Not to my knowledge. Vehicles and all that stuff? Not to my knowledge. You know that they do that, don't you? You know they do that, don't you? Sure, yeah. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to try and organize a 10 or 15-minute transport of Mr. Allen from one jail facility to another through them, would it? If that's what we need to do, that would certainly be attempted to do. Yes. Let's talk about his safety. You acknowledge that you've looked at this petition that was prepared by Sheriff Leesenby, former Sheriff Leesenby, right? Yeah, it's been a while, but yes. And you would acknowledge that in this petition, there's really nothing in here that references any immediate threat to Mr. Allen's safety back in November when it was prepared. I would probably have to read it again. I don't recall if there was any. Okay. Immediate. Let me ask you this. Were you aware of any internet, email, phone calls, anything of that nature that where somebody called your department and said they're going to hurt this man? I don't specifically recall any of those. Ooh. Yes, Sunflower. That was JLR, I believe. I just didn't want to say his name. You were going to say that, right? The YouTuber guy? It was JLR Investigates. He went to I don't know if it was that day of this, but there was some point when they walked Richard Allen out and did the perp walk, and he was out there screaming, Richard Allen, you feel guilty murdering these girls or something? I didn't really want to say a name. I don't mind the guy. He's kind of funny. Where was I? Okay. And it would stand to reason that happened. You probably would know, right? I would think so. Okay. Are you aware of any threats on... Oh, I'm not doing Nick anymore. I'm doing Rozzi. Okay. Are you aware of any threats on Mr. Allen's life that have occurred since the safekeeping order was entered by executed by Judge Bloodlust Diener? Directly to us? No. Okay. What about threats on your staff's lives? Nope. No, none. No. So when Mr. Boss McLeland was asking you about your concerns about his safety, did you ever visit Westville? I have, yes. Okay. When did you visit Westville? Within this year, I believe. And again, these it does drive me nuts that they're asking him the same questions, because I know feels like the same, but this is kind of some of the stuff he asked. Well, not that one, but a few other ones. Maybe I am reading stuff the same over. I don't even know. But I'm not even sure anymore. Okay. Did you go up and see Mr. Allen? Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay. Did you actually talk to him when you were there? No. All right. Why'd you go up there? Why did I go up there? Yeah. What was the purpose for your visit? I think we went up there just to re-interview him. Okay. So you interviewed Mr. Allen in the Westville Correctional Facility? No, I don't think it ended up happening. Okay. Have you ever gone up there and inspected the cell block where he's being held? No. Have you ever gone up there and inspected any aspect of the facility, the maximum detention facility where he's being held? No. So you really don't know what conditions he's dealing with on a daily basis because you haven't been there. Correct. So there's no part to this. Oh, so there's two parts to this kind of dynamic. One is his detention circumstances on a daily basis, right? Where he's housed, what circumstances he's dealing with, who's supervising, those kind of things, right? Correct. And the second part is just the idea of transporting him, frankly, once every few months, various miles from one facility to the other, right? Okay, correct. Would you agree with me? The most important aspect and the biggest responsibility that you have as a sheriff is making sure that his detention situation is an appropriate one for a pretrial detainee. Sure, he needs to be in proper housing. Sure. Right. The transportation is just kind of a byproduct of having to get him from one place to another, right? Sure. It's a very small segment of what we're dealing with. But there's, in terms of, in terms of the detention circumstances, there's a lot of safety involved with that, too. But yeah, okay, okay. Mr. Boss McLeland asked you. You said you were the lead investigator in this case. There were several of us, yes, but you were the lead investigator. Eventually, I was the lead investigator for Carroll County, yes. And so that means that you would have approved of his arrest. I would have approved of his arrest. Oh, sorry, that I would approve of his arrest. Yeah, that you were supportive of getting an arrest warrant to take him to jail for murder. Yeah, it was a team effort, but yeah, there's probable cause affidavit. And this is Ligget. Yeah, so it's the one I lied on, the one I lied about. So it was Sarah Carball said the tan coat, and I put blue. And she said he looked like he was in a fight. So obviously that means he had blood all over him. I'm sure she didn't say that in the beginning, but then at trial, she said, you fucking look like he just cut up a pig or something like that. Yeah, was a team effort, but yes. So you have a vested interest in seeing him convicted, don't you? Yes. All right. Do you think that you are really the best one to be in charge of his care and custody? That was what I was elected to do. So yes. Okay. To do both of those things? Yes. All right. If there was another jail or custodial circumstance here that made a little bit more sense, would you be opposed to that? As long as if you're getting at it, if he's not in Cass County and I have to transport, as long as I can arrange to get the transport done safely, I'm not opposed. At some point, did you receive a call from Mr. Bossman McLeland about the circumstances that I had made arrangements for in Cass County? I don't know if I received the call, but I got the information, yes. Oops. And ultimately, you were the one that kind of pulled the plug on that circumstance, weren't you? No, I don't understand how. Well, you were the one who said you would agree to move him, right? At that time, correct. uh, sorry. He was okay with it, wasn't he? I don't know what his position was. Did you ever ask him? I don't know. We had that discussion. And Rozzi says, okay, I don't have any further questions. And Judge Gall says, Mr. McLeland. And McLeland says, I don't have any follow-up questions, Judge. Thank you. Oh, so so this is what confused me last time so that's kind of good. They include this. Who did that? So we know who's next. So that's good. I was following what ones, but it took me a while to figure it out because I wasn't even ready for that the other night. It was the first time it happened. I finished, I think, Leesenby, and it started with Max Baker. And Nicole is the one who started all this. Oh, hey, we got a new one. Winchester, what's up? Are you good? You cool? Yeah, JLR. He's a cool dude, I guess. I mean, he said some, I don't know. I didn't really care for all the stuff chasing around stuff at the border, but he's interesting to watch sometime. He gets out there, and I mean, he's got viewers. So I don't think he's at your when he did Delphi, he's kind of just like winging it, doing stuff off his phone. And I kind of enjoyed him. I think some people didn't really like him, but I thought that was weird of him. I mean, I guess at the time we all thought they got the guy, and I don't know how he feels now, but he was there. I definitely see that clip all the time. So he's like yelling at him, Richard Allen, what is that? He's at something I can probably, we could easily find out. But anyways, Winchester Cathedral, welcome. Big fan of you. No, I'm just kidding. Never heard of it, but thank you very much for being here. And so, guys, we've read that. Do you guys want me to read more, or should we shut this down? It's 4 hours and 53 minutes. So what we could do is Galipoooo. Oh, I shouldn't jump into that because I should really stick with the agenda, which was probably not here. It's got to be here. There it is. 58 pages. OMG. That's so that was how long did that one take me? That was 13 pages. And if I go back, I mean, I stopped and farted around a bit. So if I go back, 13 pages took approximately, let's see. It shows here about 52 minutes. No. What? Oh, I was farting out my security cameras and stuff. So I'm going back on YouTube. So it took at least 35 minutes, 45 minutes to read 13 pages. OMG. So this would be at least 3 times more. Nicole's back. Oh my gosh. Nicole, what should I do? Geez, I forget what I even read. You know what, Nicole? What did we do? I stopped to do something that wasn't related to this. What we were doing. I'm pretty sure. Man, I got to start writing down what I'm doing. What was it? I think I went back and read something else. Oh, yeah, I did the whole, damn. Yeah, the very beginning of this, didn't I start with the, yes, the, what's his face? Shane Meehan stuff. Oh, totally forgot about that. Yeah, I did that for a long time. I read Shane Meehan's, it was called, the United States District Court. It was called, move ahead, but there it is. The motion to strike government's notice of intent to seek the death penalty docket 170 in Shane Meehan, which was released about 6 or 7 days ago. And Shane Meehan is the one who murked Ferenczi in Terre Haute field office. And people aren't sure. I mean, people do these things, but coincidentally, Shane Meehan was an ex-state and federal. Make that clear. I just learned in his thing that Shane Meehan was not only an ex-federal prison guard, he was before or whatever. I didn't say which one. It probably said he was an ex. Also, he worked as an Indiana Department of Corrections at state level. So he was both. Shane Meehan was a former Indiana State police or Indiana State prison guard and a federal prison guard working out of, I believe it was Lafayette in the state of Indiana at the federal level. So for him to be murking Ferretti at the Odin field office while he's investigating Odin, I know there's no evidence linking it, but to me that's kind of suggestive. I mean, it's possible that he found out it was Odin related, but again, it's also possible that Ferretti bagged his girlfriend in high school, and he didn't, or it's possible that Ferretti cut him off at the fucking stop sign just down the street. I don't know, and he just followed him and threw a Molotov cocktail through the window, and then got in a gunfight with him. But to me, it's there's no evidence. But also, yeah, if he was related to Odin of any type, you would think there would be some kind of link, right? By now, they'd be able to find something. But it's kind of weird that we find out that those Westville guards are Indiana Department of Corrections, and they were definitely Odinists or heathens or whatever form you want to call it, some type of that. And this guy's an ex-IDOC employee, a prison guard, and an ex-federal level prison guard from the state of Indiana. And he just happens upon an FBI field office in Terre Haute and murders, I guess, a police officer kind of helping out with the FBI or whatever, special, whatever it was, investigating the Odin angle. And he murders him. So, let's see. One, if you think this is all just not an allegation or anything, but one, if you think Meehan did that because of whatever reason related to the Odin stuff, like either he knew or found out, or, Ferretti was probably known, right? He could have followed him, and knew. So if you think Meehan is either doing it for them or into it himself or for any reason, if you think Meehan is like Odin related, murdering Ferretti, put 1. If you think it's just a coincidence, which is possible, that he, for whatever reason, you can say that he had maybe cut him off at the lights. Maybe he just knew it was cops and hated cops and was gonna, but not Odin related. That Meehan murdered, Ferretti as 2. Oh, Kelt thinks 2. Cool. I mean, I respect that because, it's possible, I guess, right? Especially since there's no evidence to say he is, right? You'd think if there were, somebody would have come forward. Although I have a feeling those guys are pretty good at, some of those guys, like I'd expect, like I don't do any of that stuff, but I can see those Vinlander guys, and they're pretty tough looking guys, and I'm sure they're not ratting each other out, like, or they know, like, even if they get out, they don't talk, That's why I was surprised Brad Holder was doing all that fucking social media stuff, because they're not hats, they're umbrellas. What are you even talking about, dude? Oh, umbrellas. Okay, yeah. Some of those hats the troopers wear. Some of those trooper uniforms in the States, especially. I think the ones in New Jersey look weird. I thought there was a few of them. I watched those body cam videos on YouTube, and every now and then I think, oh, that cop uniform looks weird. And even up here, the Mounties, like if they wear that official one, but they don't dress like that, right? It's just for like ceremonies and not like the big red coats and whatever, and clopping around on horses. The Mounties are like, they're basically like your FBI type deal almost, and there are federal cops, whatever that is in the States, which would probably be, and then we have our own, like spy stuff too, called CSIS, but like our cops are just like your cops, come on up here to Mississauga where I live. It's a city of 800,000 people. Come on up here and try to fucking do something. Our cops will be all over you. And when they show up, they're exactly like an American cop. Fucking toys all over them. Guns and everything. Oh yeah. People running around with scissors at them. They're blowing them away with guns. You may think Canada's, I don't know when you think about Canada, but it's exactly like the States, just less handguns and concealed carry, but it's pretty much the same thing. Just a bit better healthcare, I think. Or at least we don't have to worry about getting the insurance companies and all that, because fuck, I hate getting insurance for my car. Oh my God, I can imagine having to do that for my healthcare, something really serious. So, man, like when you have to switch insurance companies or something, or, ooh, it's a big hassle. So I feel for you guys, man. Anyways, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, the RCMP. Like, I mean, our cops are just like you. They got the Dodge Chargers and some unmarked cars and running around in undercovers and fucking doing all that shit. Exactly like the States up here. So why was I going into that? Oh, we were talking about the uniforms. Yeah. So like those ceremony, yeah, you see that. But I mean, they're not wearing that. That's not their regular garb. They're dressed just like regular cops. Peel cops in Mississauga look exactly like big city cops anywhere in the States. So that being said, man, this is a lot, Nicole. So, what do you think I should do? This is a lot because it took me almost 45 minutes to read 13 pages of. So if I did this, Galipoooo, it's 58 pages. Basically 4 times the size. It would take at least 2 hours. Yeah, we have prescription up here. Well, I mean, hey, if you're under $100,000, you'll get free prescriptions and all that stuff. You'll get not, it's not free, right? But I mean, you don't have to pay for it. Like eventually, like we get taxed more, yeah. But I mean, we take care of each other in that sense too. Where, I mean, if you everyone's got a doctor pretty much, and a lot of time it's hard to find one, but there's walk-in clinics and your health care. And if you get cancer, you're not going to have to sell your house. And the States is great. If I had to live anywhere else in the world, I would live in the States. I would never cut. I love the States. The world, everything where we benefit from, especially how things started with you guys. So, I mean, I'm not dumb. That's why I worry about cases like this, because I've been in the States. I have family that go to the States. I have snowbirds, 6 or 7 aunts and uncles and cousins, and even more that live in Florida half the year. So, and I'm an hour or 2 from the border. I could probably drive in 2 hours and be in, right across the border. So, and we used to go there lots for hockey tournaments and just shopping. And so, I mean, this stuff applies to us too. Like, and basically anything we always say that, that dumb thing of USA, the States, if the USA sneezes, Canada catches a cold, because we were so intertwined, half of our work stuff, we ship, all that just in time car stuff, and we're linked. I know. So what was I going on about? Oh, but we do, we have universal health care. It's kind of a big deal, I think. It's a good thing. If I had found out I got cancer tomorrow, I don't have to sell my house or fucking worry about anything. Full treatment, the best treatment, downtown Toronto, the best doctors, everything, right? So, I mean, I love the States. If I had to live anywhere else, I would go there. But I'd probably avoid a few different ones. There's maybe a few places I might go, but our prescriptions, and also dental. If say you're in between jobs and you don't have a good benefits package in dental, you can get the dental if you're under, especially if you're making like under $100,000 a year. Well, you can get free dental care here, and your prescriptions will be paid for, and your doctors, imagine all the, but I mean, we pay for it in taxes, right? We pay more, but still, it doesn't feel like it hits us hard, because I guess it's just one less thing to worry about. Life is fucked up enough, having to worry about other stuff. If I could imagine having to worry about all that extra stuff, it would be more stress, that's for sure, especially in today's economy when the jobs aren't like they used to be. My old man would work for 30 years at a place and have wicked benefits and all that. And I caught the end of that, but it's not like that anymore. It's kind of like just, you have to kind of do those little dumb jobs, and you work there for a year or 2, or not like it used to be. So I'm not complaining, but yeah, I got my health card. When I broke my leg 10 years ago, I didn't have to pay for nothing. The fucking ambulance was there in 2 minutes. I got to the hospital. I didn't even call my family. I was in surgery. I broke my left leg. my tibia and fibia on a construction site carrying a water heater. I was wearing these gigantic water boots, and it was in the afternoon, work boots. It was in the afternoon, and we were carrying one of those old school water heaters, and I had those. There was mud on the bottom of my work boots, and there was steel toe. Just so I don't know, just in the afternoon, so fucking heavy, and it was just like, I guess I didn't pick my leg up enough, and my left leg I was carrying down. We were going down the stairs, carrying a huge water heater, and they weren't even good stairs. They were like temporary wooden stairs, and my heel got hooked on the stair, and I fell. When I went down, I slid down. We dropped the heater, and my left leg folded up behind me and twisted out to the side. So I had spiral fractures in my tibia and fibia right in the middle where my shin would be. And I was like, oh, fuck. It didn't hurt. It was just like, oh, something's not right. And I started feeling sick, and I was like, oh. So we called the, I said, dude, you got to call 911. They called, and the ambulance was there in 2 minutes. I didn't have to pay nothing. I was at the hospital, and they were giving me shit, and they give me x-rays, and they started feeding me stuff like morphine or whatever. They gave me some painkillers after they saw the x-rays, especially. And within a couple hours, I was in the surgery, and they put metal bars in my legs and fixed me right up. The next day, I wake up, and I had a big, huge titanium bar in my leg from my ankle to my knee, and 6 huge, looked like those fucking wooden deck screws, but they were at least 3 or 4 inches long. It looked like on the on the x-ray. And I woke up and called someone to pick me up, and they fucking gave me like 200 oxycodones and said, hey, come back if you need more. I was like, all right, dude, later. And I got wheeled out, and they gave me a wheelchair and crutches to take home and all this shit. I didn't pay nothing. So there's that. Yeah, it was more, you know what? After like my leg, I forget about it now, because I went even after a year. It was in the cold, and I was healed after like a year. I was doing my physio, and I tried to go back to work, and every time I kneel on my leg, like when you're working on furnaces and stuff, you got to kind of kneel down, and it kind of annoyed me, but I still, I felt great. The brake part felt great. It was more where all the screws and stuff were, and when the weather would change, it was just, maybe it was psychological. I don't even know. But after seeing that x-ray, knowing there's a huge bar, and it would look like a big gigantic ruler from my ankle to my leg and all the screws. So the doctor said, hey, if you're feeling great, you can have it removed. So I was like, yeah. I went back, and it was in and out, and they just took all that shit out. Then I went on, did some more physio and walked around. I feel 100% now. But the weirdest part was, I didn't think it would be not PTSD, but it kind of, I guess at the time, I don't know. It hit me harder than I thought it would, because I'd always kind of strutted around thinking I was like, oh, never broken a bone. I've never been hurt. I played hockey. I play all these rough sports. I race cars, crash cars. I've done all this and never really been injured. And I played very physical sports. Hockey, I was a defenseman, full contact. I used to love it. I used to love getting hit. I used to love hitting, and all that stuff, fighting in hockey and beer league hockey and all that weird shit. And I was always proud, I never had a broken bone in my body. And that really fucked me up. But I was older. I was like 40 something, 42 or 45. I was in my 40s, early 40s. And I healed physically and put on some weight, but fucking psychologically, I kind of like, it got to me. I didn't think it would. Enough sob stories with Shibby. But yeah, my leg. So I went back and got it all taken out, and if it weren't for a couple scars, I wouldn't even know about it. But it was those spiral fractures too, so it was even worse, because I saw the pictures. If you take a bone and twist it, it looks jagged. So they had, it wasn't a nice clean break. Like if you got hit with something, it was like 2 of the tibia and fib, or whatever they are, were spiral compound, or whatever they call them, because it twisted. My work boot twisted. So guys, what do you want to do? You want me to read more, or you want me to babble on, or you want to shut this down? How are you feeling? My headache woke me up. Are you okay, Nicole? How's that for a sob story? Are you all right? How about I go through and just see what you guys are doing? And then we'll maybe shut this down, unless you guys, because that's a lot. To start Galipoooo, that's going to be a lot. I don't know if I have that in me. There's only 17 people here. So that means 4 or 5 really nice people like you guys in chat, and 10 people are snoring away right now. What do you guys want to do? Want me to do anything? Nicole, did you see these? Want me to just kind of go over these? Guess we could jump back and forth. These were in the Odin report, I guess. It says Odin report, 12 pages. Is this the full Odin report? So Elvis Fields in January 2018, interview of Mary Jacob by Murphy and Purdy. So this is the actual interviews. This one is Elvis's cell phone. You want me to read through some of these and just check it out? Just see what's there? Shoot the shit, or do you have something else in mind? That's a lot. You guys like when I read too? I could. I mean, it would be probably the good. You know what? It probably would be wise to not jump around, and for me to actually. So I could start Galipoooo, which is actually right here. So this was the end of Ligget. It goes into Galipoooo, and this is what had happened the other day when I couldn't figure out why it stopped. But they showed the first bit of Galipoooo. So we're at the beginning, which is here. I have it here, the 58 pages. So I could just shut Ligget's down now so I don't get confused. And this is here. So I will go back to these. I will bookmark all of them because and this is Ollie's page, the very beginning. I went to the very end to see if we can find Elvis's. Ooh, Nicole, do you know where Elvis's deposition is? Because somebody was asking. V wanted me to read that, but it'd probably be best if I start. If I'm going to do anything, I'll do this. I feel like such a scatterbrain, but it would be wise for me to stick with not this Galipoooo. Let's do that. I got a drink here. Could I take one quick second and yeah. How about this? I'll take one quick potty break, and I will come back and start reading this. You know? And if you guys would you guys care if I went and got a coffee? It would take me probably 2 minutes to boil the water, 3 minutes. Or I don't need that. I have a drink here, so I don't need that. All right, I'll be back. I'm just going to take a quick potty break, and I will come back and read this direct examination of Warden John Galipoooo. How about anybody? If you need to go do anything right now, would be that time. I'm going to take no more than a couple minutes. If I feel like it, I should go turn the kettle on. I'll go to the bathroom. If I still feel like I should probably make a coffee, a small, regular one, nothing gigantic or nothing, because I'm working still for another 3 hours or so. So a coffee would be good. So I'm going to do that. I'll be back in maximum 2 to 3 minutes, okay? Please hold, and if you must yourselves, go to the washroom. Think of me while you're there. I'll be right back. more seconds, guys. Just gotta adjust my chair. I'll be right back, okay? And away, where's the music? Turn it off. And away, where is it? Go. Pew. That's a fun one. All right, guys. Hey, Kelt, so you're not driving now, I guess. Are you still around? 4.5 hours of listening to me? Is that what you're saying? You drove for 4.5 hours listening to me? Oh, my. And my voice is relaxing? Are you saying you listened to me? Was it this show or was it like a replay? Because I got lots of them. Yeah, listen to me in traffic. And if anybody's listening and you're in traffic now, don't let them get to you. Especially if you're getting paid by the hour. That's what I used to think. And I worked for this pool place once, and I was like, I had to drive to downtown Toronto and stuff, and all over like North York and all over Southern Ontario. I would like, I'm getting paid by the hour. And I would put on the radio and just like, fuck you guys. I'm just going to cruise slowly. I'm not going to do my normal self, like on the highway. Oh, The Cure. I love The Cure. Plain Song, Pictures of You. Yeah, I love The Cure. Ooh, there's a whole long, on YouTube, there's like an hour-long concert. And even now that they're older, even though he looks a little weird, I watch The Cure all the time on YouTube. There's like an hour-long concert where they play them all, and it's Pictures of You, Friday. Everyone feels good with that one. It's Friday and I'm in love. Monday you can pull apart. Tuesday, Wednesday, break my heart. And Pictures of You is a good tune. Looking so long at these pictures of you. What else they got? The Plain Song is good. And they have tons of good music. Oh, you went to the concert? Oh yeah, where'd you see them at? Because I saw that's one of the concerts I like watching. It's recent. It's like 4 or 5 years ago, where they went to like it was a Lilith concert or something, and they were and you can see the city in the background. I believe it was one of those Lilith fairs or kind of concerts, and it's on YouTube. And out of all of them, it's my favorite one to watch. But it's live. Like I like, they're live, and the drummer is cool. He's a good drummer. Well, Kelt. So, anyways, what I was trying to say is, yeah, like I used to get when I had a job where I was getting paid by the hour. So yeah, traffic is much better. I didn't care if I was in a traffic jam because I was getting paid by the hour until I got back. So that's all I'm saying is, yeah, it's easy to say don't get caught up and but then again, also if you don't kind of ride the person in front of you, people try and jump in front of you, and so you kind of have to be a little, pushy when you're driving. But traffic jams, yeah, they suck. So if you're just driving around, that's great. If you're in traffic jams, well, whatever it is, don't do it. It's not worth it. Just get yourself home and worry about nothing else. Worry about that later. It's not worth it. All right, guys. Ooh, so I got a coffee, and in my refrigerator, I had chopped up pineapple and green grapes. They're freezing cold and like amazing, super sweet. So I'm going to be full of energy real soon. Nice coffee I made. I bought this cheap electric kettle on Amazon for like $20, $25, and it fucking works fast. Fill it up, it's a glass one, and the lights turn all blue. It's glass, and you just fill it halfway up, and I turn it on, and it's like it fucking boils like in real fast. So it's awesome. And I like instant coffee. The Nescafe caramel, just a bit of sugar, cream. Sorry, cheap Nescafe caramel flavored instant coffee. Better than anything you'll ever have, in my opinion. Okay, let's do it. I got a sugar rush here, and I'm ready to go. All right, full screen. No comments on the screen. So, direct examination of Warden John Galipoo. And this is from the June 15th, 2023 safekeeping hearing where the state of Indiana wanted to put Richard Allen in prison as an innocent pretrial detainee to keep him safe from all the bad people out there. And they did that by locking him up in solitary, forcefully injecting him Haldol, leaving the fucking lights on 24 hours a day, letting all the other inmates call him baby killer all night long, putting fucking suicide companions at his door to monitor him. And when they weren't supposed to talk to him, I'm sure they were talking away, walking him around with a leash, holding a fucking camcorder in his face. They tased him a couple times for not putting his hands back through the thing. And my opinion is, I think that if they had any medications they were supposed to give him like early in the morning, stuff that would make you more hyper if you had ADD or anything, I guarantee those fuckers were giving it to him late at night because he was jogging naked at 3 a.m. in one place. And that's, I guarantee they were fucking with his meds. Not that I can say, I don't know, but what else was there? What else was there? Paula, you leaving? Good night, Paula. Thanks for were you here this whole time, Paula? Well, what? Ooh, do I see you? Yeah, you're here. Good night, Paula. Thanks. Critter, you're here. Hey, good morning. Look at this. All you people waking up. Yeah, I'm on a night shift, so I'm working hard right now, as you can all see. It's 4:30 a.m. here, and I'm working till at least 7 a.m. Okay, so Critter, if you're just showing up, good morning to you. And Paula, if you're leaving, good night to you. It's been a pleasure. And I should just start reading before I say some dumb shit. Yeah, I made him coffee. Okay, good. That's it. So the court. All right. So again, if you hear a gruff voice, it's going to be some kind of shithead from the law enforcement. Ooh, Galipoo. And if you hear a really weird, lame voice, that'll be McLeland. Hello, this is Mr. McLeland. Sounds a little bit like Elvis Presley, probably. And if you hear Judge Gull, it'll be just another shitty voice, very deep and gruff Judge Gull. And if you hear a nice voice, that'll be Mr. TikTok sensation, Brad Rozzi, or the ever so lovable, just like your dad, just like your grandpa, Andrew Baldwin. And away we go. The court. All right. Thank you, Sheriff. All right. Thank you, Sheriff. You may step down. They're letting us step. Well, let's go to here then, because it starts here. Mr. McLeland asking John Galipoo questions. Will you state your name, please? My name is John Galipoo. Galipoo. Big stinky Galipoo. And Mr. Galipoo, how are you employed? I'm employed as a warden at Westville Correctional Facility Department of Corrections. And Mr. Galipoo, you don't have to lean into the mic. Oh, you don't have to lean into the microphone, you dipshit. Just like I was doing. It doesn't amplify, it only records. That's not true, motherfucker. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to stop here and talk my regular voice because this is where I believe they were kind of like fucking with people because their microphones, maybe this wasn't at trial, so I don't know. I can't say, but I do remember there was times when the people thought they needed to speak closer to the microphone, and actually they weren't supposed to. They were supposed to be back a bit, and they were confused, and Judge Gall was kind of like, I don't know, I almost felt intentional, so the recording wouldn't sound good. And that's just my assumption, but I remember them something like that. But Like they told him to actually get closer, but getting closer was the problem. And away we go. And Mr. Galipoo, you don't have to lean into that microphone. It doesn't amplify. It only records. Okay. So if you speak in a normal kind of outside voice, we'll be able to hear you. Fair enough? Will do. Okay. And Warden, how long have you been employed as the Warden of Westville? A little over 4 years. Okay. And were you employed in law enforcement before that? No. I've been in DOC for 27 years. DOC for 27 years? Okay. Yes, sir. And I want to just get the nuts and bolts of this. I want to bring your attention. You are currently housing an individual on pretrial by the name of Richard Allen. Is that correct? Correct. And are you familiar with that inmate? I am. And you are housing him in your facility as a courtesy for Carroll County. Is that correct? Correct, sir. All righty then. And is he housed in your facility? Yes, sir. Where in your facility is he housed? He's housed in a pod. And I can't remember the voice I was doing for Boss Man McLeland, but it must have been something like this. Sounds goofy. It's working, I think. Okay. Can you tell me about APOD? APOD is a maximum security unit. It has 55 individuals in it. Okay. And is he segregated in that APOD? Yes, sir. And that means he's in a cell by himself? Correct. What is in that cell? What is in that cell? Depending on his mental health orders, currently, I believe a mattress, his legal work, and a Bible. Okay. And does he have a toilet in that cell? Yes, he does. He has a nice toilet, sink, and whatever combo. He can wash his hand. Oh, and you get a drink and take a shit all in one spot. It's fucking beautiful. Pretrial detainee, innocent man on pretrial detainment. Gets to shit, piss, wash his hands, and drink all from one place. Yes, he does. Oh, yes, he does. Okay. Does he have a shower in that cell? No, sir. No, sir. No. Oh, that would be too humane. Okay. And do you know the dimensions of the cell? I believe it's 12 by 8.5. Okay. And you said there's a mattress in there. Is there a bed frame or is the mattress on the floor? There's a bed frame. Okay. Can you tell me about the bed frame? The bed frame is a standard size bed frame. It's just bolted to the floor because it's designed as a suicide occupancy cell. And so, as I imagined a cell, that there's a bed frame, but it's directly on the floor. And that's for suicidal purposes? Correct. Or to prevent suicidal occurrences? Yes, sir. Okay. Sorry, that was a poorly phrased question. Why did you house him in that unit? When he got there, I don't believe he was on cause. Well, first of all, an individual cell has a camera, and he could be on 24-hour surveillance. And so it was important for you to have him on 24-hour surveillance. Correct. Correct. I'm just thinking maybe I'll read faster because this is a lot of pages. I'll stop screwing around. Okay, guys? Okay, so we're going to come back to the question. But specifically, why did you, when you accepted him as a courtesy hold, why did you house him in a segregation unit as opposed to general population? For his safety, excuse me. For his safety. Okay. You have concerns about his safety? Yes, sir. Okay. Why did you have concerns about his safety? Just the nature of the charges. Did you have any direct threats made to you or your facility? See, that's why it sounds the same, because he's asking them all the exact same questions, and they're probably answering similar too. No. Were you made aware of any direct threats made to you or your facility? No, sir. Okay. So I want to get back to that cell he's in. You said you believe it's a 12 by 8 cell? 12 by 8.5, I believe. 8.5. Wow. He's fucking got it pretty good there. Oh, and is that the same cell that everyone else in that unit has? The same size cell? Correct. All 255 beds are the same. Okay. And the mattress he's sleeping on, is it got any gross stains and shit all over it? I'm sure it doesn't. Is it the same mattress that the other inmates in that? Yes, sir. Pod get? Is it the same mattress that the inmates in the entire facility get? Yes, sir. Okay. And talked about he has a bed. Is he currently on suicide watch? He is. Ooh, 1 second. He is. He is. Okay. Have there been times when he wasn't on suicide watch? Yes, sir. The times he's not on suicide watch, is he in the same cell? Correct. Okay. Has he been in the same cell his entire stay? His entire time. And there's 24-hour video surveillance on the cell, correct? Yes, sir. Is there audio and video surveillance or just video? Just video. Just video. And when he's moved from that cell, is there video on him when he's moved from the cell? Yes, sir. Okay. And is he put in shackles or handcuffs when he's moved from the cell? He's a big, scary garden gnome, weighing 5'4". No history of violence. No criminal record. Ooh, he's spooky, spooky dude. And these big guards, they're so afraid of him. Why is that done? Well, that's standard practice for all of them. You seen the size of the fucker? He's almost 5'5". For all the inmates in that pod. All 255. Okay. Does he have time to shower? He does. How many times a week can he shower? 3 fucking times a week. OMG, eh? Should be every fucking day if you wanted, no? He's an innocent guy on pretrial detainment. He is not there of punishment yet. And does he have a change of clothes? He does. How many changes of clothes does he get? They get collected every Wednesday and distributed every Thursday. And when they're distributed, how many sets of clothing does he have? I believe 3. Okay. And does he have access to commissary? He does. Has he exercised his ability to buy commissary? He has. What has he bought during? Or what has he bought from commissary? I believe he's bought clothing, socks, shoes, sure. Not sure about food items, but he's bought clothing and hygiene. So on top of 3 sets of clothing he gets a week, he also has additional clothing in his cell? He does. And additional shoes? Yes. Does he get time for recreation? He does. How much time does he get for recreation? 1 hour, 5 times a week. Ooh, Jesus, it's not much at all, eh? Okay. Is that different from other inmates in that facility? No, sir. So, see, he's being treated exactly like the inmates, and he's not. He's on pretrial detainment. He should have things more, he's on pretrial detainment. So at this point, he's literally innocent. And I'm going to take a drink of my coffee. And I'm going to mute because I'm going to clear my throat too. And we're back. Anything good happening? Yeah, he's a garden gnome. He's a small guy. I mean, these fucking guards. If you saw those social media posts of the guards, one of the guards, I forget his name, bench pressing 3 plates aside. Like, people, I got to stress to you that I would say 90% of the men can barely bench press 1.5, 2 plates aside. That's 45 pounds each. So 90% of the men that you probably know could probably not or barely bench press 2 plates aside. And these guys are fucking throwing around 3 plates aside. I can see that body guy. That, that's a lot of serious weight. And they're watching Richard Allen. and they're afraid of him. And they're probably fucking 6'5" or 6'2", probably 300 pounds of muscle, wearing fucking bulletproof vests and all these fucking stun guns and pepper spray and fucking little guard gnome. He was broken, especially after a few months of being there. They fucking broke his spirit. They broke his everything. And he's innocent until proven guilty at that point. And then they fucking send in a succubus with her big titties out, smelling all sweet perfume and hair products, I'm sure. Oh, I'll be your friend, Richard. I'm Dr. Walla. Ooh, I'm here of your friend. Ooh. Trust me. You can trust me. Anyway, sorry. Okay. What were we saying? Hey, my brother. Oh, yeah. For sure, Nicole. Yeah, you got some. Nicole's got some big brothers. Yeah, they're the type of guys that are. I mean, not him, like it's not his type, but I bet you they're probably. Some of those guards are probably huge, right, Nicole? You can just imagine them. And I saw that one photo, that guy bench pressing 3 plates aside. He's probably he looks like he's hanging off the bench, like laying down. And he looks probably 6'2" at least, 6'3", maybe 6'4", 6'5", whatever. Whatever it is, if a guy's benching that much weight, he's not tiny. That's for sure. These guys are probably all huge, or half of them full of tattoos and all that, and they're fucking worried about guarding them. We're worried about Richard Allen. Oh my God. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. And none of that. Imagine them handing him his food and just all the little stuff that's not caught on camera and all the little looks and the little whispers and like, oh, hope nobody's spitting that. You just fucking know that those sadistic motherfuckers are doing more, and they're in control of that camera when they're not in his cell. They're carrying a camcorder. So just imagine how much was not caught on camera, or caught on camera and the videos disappear and all that bullshit. It's fucking sick. It's sick because he's an innocent until proven guilty guy at that point. So that's not how anybody works. You don't force feed people drugs and torture them and treat them that way to get confessions out of them, and then bullshit confessions nonetheless. So they violated his civil rights. They broke all these policies, and Galipoo let the companions talk, which wasn't allowed, and that's a violation. Walla was doing shit, looking up stuff and broken all these violations, and all the other stuff. The patches on their the prison guards are breaking violations of, I'm sure some kind of code of the dress codes, and how many times, put him in solitary. They say it wasn't solitary, but it was solitary because Nick kind of confessed to that on stage. That was, but they all said because he had an iPad, Susan Hendricks, you sadistic bitch, laughed saying because he had a fucking iPad, that it was no big deal. You could spend 3 days in fucking solitary. Even a week, 3 weeks, and you'll be confessing to murders you didn't even fucking do, because they'll be whispering in your ears and treating you like shit and fucking force feeding you Halidol. Sadistic motherfuckers, and nobody blew the whistle for 395 days. Nobody blew a whistle, whistleblowers. That shows you they're all sadistic. Because if I worked somewhere, if I was a fucking janitor or plumber and I saw them treat a guy like that, I would tell somebody and say, fuck you guys. So that's why I could never work at a place like that. They want sadistic people working there, in my opinion, because who could sit there and watch the treatment of an innocent citizen like that and not speak out? I would lose my job over that. That's why they would never even hire me. And I'm kind of glad. But hey. Okay. Who was reading again? I forget. I totally forget. Is this Nick McLeland still? Okay. And so it sounds like everything that he's gotten up to this point is identical to the other inmates in that unit of your facility. Correct. Okay. He has a toilet in his cell. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Is there any limit on the amount of toilet paper he gets? No. When he's out, he puts the roll and we exchange it. Oh, sure. Yeah. I bet you guys fucking run around helping him out. Okay. Is there a limit to how much or how often he can use the restroom? No. He can go to the bathroom whenever he wants. So kind, so kind. Is he required to? Do you require him to wear the same set of clothing day after day? No. And so he can change clothing at any point that he wants in his cell? Yes, sir. Okay. Is he required to wear soiled or stained or tattered or torn clothing? No, sir. And in fact, you said that he had exercised his use of the commissary and he has new clothing in his cell. Is that correct? He has one at a time. Yes, sir. Okay. Does he have access to an electric tablet or some kind? He does. Tell me about that. It's a tablet from GTL. Matter of fact, he was just issued a second tablet about 2 weeks ago. He broke his first tablet, and the average person in Westville would have to replace that for $250. We gave him the opportunity for an additional tablet. Oh, you fucking assholes. How did he break it? I mean, people drop them. Did he throw it at the wall, pissed off? Let's see. These guys are assholes, man. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So let me back it up a little bit. What capabilities does he have with that tablet? If he purchases stuff, he can purchase music, download movies, but more importantly, phone calls. And the phone calls, are they video calls or just the typical phone calls that we'd be used to? Just the typical phone calls. Does he have access to be able to text people from that tablet? No. And so he was issued a tablet. Yes, he was. When he came to the facility, the tablet was broken by him? Yes, sir. And in typical situations, my understanding that if an inmate breaks a tablet, you make him pay the $250 to place a feed. We'll get another. How about a person that's not an inmate? Because he's not an inmate, motherfucker. He's on pretrial detainment. So you fuckers trying to get away with calling him an inmate. Then what are the other inmates? Are they inmates? Because he's not the same as them. What's his name? What do you call him? Correct. That didn't happen here. No, sir. What happened? We issued him a tablet based on behavior. We had a little mental health designed some expectations for him to meet and met those. And we issued him another tablet. Why would you issue him a new tablet without paying for the old one when you don't do that to the other inmates? It's not customary, but also he's not customary because he's an innocent citizen of the United States of America in pretrial detainment, getting fucking tortured by his government to confess to crimes he didn't commit, motherfuckers. Oh, yeah. Sorry. It's not customary. Okay. You do have medical staff I guess, on site at your facility. Is that correct? 24 hours. And you do have mental health personnel on site at your facility. Is that correct? We do. Has he been checked out by the medical staff on a regular basis? Yes, sir. I mean, have you gotten any reports? This is going to be a broad term, but have you gotten any reports that he's unhealthy in any way? No, sir. Have you gotten reports that his BMI and his vitals are all on track? That he's healthy? Normal ranges. Yeah, he's thriving in here. It's like fucking going to rehab, We're going to make him better. It's for safekeeping. Normal range. Has he been checked out by the medical personnel or mental health personnel on a regular basis? Almost daily. And one sec. And we're back. Anything happening, guys? You still here? How many weirdos are here still? Let me see. 15 people. Hello. All right. That's just. And you said he was. He's gone on suicide watch recently. Was there a time when he wasn't on suicide watch? When he first got there, I don't think he was on suicide watch for a while. I can't give you an exact time, but the recent past months, he's been on some sort of suicide watch, whether it be constant or close supervision. Okay. Do you know within a range? Do you know when that switched from not being on suicide watch to being on suicide watch? Let's see. I believe we got him November 4th, probably sometime in September. I think he wasn't on suicide watch for the first couple of months, I believe. Okay. And was there a time you noticed that he wasn't on suicide watch for the first couple of months? So basically, he wasn't confessing like they thought so. So they had to up the game and get this safekeeping. Yeah. Or maybe it was for his own good. I'm sure. I'm wrong. For his own good. But with the safekeeping, I'm sure they were allowed to do a lot more safe stuff to him. Okay. And was there a time in the recent past where you began to get strange behavior from him? Yes, sir. We finally broke him. And at that point, did you have him seen on a more often basis by the medical and mental health staff? Yes, sir. The Honorable Dr. Walla and the other guy. Do you know what, for lack of a better term, do you know what flipped the switch are, or what caused the switch to be flipped? Yeah, I know. We went from suicide companions to officer companions, I think a day after he received his legal work. Okay. And Mr. Rozzi jumps in. I'm sorry. Would you finish that? I didn't hear what you said. We changed from suicide companions to officer companion the day after he received his legal work. So I want to talk about the suicide companion. What does that mean? The normal individual will have a suicide companion, comes from our plus unit. It's a religious unit, and the incarcerated individual would watch over him every 5 to 15 minutes and just take notes on his behavior. Those logs would be reviewed by the shift supervisor and mental health staff. This is where he's going to admit that they were talking to him, I'm sure. Or maybe not here. And at some point, you switched it over to having officers in your facility actually be that companion watch 24 hours a day. We left the lights on too. Let them call him baby killer all fucking night long. Okay. And so now, currently, he has no officer at his door or at the front of his cell who watches him 24 hours a day. Oh, who watches him 24 hours a day? Correct. Plus, he's on camera in the cell 24 hours. Well, at least, Well, at the times he's in the cell? Yes, sir. Okay. Is he allowed face-to-face visits with family and friends? He had at least one, yes. Oh, my. Okay. In the future, is he going to be allowed to face-to-face as a innocent until proven citizen? Innocent of crimes until proven guilty? If he in a prison, if he's held at your facility, given what you know and the suicide watch and all those things, is he going to be allowed face-to-face visits? Yes. Okay. Do inmates in that pod are they normally allowed face-to-face visits? None of them. None of them. No fucking guff, dipshit. He's not like them. He's fucking innocent at this point. So only he's allowed face-to-face visits. So only the only innocent man here is allowed to be treated a little differently. OMG. Correct. I'd love to fuck this guy up. Can't wait till they call him guilty. Ooh, yeah. Okay. At some point, did you prevent him from having face-to-face visits? No, I'm a great guy. Okay. So throughout this stay from late October, early November, till now, that entire time, he was allowed to have face-to-face visits if requested. Okay. Well, want to talk about the attorney visits. Is he allowed to have attorney visits? Yes, sir. And you've had an opportunity? Well, let me back it up. Are attorneys allowed to bring cell phones into your facility? No. And have you allowed attorneys to bring cell phones into your facility? Past, at least to your knowledge? No. Okay. Well, are attorneys allowed to bring in computers into your facilities to meet with the inmates? No, sir. Okay. If an attorney needed a cell phone on his computer I fucking hate how they get away with calling him an inmate. Shouldn't there be a different name for him at this point? Shouldn't there? Like legally. Shouldn't there be a different name for him? Because he's innocent until proven guilty. So if an inmate is somebody who's been sentenced, and rightfully so. They're serving, it's not luxury. It's not, but this is different. He's an innocent citizen of the United States at this point. So why are they allowed to call him an inmate? It's always bugged me. They should have to call him technically another name, because all this does is make him look bad by calling, and they're surprised they would be anything different to treat him with. The guy's he's not convicted of anything. He's innocent until proven guilty, awaiting his on pretrial detainment. It's fucking wild. No, sir. Okay. If an attorney needed a cell phone on his computer and discovered one of those inmates, or are those accommodations you can make in your facility? Yes, sir. Okay. The visitations with attorneys, are those recorded? They are. For general population. Yes, all visits are recorded. Alrighty, see? For the general population. But he's not general population, motherfuckers. So why are they allowed to do this? He should be treated differently, because he's innocent until proven guilty. Well, let's talk. I want to talk specifically about Richard Allen. The visitations between Richard Allen and his attorneys, are those recorded? So they're they admitted to all, and they're recording an innocent person talking to his defense attorneys. They have been, yes. At some point, they were recorded, I think, with a handheld camcorder. Is that correct? Correct. Man, imagine the fucking citizens of Indiana finding this out and being okay with it. To a person that could be them next, or their brother, or their mother, or sister. A pretrial detainment. An innocent until proven guilty person. That's so wild. They were okay with this. It's like the rules only apply, if they're my friend or my type of people or whatever, then it's okay. But if, or sort of, it's the people I don't like, these are okay. But if it's, if it's people I like, this would be wrong. Imagine this was like that has stopped. It has. Why'd that stop? Did I miss something? Yeah, it's the recorded camcorder. Okay. Why'd that stop? It was requested by the attorneys. Yes, sir. Okay. Are the visitations still recorded by some kind of security camera? Yes, sir. And that's a video recording with no audio. Is that correct? Yeah, no audio. Yeah. And comes to find out later at trial, there was audio. You lying motherfuckers. Such assholes. I don't know how they got away with this, man. Correct. So just to clarify, the visitation from the unit that he's incarcerated in currently, there's no face-to-face visits, so it's not recorded. The visitors go up to the front desk. They would get on the kiosk system. He would get on the computer at the facility, and they would talk. They could see each other. General population, where we took Mr. Allen, is all surveillance. General population, where all the convicted people and the one innocent until proven guilty citizen were treated exactly the same. Sounds like. Okay. And so the unit that Mr. Allen is on, none of those inmates get face-to-face visits. None of them. With attorneys, families, nothing. Well, attorneys, if requested, but not family. Okay. In Mr. Allen's case, he's been allowed to visit his attorneys. Ooh. And how is that facilitated? Meaning, where are they taking that kind of thing? So it's weird. They always imply that, like, he's supposed to be in a jail, not prison, because then they're making an exception by putting him in a jail. But then they're all bothered by how they don't get to treat him like a regular inmate in the prison. But they're the ones that are saying he needs to go to that prison, which is very usually not like normal cases. The jail, they would be a pretrial detainment. So they're to have to make accommodations, like for the lawyers. Like, why wouldn't a lawyer be allowed to have his computer? Like, it's like he should be allowed to have everything he would be if he's innocent. He's considered innocent. And because they chose to because of the resources, that's fine. It's fine. But he should get the same treatment as if he was in the jail still. Like, and I'm sure it's got to be obviously more, it's got to be much more lenient and less invasive, meaning Like, there's got to be certain things where why are they just because he's in that prison, he's still innocent. Can if I was in, if all you citizens, you're innocent. Can they listen to your phone calls if you called? Imagine being somewhere, the guy's innocent at this point. They shouldn't be able to use the same protocols as they do with convicted criminals and the inmates. It's so wild to me every time I think about that. I mean, if he's there for safekeeping because they have more resources, fine. But it should be the same as if he was in the jail. How would an innocent until proven person be treated? Treat him the same here. Not because he's there, you get to treat him the same as the inmates. It's because he's not there. He's got to be treated like as if he was over in the jail still. He's fucking innocent until proven guilty. A citizen of the United States of America. Wow. Nobody fucking cared. Man, you guys are fucking going downhill over there. I mean, the stuff used to matter, didn't it? Like, I mean, you could put anyone in fucking solitary and torture them into confessing. Okay, in Mr. Allen's case, he's been allowed to visit his attorneys. And how was was that facilitated? Meaning, where are they taken? That kind of thing. He was taken to the general population visitation room. I believe it was from 1 to 3 or so, and we closed off visitation at 12:30 to 3:30 just to make sure that he had privacy and that he didn't see any other individuals. Like, they act like he's being a burden to them, but you guys are the ones that put him somewhere that he shouldn't be. So you need to make the accommodations that he would be awarded as if he was at the jail still, because he's innocent. He's an innocent citizen at this time. He's innocent until proven guilty. So they're acting all fucking hot and bothered because they have to make accommodations for him. Yes, sir. And again, you're willing to accommodate them. You're going to go out of your way and accommodate him with all this taxpayer funded shit, getting paid out the asshole and getting paid really well to do it too. Yeah. Oh, you're going out of your way. You're like a public service angel. Them in terms of taking a cell phone or computer in so that they can review the discovery materials, Mr. Allen. Yes, sir. Yeah, because they fucking should be able to. Okay, now, you said his behavior has been from non-suicidal to suicidal. Has he, let me back it up. Do you know specifically what changed his behavior? Fucking cunt. I believe it's when he receives his legal work. He's been on some sort of suicide watch the entire time after that. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the fucking forced Haldol injections and the solitary confinement and the fucking lights on 24/7 and the baby killer screaming all night long and the suicide companions bugging him and that fucking succubus cunt Walla fucking walking around in there being his friend and lying and deceiving him. Yeah, it's him. He's starting to feel guilty. Yeah. Okay. And during that time, has Mr. Allen requested to meet you? He's roten with me. Ooh. Yeah, this fucking guy's the warden. This fucking guy's a warden. And he's roten with me. Yes. Oh boy. And what did he write you? What did he roten you? He roten. Well, maybe that's a typo. He wrote me. Maybe I'll give him that, because he would have said it here too. Maybe that's a typo. I'll let that slide. Although I really want to believe it's not. Maybe this is the typo, and she didn't put the N because she know he'd look like a dipshit when I read this. He wrote in me numerous things. I think he sent me 5 or 6 letters, some of it. And Rozzi jumps in. Judge, may we approach? Yeah. Little sidebar happens, and Rozzi says, I'm not sure if we are going to start having discussions about discovery that I don't have. Baldwin's like, that's why I'm kind of like, and Rozzi's, I'm not aware of any of these letters. To that extent, I'm going to start objecting because and of course, okay, I'm not sure what he's going to say. Do you have them? And McLeland, yeah, I've been reaching out. Yeah. Oh, I've been trying so hard to get them to the defense, but I couldn't get them to them till before today. It's impossible. How am I, a lowly old prosecutor, with all this funding And you're supposed to get this to the defense. It was just couldn't do it. Have you provided them to him? Yes, I believe so. Okay. Well, because he needs them. Sidebar, blah, 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 blah. Now, I believe it's still Mr. McLeland. When Mr. Allen first came to your facility, was he taking advantage of the recreational time that he was afforded? It was hit or miss. Sometimes he would just refuse to go to rec. Sometimes he went. Okay. Has he refused? Has he ever refused any meals? I have a feeling they switched over to the defense. Yeah. Oh, maybe not. No, he's going to object. So it's still Nick because he's objecting. Rozzi objects. Okay. My bad. Okay. Has he refused? Has he ever refused any meals? Yes. Okay. Can you tell me about that? It's off and on. We recorded them. We'll declare him on a hunger strike. And after his fourth missed meal, I don't know how many hunger strikes he's been on, but he typically eats. Check those logs every day. I know he ate breakfast this morning, right after about 4 o'clock. Oh my. He ate breakfast at 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, he checked the logs after 4 o'clock. I don't know. 1 second. I'm going to get a quick drink and I'm going to eat a couple pieces of my fruit. Sorry. 1 sec. And we're back. Big swig of coffee. 4 very big green grapes. Very sweet, too. Yummy. And 2 half pieces of cut up pineapple. Super juicy and sweet. Very good. All right. Anything happening in chat? Critter, you're still here? Good stuff. Nicole? Yeah. Generations of my family in the state before it was. Oh yeah. There's a lot of good people, I'm sure. And I think people are waking up now to like, okay, this might have been wrong. Yeah, I love pineapple. Everything. Oh, I got these wicked clementines, or they're like, clementines. They're, smaller oranges. And I bought some and they're perfect. Like each one, oh my God. So perfect. Anyways, I should carry on. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Ooh, only 14 people. Oh, we're losing them, Nicole. Oh no. And was he exercising not only at rec time, but was he exercising in his cell on a regular basis as well? Was he exercising in his cell? Yes. On occasion, yes, sir. And throughout this time, again, he's being seen by medical and mental health staff on a regular basis. His entire stay there. Correct. Okay. Do you continue to this day to have any concerns for his safety? Oh, okay. If he was moved to general population, Gen Pop, would you have concerns for his safety? Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would. And has the mental health or medical staff expressed any concerns to you that would cause you to have concern for his health or well-being? I'm going to object. We kind of talked about this. Oh, sorry, this is Rozzi. I'm going to object. We have kind of talked about this in chambers. We're getting into HIPAA issues here on that basis. I object. Sustained. Wow. The one-time girl sustained her robe for him. Usually she fucking stains her robe for Nicholas, right? Nick. She gets fucking drippy and stains her robe for Nick. My mouse just took off again for whatever reason. Have you seen anything in the reports that you get that Mr. Allen was being treated unfairly in your facility? I have not. Is he being treated different from other inmates in your facility? No, sir. Well, he should fucking be, dipshit. Look at him. They're even admitting it. Like, shouldn't he be? Like, why should he be treated like an inmate? He's fucking innocent until proven guilty on pretrial detainment. It's so wild that they get away with this. It's wild that citizens of the whole country aren't flipping out. Because this is an innocent person at this point. He's not charged. He's not convicted of anything. At this point, he's innocent until proven guilty. So much for that fucking Constitution they shit all over. In fact, it sounds like he's getting more benefits than the inmates in your facility. That's true. Like, they sound even pissed that they can't. Oh my God. When he's transported from your facility, does DOC, are they the ones that take care of the transport? Correct. And they're the ones that have the manpower, supply the manpower to transport him. Is that correct? Yes, sir. I don't have any further questions. Any other questions, Judge? I'm done with my inconsiderate, sadistic, stupid questions. Thank you, Mr. Rozzi. And here we go. Cross-examination of Warden John Galipoooo by TikTok sensation Bradley A. Rozzi. So, Mr. McLeland asked you about his cell. I think you said it was a 12 by 8.5 room. Is that right? Correct. I'm sure you saw the motion that I filed with the court alleging some of the circumstances at your facility. I believe so, yes. And in that motion, I'm looking at it right now. It says 6 by 10 room. Does that sound consistent with what I've reported to the court? I'm unaware of any 6 by 10 room. Okay. But was that consistent with what I reported to the court? I believe so, yeah. So I was a couple feet off, right? A few. All right. 2 feet one way and 2 feet the other, right? Yes, sir. All right. So I think what I heard today is that from the minute Mr. Allen was assigned to your facility, that he was placed in what I'll call a suicide cell. Is that correct? Correct. He wasn't necessarily on suicide watch, but he was detained as if he was suicidal. He was put in that room for the camera at that time, yes, for his safekeeping. Okay. And so those circumstances have remained throughout his stay, right? Yes. And that was before there was any mental health assessment of him or anything of that nature, which suggested that he was suicidal, right? Correct. I believe he was on suicide watch a few months after he was there, after we had time to break him. All right. Do the other cells in the maximum security unit have cameras in them? Only 4. Okay. So there is a difference between the circumstances he's detained in that maximum security unit and 50 other cells, right? Just the camera, correct? Well, pretty significant difference, isn't it? Sure. Having somebody starting at your staring at you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week versus not, right? Sure. It's my understanding that this unit that Mr. Allen's detained in is the most highest security unit within your facility, right? Westville? Correct. Yeah, we talked earlier. You weren't in here, but it's kind of a prison within a prison, really, isn't it? It's separated, correct. Yeah, has its own gates that you have to go through even after you get into the facility. It does. Well, and the most heinous of criminals are often housed in that facility, aren't they? Half of them, half of the most heinous inmates. It's a 255-bed facility. All of them are department-wide, and the other half are Westville offenders. Department-wide, and the other half are Westville offenders. Okay. So half of them are people that are level 2 offenders, people that have being convicted of the most heinous crimes you and I can imagine, right? There's some bad crimes in there, crimes in there, yes. Yeah, and he's basically detained right next to them, right with them, isn't he? Yeah, sure. Okay. And those people are actually, these heinous offenders in your facility are actually set aside and removed from your general population, aren't they? Correct. You wouldn't house those people with the people in general population, would you? Say that again? You wouldn't house those people with the people in general population. I mean, like I said, half of the facility is designed for level 2 Westville offenders. So whether they're in there for a day or a year, when they're released, they go back to Gen Pop. Okay. Now, do you have a chance to see Mr. Allen when he was first housed in your facility back in November? I believe so, yes. Okay. Did he look anything like he looks now? Similar. Yeah. He's lost a lot of weight, hasn't he? He's lost some weight. All right. And in terms of just his overall mental health, regardless of what's to blame for it, it's definitely deteriorated, hasn't it? It's changed. Yeah, he won't say deteriorated. It says it's changed. Yes, for the worst, right? What a fucking asshole. You know he's trained to say that. It's changed. No, he's asking you, is it worse or not? You think is it the same or is it different but still not as bad, or like he's gotten worse. So if it's changed, is he gotten better? Oh, yeah, for the worst, hasn't it? It's off and on. I mean, I spoke to him yesterday. He spoke fine. Okay. But the point is that he doesn't look the same, does he? He's lost some weight. Fucking cold-hearted motherfuckers. Innocent until proven citizen, guys. Take note of it. Could be you next. And he's not acting the same, is he? On occasion, like I said, he spoke clearly to me yesterday and last week. Nothing, sir. But he's engaged in some conduct in your facility that's, frankly, pretty unsanitary. To his doings, yes. Yeah. Now, to the extent that he was, you said earlier that he was suicidal, right? At some point? I said he was put on suicide watch. Okay. Well, was he suicidal? Mental health put him there. You didn't have anything to do with that? No. Okay. Did you ever suggest that anybody at your facility reach out to either Mr. Baldwin or I to talk to us about his circumstances? I have not, personally, no. Okay. Do you know anybody else in your facility that suggested to do that? Not, no. Okay. Do you know anybody in your facility that suggested that we should reach out to the sheriff in Carroll County and maybe let him know what's going on up here? Not to my knowledge, no. You are aware, I assume, that I made a request to actually just inspect or look at his cell when I was up there on one occasion. Yes, sir. And I'm kind of gathering this from what I've experienced, but was there ultimately a phone call to you about whether or not I should be able to do that? There was communication, correct. And were you the one that suggested to Captain Lewis that I couldn't do that? I said that no one can go in his cell until I get authorization. Okay. It was an unusual request for in an unusual situation. So you put him in an unusual situation, and then you fucking can't. You should know these beforehand, because you guys are the one doing this. For me to just go to see his cell, or anybody. No, I mean, you guys are fucking assholes. He's not a regular inmate. He's innocent until proven guilty. This is his goddamn defense attorney asking just to see. You accommodated all this. You made this accommodation. Make all the accommodations you should be doing. You're acting like fucking, because their rule is to not let the inmates. Yeah, of course, the inmates, but he's not that. How far away was he? How far away was I at the time I asked for that? I'm not sure. I'm just saying it was an unusual request. I never had that request before. Yeah, I bet you was fucking so close to. He wanted, he won't even say it. Yeah, you were so close. It would have been so fucking easy for us to let you walk in there and look at him. It would have been so fucking easy. I mean, I was in the same building, right? Correct. Probably just right around the corner, right? Correct. Are you aware that I filed another request, a more formal request to get in your facility? I'm not sure if I've seen that one. No. Okay. It's one thing that they can put in there. It's another thing that they shouldn't have all this worked out beforehand. Because if a defense attorney can go into the jail and request to see the conditions if they think it's not good, if they have to do that for an innocent person there, just because they've chosen to accommodate him here because of the resources that he would need, they need to bring that same protocols and make the accommodations. But they're playing fucking dumb. 1 second. Hey, Kelly Lou Brown. Good morning to you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Kelly Lou Brown. This is Warden John Galipoo being questioned by Bradley Rozzi in the June 15th, 2023 safekeeping hearing where the state of Indiana was keeping Richard Allen safe from everyone except themselves. And please hold. And we're back. All right. So, where were we? Sorry. Okay. Okay. Has your DOC staff or attorneys talked to you about any of that? They do. We communicate. All right. But that's not happened as we sit here today, has it? I just don't recall of it. No. No. That I've had a chance. Not. No. That I've had a chance or my staff had a chance to go in and see the circumstances under which he's detained. It has not. Now, with regard to this tablet that you referred, you said he has the ability to make phone calls on that tablet, right? He does. So he could theoretically call his family, right? I think 3 family members are listed. Oh, like, okay. But anything that he said to them about his case wouldn't be recorded by your facility? Recorded by GTL. Okay. Which you subcontract with them? Correct. And so you have access to all that. I do not. Yeah, there's no way I could get my hands on that. None of us could. Well, somebody that in the facility has access. Internal affairs. Internal affairs is the good. Yeah, it's like at the cop shops. Yeah. Oh, we'll look into it. Oh, we looked into it. We looked into ourselves, and unfortunately, we found no wrongdoing. Oops. Yeah, internal affairs. Okay. You have its family members would an investigative team or something, right? I do. Okay. And so they're the ones that monitor all those calls, right? Only one has capability of it. I'm sorry. Only one investigator has the capability of it. Okay. So anything that he would have communicated to his family, if it was at all remotely related to this case, his case, you would know about it, or the investigator would know about it. If they listen to it, correct. Well, they're listening to it, aren't they? I'm not sure. What a fucking asshole. As if, because he's sitting there saying that we listen for certain things, like, if he's going to harm himself and all that stuff. But how do they not know if they're not listening to everything? And he's pretending like as if the guy is able to selectively only listen to the part that he doesn't know about what they're saying. Like, it's such a stupid. For this fucking warden to even answer that way, it's so stupid. Because even the jurors are like probably thinking, "Oh, wouldn't you have to listen to everything to know what you shouldn't listen to?" Well, has anybody asked you to monitor any of that? Has anybody asked me? Yeah. No. All inmates are recorded. They're all recorded. All inmates. Are you aware that the prosecutors offered up phone calls and stuff to us? Say that again. Are you aware the prosecutor, Mr. Boss McLeland, has offered up phone calls and other things, recorded calls to us. Well, the calls for the attorneys are not recorded. No, I'm not talking about the family members. Specifically what? Are you aware that the state has offered up to us various phone calls of recorded conversations from that facility? Not that I'm aware of, no. Nobody's ever asked you about any of that? Oh, hello. Hey, Marky, good morning. Welcome. Hello. So we got Kelly Lou. And, Charles, did I miss you? Charles, hey, what's up, bud? You still here? Hello, Charles. And did I miss anybody else, Nicole? Is it Charles, Kelly Lou Brown, and Marky Banjo? Good morning, guys. And Critter's still here. Nicole Watt. Have I missed anyone else? I'll feel horrible. Hello. Oh my goodness. Purple Amaryllis. Good morning to you. Sorry I missed you. I'm trying to read. And anyone else? Did I miss? And that seems like just enough. So good morning, everyone. Pleasure. If you're not sure, Marky, we are reading Warden John Galipoo, his examination at the 2023, June 15th, 2023, Safekeeping of Richard Matthew Allen, where the state of Indiana wanted to put him into prison to safekeep him. Yes, to safekeep him and torture the living fuck out of him safely for his own good as an innocent until proven guilty pretrial detainee. And away we go. Nobody ever asked you about any of that. Not that I'm aware of, no. So apparently the investigative part of your staff is not communicating with you about his circumstances. I'm just now aware about his phone calls. Okay. And your position is, with regard to our access to the facility, that we are not allowed to have cell phones in there. No attorneys are allowed to have cell phones. Okay. Did anybody tell you I had a cell phone in there the first time I went in there? Yeah, the shakedown sergeant. Okay, all right. After that occurred, right? Say that again. I took a cell phone in there the first time, didn't I? And the second time, right. And then all of a sudden the rules changed, didn't they? The rules never changed. Attorneys weren't allowed to have cell phones. Well, if Rozzi is allowed to have a cell phone in with him at the jail, if they visited their pretrial detainee in the jail, which is different than the prison. If he was allowed to take it in there, he should be allowed to take it in here. Because he's basically in jail, but they moved him to a prison because of the resources. But that was their choice. Well, then the enforcement of them changed, didn't it? No, it's not. Well, no, sorry. Now, with regard to this video circumstance, well, let me back up. Have you ever, in your time as a warden, housed a pretrial detainee that's not been convicted of a crime at any point in their life? Richard Allen has never been in his whole life convicted of a crime. He's almost close to 50 at this point, or whatever he is. And he's an innocent until proven citizen of the United States of America. And that Constitution means something, doesn't it? Well, not today. Not that I'm aware of, no. Okay. First time, right? For me. And you acknowledge there was a circumstance for a couple of months where your staff members were videotaping our visits with our clients. Only video, yes. Okay. And in fact, you actually assigned a correctional officer that carried a video camera around and followed us around the facility into the room where we were meeting. Anytime he was out of his cell, correct? Yeah. And the correctional officer was asked essentially to stage him or herself at the window next to where we were meeting. When he was on constant suicide watch, we had to, for his own safety. Oh my God. Fucking assholes. Okay. And that was never communicated to us before we visited with him, was it? I'm not sure what was communicated to you. You certainly didn't do it, right? Do what, sir? You certainly didn't communicate that to us. Not to you, no. And you didn't communicate to your officer to tell your officer to communicate it to us? No, sir. You just did it? Yes, sir. And at some point, there were concerns raised by us that we didn't have any privacy, wasn't there? There was. I mean, you know, and I'm assuming that your legal teams at the DOC suggested that you stand down with regard to that videotaping. That was the decision. Like, you fucking needed to be told, eh? The guy's a fucking innocent man. Why would you be able to fucking... Okay. And do you have any need to do that in the future when we are meeting with him? I don't. Okay. Well, okay. Well, we'll need constant visual if he's on mental health, constant observation. No, you won't, because he's not. He's an innocent citizen. Imagine somebody was on suicide watch at their home. Would the fucking cops or whatever be able to come in and kind of stand over them in their bedroom? No, they wouldn't. Fucking asshole. But you don't have any need to videotape attorney-client meetings, right? No, sir. You ever videotaped an attorney-client meeting with another inmate? I believe so. And who was that? Who would you like to admit to breaking the law with or violating the Constitution with? I believe it was Mr. Campbell. Okay. And when was that? Oh, probably a year ago. Was it the same facility? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Or does any of that go on outside of the maximum security unit in the general population? General population. They're all recorded. They're always what? They're always recorded. Well, do you have a specific officer assigned to each one of those individuals as you move them around to visitation with their attorneys? No. I take them to the visitation room. All right. Basically, there's normal surveillance up in the corner, like, right? Correct. To the extent that Mr. Allen is afforded visitations with his family, do you have any problem with him having water during those visitations? It would be an exception. Again, you need to accommodate exceptions because this guy's unlike anyone else in your facility, you motherfucker. You have to make an exception for him to have a drink? It would be an exception. Okay. Inmates aren't allowed to have water when they visit with their family? No food or water during visits. Okay. Well, the visitation room we were in just a week ago or two ago had vending machines from wall to wall, right? They can take them back. Okay, but nobody can drink water? Not in the visitation room. But I'm pretty sure I saw a water fountain over in the wall when I was in there, right? There may have been. Oh, you're not sure if there is? It's probably for staff. Those motherfuckers. What? Is he saying that the staff would sit there drinking water away when those fucking guys couldn't use it? What a fucking sadistic motherfucker. You're perfect for this job, bud. Imagine that. Okay. I've had a chance to review some articles regarding your facility. Are you generally aware that your facility is kind of in the midst of an overhaul? We are rebuilding, yes. Hey, Yotan, good morning. Ja, what's up, brah? And welcome. Anarch 00141. Ja. Yotan. Anybody else? That's it. All right. Good morning, anybody who's come in. And away we go. Oh, I'm going through this faster than I thought I would. Okay, I've had a chance to review some articles regarding your facility. Are you generally aware that your facility is kind of in the midst of an overhaul? We are rebuilding, yes. And Ja, if you're just getting in here, this is Warden from Westville, John Galipoooo, answering questions to, at this point, Bradley Rozzi. And it's from also the June 15th, 2023 Safekeeping hearing. Safekeeping. You heard that correct. There's a gentleman, it looks like, by the name of Kevin Orm. Kevin Orm. Do you know him? Kevin Orm? Orm. I'm sorry. Orma? I'm sorry. Yes. He's the director of construction services of the Indiana Department of Corrections. Yes, sir. And I see that there's been a lot of, well, frankly, the state has decided essentially tear your facility down and renovate it, right? Or remodel it to rebuild. Okay. Get rid of what you have now and replace it with something new in the future. Right. It's a $1 billion project, right? I'm not sure of the money. Wow. And there's been plenty of coverage regarding the circumstances and the ability. The circumstances at your facility, isn't that right? Say that again? Well, there's been plenty of media coverage regarding the circumstances at your facility. I assume so. And there's been findings, in fact, that it doesn't meet the modern safety and security standards and operation needs of your staff members. I'm not aware of that. Okay. Westville's a pretty safe facility. Well, do you read any of this literature? Well, do you read any of this literature? I didn't read that. All right. I'd say Westville's a pretty safe facility. Your facility was recently sued for violations that occurred in the very unit where Mr. Allen was housed. I don't know specifically what you were talking about. No. Well, I just think I saw an article where somebody settled a lawsuit for $400,000 for wrongful detention in that facility. Not since I've been there. Oh, yeah. I love that. It's like those fucking CEOs of like GM or whatever. Like if the recall, it was before them, you know? So since it was the other CEO, the other warden, then what didn't happen under my watch. So I'm powerless. I can't do anything about that. Happened under the other wardens. So I'm free of any and all accountability. Yeah. Bullshit. Not since I've been there. You don't know anything about it. No, he doesn't even act like he has to talk about it. What a fucking asshole. You're the warden now. It happened at your. Not since I've been there. In the motion that I filed, I actually included that article as a footnote. Did you see that? No, that's not what he asked you. Not since I've been there. I've been there 4 years. No, asshole. Did you read the article I put in that happened at your facility that you're the fucking warden for now? Did you review this particular motion that I filed with the court? Yes. Okay. You saw the photos that I attached to Mr. Allen? I'm not sure I saw any photos. No. I'm sorry. I don't think I saw any photos. Handing you what's been marked as, oh, I saw that. You're aware of this photo, right? I saw that. And you're aware that I basically took exceptions to the conditions that he was in at the time, right? Apparently so. All right. And you would acknowledge, I assume, by just looking at that, the clothing that he's wearing it's soiled and stained, isn't it? It is. He just got out of the rec area on that particular day. All right. And your rec area is where? He was offered the opportunity to go back and change. He refused. Okay. In his cell, he had brand new clothes that he purchased off commissary. Does his shirt get that brown and that stained all in that rec period? I didn't expect him before he went there to rec. Okay. Is the rec area there in that confinement area the maximum security facility? Is there a rec area? Yes. There are several of them. Right. Well, let's talk about that. Outside of the walls of the maximum security facility, in the rest of the prison, there's all kinds of rec opportunities, aren't there? Basketball courts? There is. How many do you have? 4 or 5, 6, or 6 on the grounds? Probably. Volleyball courts? Nope. Baseball diamonds? Yes. Plenty of areas where people could move about and recreate, right? Correct. But in this particular situation, you have a confined area that's just a small cage, basically just outside of the maximum security unit, right? Not correct. Well, what does the rec area look like? Actually, we just renovated it. No, the one he was in, not the one you were just renovating. This guy's a fucking weasel. So the rec area has a brand new bike. It has a brand new rowing machine, and the inside rec area. The outside rec area has pull-up bars and has a basketball net. Okay. Is there anything in that rec area people could go out and play in the mud or in the sand or anything like that? No. So he wouldn't have any reason to look like he did in that photograph, right? I'm not sure how he got the stain on his shirt. Okay. Well, when you saw that photograph, did you go back and check the video to see? Wait a minute. Why does he look like he does? No. You have this companion program at the prison. Yeah, we do. And basically the program calls for you to post somebody out at the jail cell or the door of any particular individual in there, right? If they're on some sort of mental health watch, yes. Okay. So when somebody's sick and they're having mental health problems, the response is to basically stick a felon at their door and let them monitor that person, right? No, if they're sick and have severe mental health problems, they'll be moved to the infirmary. Okay. But in this case, you engaged this companion plan, didn't you? Excuse me? I did what? You were using companions with Mr. Allen, weren't you? We were for the first couple months, yes. Okay. So these people are essentially convicted felons, aren't they? They are convicted, yes. Imagine that. Convicted felons are watching an innocent man. Well, they're felons too, aren't they? I'm sure. You don't have misdemeanors in running around in your prison, do you? Not that I'm aware of. And certainly don't give access to the maximum security unit until those kinds of people, right? No. Who? Oh, who's Kitty? What? Oh, Kelly. I thought you wrote Kitty. What's up, Charles? You just waking up? You've been up all night too, bro. I bet you've been up all night, bro. I just know you. Charles has been up all night. Watch. I guarantee it. He's probably been up for a couple days, maybe. I'm just kidding. And so you've got inmates that are sitting at the door with somebody who's sick, and you don't necessarily know what they're talking about, do you? Sick, meaning health-wise? Yeah, mental health issues. I'm really unaware of his mental health issues other than I knew he was in some sort of watch. And you're also unaware of what those companions are saying to those inmates, aren't you? They're not supposed to be saying anything. Well, but you don't know that. They aren't, do you? I don't know that they are. They're pretty trustworthy people. For the most part, yeah. They would not ever go back in the general population and preach any of those confidences, would they? Would that? That's not what I'm saying. 1 second, Your Honor. You've got a very worthy team of transport officers that have been, frankly, very kind to us. Is this a team that you use in other circumstances, whether you are transporting individuals to and from facilities? Why did they just jump off of that so fast? Because he was about to probably say, I wonder. I thought that he knew that or at trial it came out that the companions actually were talking. And hopefully he busts them about the patches in here too. You got a very well, sorry. Yes. And is it a team that's trained to do this? And frankly, that's kind of their primary responsibility. It's one of their responsibilities. Yes. They're trained professionals. Pretty good at it, right? They are. I assume correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. That housing Mr. Allen, in this case, has been quite a burden with all the lawyers involved and the demands and the visits and all the accusations. It's one of many challenges. Okay. So the answer is yes. It's a challenge. It can be. If the judge were to ask your facility or ask you for the use of your transport team to maybe move him to and from a county jail 15 miles or 20 miles or 30 miles, whatever that might be, they would be capable of doing that, right? They would be capable. Yes. Okay. I have no further questions. Mr. McLeland. Thank you, Judge. Now, questions by Mr. McLeland for John Galipoooo. Come on down. You're the next sketchy motherfucker on the safekeeping is torture. 1 second. We'll take a quick drink. And please hold. And we're back. Any special requests? Cool. Kelly Brown says, cool. Nice. Nice. Cool. Okay, let's go on. So, Mr. McLeland, Warden, I want to show you again what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. Yes. Do you recognize that photo? I do. Okay. I want to ask you some questions to put in context this photo. The defense has alleged that this photo exhibits that their client is being mistreated, and I want to make sure I get the language right. That he's held in a cell no bigger than a dog kennel, and that he's a mm, 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 and that he's a prisoner of war. And they want to use this photo to illustrate that those things are true. So I want you to tell me about this photo. Did somebody on your staff take this photo? No. Do you know who took this photo? I believe the attorneys did. Okay. And you started to say that this, and I think Mr. Rozzi cut you off a little, but when this photo was taken, where was he coming from? Wreck? Straight from the wreck area. And how long had he been in the wreck area? Probably 45 minutes or so. Okay. And the shirt that he's wearing, you didn't know how it got torn. I don't. Did he wear a different shirt every time he went to the wreck, or the same shirt every time he went to wreck? I believe he wore the same shirt. He was saving his other shirts for attorney's visits, from what I was told. And so that shirt that he's wearing there, you believe that's a shirt that he wore for rec every time he went to rec. I know he wore that shirt to rec, and then he went straight to see his attorney. Okay. I wanted the video to see. Oh, he did not. Because so now he wanted the video because Rozzi asked him, did you bother looking into it? So you got these videos, right? To look back and see what really happened. And he said no, or something like that. But now he's saying, I wanted the video to see how I was really interested in investigating it, but I just didn't do that to see how his shirt was so dirty. But at the time that photo was taken, he had clean clothes in his cell. That is correct. Did he have new clothes from commissary in his cell? Yes. Okay. And did you or your staff attempt to change him out of his rec clothes before he met with his attorneys? No, we wouldn't have saw the stain because his jumpsuit would have been buttoned up. Okay. I thought you had made a comment before that he refused to change clothes. He came straight from the rec area. He had the opportunity to change clothes, and he did not. So basically, they fucked up and didn't think of looking, because they would have told him to put a clean shirt on so they don't see how he regularly looks, probably. And they accidentally, he had it zipped up, and they just forgot to maybe think that he would be dirty like that, or possibly. Okay. So he had the opportunity to change before he met with his attorneys, and he decided not to. Correct. So what? So what? The fact that he has a shirt like that and walking around should be your problem, not the fact that he didn't change for his attorneys. Okay. Is he clothed in shirts like that on a daily basis? No, of course not. His fucking mattress is beautiful. His sheets are beautiful. Yeah, everything's perfect. Yeah. No, if he is, again, that's his decision. He has clean clothes and his clothes are laundered every week. Okay. I don't have any other dumb, insensitive questions, Judge. Mr. Rozzi. Questions by Mr. Rozzi. To Warden John Galipoooo at the 2023 June 15th Safekeeping hearing of Richard Allen. Please hold. And we're back. You guys still here? Galipoooo is cool. Yeah, he's fucking for sure. He they got him prepared because also he doesn't. Part of it is that he's also a sadistic motherfucker too, perfect for this job. So they probably tell him just to answer truthfully because he's so cold and callous that he probably will say the right thing. So they probably didn't have to worry. They probably went over him, beforehand. Say this, say that. But hey, that's why I could never, ever, ever work in a situation like that. Because I would be like, what the fuck? This guy's innocent. How are you fucking treating him like this? I'd be calling up fucking the FBI. I'd be calling up fucking everyone. Calling up the governor. Like, what the fuck is going on here? First of all, I'd quit. I'd march out of there and say, what the fuck are you guys doing? This guy's fucking innocent. He's an innocent till proven guilty citizen. The fuck are you guys doing? Do you know if he... Oh, sorry. This is Rozzi. Okay. Do you know if he chose not to change clothes on that particular day? He went from the rec area back to his cell where he had the opportunity to change his clothes. Were you transporting him? No. Did you ever have anything to do with him going to the rec area to the cell? Ooh. I did not. Where were you physically when he went from the rec area to the cell? I might have been home. I can't tell you. Yeah. Okay. You don't really know. But I watched the video and I saw it. Okay. Mr. Boss McLeland filed a response in this case to the motion that let me ask you this. You recall me filing a motion with a bunch of these allegations about his conditions, right? I saw it, yes. You are intimately familiar with that, I'm assuming. I'm familiar. And Mr. Boss McLeland called you before, when he was dealing with this issue, didn't he? And asked you about all these things? I believe so, yes. And in his response, I'm looking at it right now, and it said he had clean shirts in his cell at the time of the photo, but defense chose to photograph him in his dirty shirt in order to curry up sympathy in the public eye. Yeah, they're busting Nick for saying that because he didn't go back to his cell. So how can they hope? Whatever. In the public eye for the defendant. I didn't have any chance on what I was wearing that day, did I? You did not. So I didn't choose to photograph him in that circumstance, did I? Well, you chose. Well, you chose to photograph him, yes. But I wasn't prompted. It wasn't prompted by me. Like, it wasn't me that set it up. It wasn't, my doing that he was wearing that stuff, was it? I'm not sure what it was prompted by. Oh, well, you just said, you fucking dick. How could it be? Is he orchestrating that? Oh my God. Are you aware of any? Let me first of all, this vest that he's wearing today, you know what this vest is? Ballistics vest. Yeah. Are you familiar with the technology involved in these? I'm familiar. It's a ballistic vest. Is it basically a shocker collar? Is there any Is there an electric charge that you can use or not? Is there an electric charge built into that vest? Yeah, I don't know. If it's a stun vest? This vest? I'm not sure what type of vest it is. Is there some kind of belt on him that has an electric charge that you employ if there is a safety issue? There should be one during transportation. There is? I'm not sure what's on him now. During transportation, if the CERT team decided to use one, that's pretty standard. Okay. Very standard. Do you know what your staff had him on a leash? Do you know that your staff had him on a leash when they brought him into visitation the other day? A restraint chain? It looked like a leash to me. It was like what you'd be, we don't call it a leash, but as a restraint. Well, it's the same purpose, right? It's for control. Just like you would control a dog if you put a leash on them. Just like we control the other 255 offenders that have been proven guilty and convicted. Just like you would control a dog if you put a leash on them. That's not correct, sir. No, it's not. He should have asked him instead of saying, he said, is it similar to the leash that I control my dog with? And I would say my dog's leash looks exactly like that. Is it similar to the leash that I control my dog with? And he'd have to say no, because he's not going to say yeah. And he'd look like an ass. So, nothing further. Thank you, Warden. You may step down. She probably says thank you. And he's like, you're welcome, ma'am. Judge, the state has no other witnesses. Any rebuttal witnesses, Mr. Rozzi? No, ma'am. Argument? And Rozzi, Judge, this is ended up right where I thought it was going to be, and I'm just going to point to the judge, to the law, the court, to the law. I mean, that's what matters here is the law. 35 to the left, 33 right, 11 left, 1, boom, lockers open. It requires that there be some speculations about this, but that there be some imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death, or that he represents substantial threat to the safety of others. And there has been, not before the order was signed by Judge Bloodlust Diener, or after the order was signed by Judge Bloodlust Diener, not an iota of evidence to suggest that there's an imminent chance of serious bodily injury to anybody or any circumstance. I sympathize and understand fully how this happened. That's not the defense's beef today. Clearly, we had a lot of people that we are dealing with. We're dealing with some circumstances that they hadn't dealt with before, and clearly they were making some decisions on a rush. And clearly, when you do that, you have a tendency to do some things that maybe when you look back, you're like, oh, I probably would have handled it a little differently. But the problem here is that there was an attempt to cure this, to make it right, to get him in a situation that was a healthier situation long before this kind of went off the rails. And essentially that attempt was kiboshed, for lack of a better word, by the Sheriff Ligget, who told you today that he wasn't going to agree because he couldn't transport. Now let's get back to the foundational legal issue. The first one is that they haven't met their burden of proof. I argued to the court already that there's a due process issue here just simply because there was no judiciary finding of any kind or any evidence ever introduced to support the initial order that was entered. And if you look at the initial order, it very much mirrors, and this is all starting to make sense to me now, because it was done by, sounds like, the same person. But it all mirrors the request by the sheriff, and it's all about speculative safety concerns and all those kind of things, which again, I understand that. I understand why they had those concerns, but that doesn't meet the legal standard to put him in a maximum security facility where he's treated and housed frankly, in that same sense, as the most heinous criminals in the state of Indiana. He's the only pre-trial detainee in 5, 6, 7 years of experience for these officers that got up here that's ever been in that circumstance. And the state wants to come in today. The state, who frankly agreed to move him at one point, now is coming in, Mr. Boss McLeland, doing his job. And I understand that the sheriff's department is part of his ballywhack. Ooh, that sounds ballywhack. Ballywhack. Probably that last one. But they want to come in today, and they want to compare his circumstances to that of the guy who's down the hall from him, who's a convicted child molester, 3-time murderer, or whatever it is. You've heard all that, all the crimes that these people have committed. That's not the comparison. Under the Equal Protection Clause in the 14th Amendment, we are comparing him with the circumstances under which other pretrial detainees are detained. Exactly. You can't put someone in Guantanamo Bay and say they're getting treated the same as the next inmate in Guantanamo Bay. It doesn't work that way. That's not what the Equal Protection Clause is about. It's about treating him like other pretrial detainees who are similarly situated. People in the Cass County Jail, people in the Tippecanoe County Jail, frankly, people in the Carroll County Jail. Just like Officer Leesenby said, they've had other people charged with murder in these counties. It's not. This isn't the first pass. And so don't fall for that trick of, hey, we're treating him just like the guy down the hall, because that's the wrong comparison. It's not the right analogy. And that's not what the Equal Protection Clause requires. The due process argument is also a 14th Amendment argument. It basically is similar in that he was not afforded any due process because there was no evidentiary hearing. There was no standard set. It was just an order that was struck by the former judge in this case. And so we would rest our arguments in that as well. The Sixth Amendment claim, and I think the court probably senses where we are going with this, but he has a right to counsel, and that right extends to privacy and some convenience, and just his overall ability to communicate with us so that we can defend him in some reasonable manner. But what the court has learned today is that, first of all, just demographically, I should say geographically, it's an hour and a half drive just to get to his same airspace, and that's just to get to the front door. Beyond that, there's layers upon layers of security we've got to go through, and eventually, when we do get across to him, it's in a setting that's not overly comfortable, not overly convenient. We've been, different places, different times, but the bigger problem is in that we have no privacy. There's no privacy when we're meeting with him. We show up at the jail one moment and we are taking our cell phones in the prison. And the next moment we show up and we got to take our cell phones to the car. And we can come back the next week and we walk in and we've got a jail officer, correctional officer following us around with video cameras. I mean, it's the most bizarre thing that's ever happened to me in the 20 years I've been doing this. I still can't understand this, but basically we are meeting with him. He's sitting in the middle of the room in a plastic chair that they chose to sit him in, not one of the half-padded chairs that was sitting right next to us. And they've got a video camera affixed on us for a half an hour or an hour in an 85-degree room, whatever it is. None of this is convenient. None of this facilitates an attorney-client relationship. You feel like you have no privacy. You feel like you have no ability to communicate with him in any sense, with any sense of confidentiality. And in this case, we are consumed. As a defense team, we're with dealing with this, with his detention, and we are barely consumed with the facts. And it's starting to get to the point where it's overwhelming. We have not the time to focus on the things that are important, which is the guilt and innocent phase of this case. All we are dealing with are DOC attorneys, wardens, captains, correctional officers. We get We go up there and we get to ride in the back of a van on a wheel well. I mean, and I get it. The people who are doing these are nice, but we get transported in a van and we sit on a wheel well in the back of a van. That's how we get to him. It's got to stop. And I'm asking Your Honor to intervene. And hopefully what you heard today is, look, there could be a combination of a couple things here. We could finally, like Cass County, which is 2-minute walk from my front door and much closer for Mr. Baldwin to visit. And we could use the DOC because you have the power of the pen to transport him. They could still do that. It would remove 90% of the burdens on them of having to detain him and dealing with people like me, frankly, because I think they're tired of me and I don't blame them. But I have a job to do, and that would be a nice combination of both. We would employ the state police. They have invested so many resources in this case. The idea that they couldn't somehow pick him up from a county jail and drive him down the highway a few miles to the courthouse is that's beyond me. I don't know how you could explain that way. I don't know how you could explain that away. I mean, clearly, they have the ability to do that. This is not rocket science. This is not rocket science. I'm just asking the court to intervene, recognize that his basic fundamental rights, he's being deprived of those, and to fix the situation, confessions, non-confessions, incriminating statements, non-incriminating statements, however you want to phrase all of that, we'll deal with that, and a jury is going to hear about all that. And when the time's right, but right now, we are talking about the rights of a pretrial detainee. And there's a lot of case law in this. I spent some time looking at that. Most of it's referenced in my pleadings. I think the foundational case gave me 1 second here so I can give me 1 second here so I can find my case law. One of the foundational cases on that due process issue, the equal protection issue, is a Rem versus Malcolm, and the citation is a bunch of numbers from 1974 case. It's good law. It's been around for a long time, and basically what you're going to find if you read that is that he is to be compared with other people that are similarly situated to him, not people who are on, as I coined it, death row. That's my term. That's my phrase. But it's not inaccurate. He is not to be compared with other people in his situation, and that's what I'm asking the court to consider and grant our request to essentially remove the safekeeping order altogether or modify it to another circumstance that's much more amendable and allows us to represent him, and it's much more convenient. So we can get on with the real merits of the case. Mr. McLeland, before you go. Sure. Mr. Rozzi. Oh, this is Judge Gull. Mr. Rozzi, if you've raised your Sixth Amendment right to counsel, that extends to privacy and convenience. But your argument seems to focus on your convenience. Oh, you fucking cunt. I remember this. Oops, excuse me. Yeah, like as if he's worried. Okay, do all the stuff and just, put him far away from me. Yeah, as if he's doing it just so it's for him. When you were appointed by this court, Mr. Allen was already at the Department of Correction. So you were well aware, as was Mr. Baldwin, of the hour-and-a-half drive and the layers of security that would be imposed. You see, they're probably getting paid to do that too. So she's basically wasting money. Like, what if they got him closer and it would be all, think of how much money she'd save the citizens. They wouldn't have to bill for miles and all that on their stuff, So do it for that reason. They're not doing this for them. Nobody asked DOC if they would transport, just that they were available to transport. So we don't have the answer to that particular question, correct? I don't know that I specifically asked them that. You didn't. It certainly wasn't intentional. That's why I'm saying you didn't ask them that. And I don't know if anybody asked ISP either. Has anybody asked ISP? I haven't. I don't think it's my job. Okay. Judge, I guess just to be candid, okay, I didn't talk to an ISB officer over lunch and said, oh, I did talk to an ISB official over lunch and said, is that even possible? And the answer I got was, we don't know. Okay. I mean, that was not enough time to figure that out. I just want to make sure that we're talking apples and apples, not apples and big fat fucking rotten oranges. Sure. You've also argued that he's being denied basic fundamental right. Which specific fundamental right is he being denied? I don't think I said that he was being denied basic. I thought you did. The Fifth, the 14th Amendment, and the Fifth, Sixth Amendment argument are the arguments I'm making with the court. Okay. And I pled those in my pleading. Okay. Very clearly. I think maybe I'm grouping those things together. Okay. Thank you. And then the citations to your authority. You have cited the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, District Court in Massachusetts, Ohio, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, the California circuits, Connecticut circuits, and Missouri circuits. Do you have any Indiana law? Nope. I just offered up federal law. That okay. So all that you provided to me is federal law? Yes. You've not cited any state law? Yes. I think it's prevailing federal law. I do. And I have no problem with federal law, but you've cited no Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, which controls our circuit. Nope. Okay. That's what I found. Is there any? Not that I'm aware of. Okay, Mr. McLeland. Thank you, Judge. As I said in the beginning, the state's in a unique position. The state that we put ourselves in. The state doesn't have a huge concern of where he's housed. The state doesn't believe he should be held without bond, and we believe that because of the evidence we've collected, the evidence that's being presented to the courts in various pleadings, the multiple confessions to multiple people. We believe that the evidence is strong by preponderance of the evidence. The proof of guilt is evident, and the presumption that he committed these heinous acts are strong. And so as long as he's held without bail, the state doesn't have a real concern. I suppose it's the lawyer in me that wants to argue more than anything, but Mr. Rozzi brought up 353311 and the desire to scrap the safekeeping order altogether. I don't see any provisions within that chapter that say if you scrap the safekeeping, the defense then gets to choose what facility he's in. If the safekeeping order is scrapped, he comes back to Carroll County. I don't see anything other than provision. I don't see anything other provision that says the defense gets to choose what facility he's in. I may have missed something, but I looked through that chapter and with some extensive research and didn't find anything. And if the safekeeping order is scrapped, probably said, he comes back to the charging county, which is Carroll County. And that's where he's to be housed if the safekeeping order is scrapped. Yeah, see, I bet you said scrapped. And so I think the court, to me, when I read the motion, I think the court hit the nail on the head that this is about convenience for Mr. Rozzi, you motherfucker. So they really still doing that. I remember this. We don't want the safekeeping order. The sheriff hadn't met their burden. You should get rid of it. But we really want you to modify it to Cass County. So he's right next door to where I'm at. We heard the Cass County sheriff testify. We heard the DOC warden testify. It doesn't sound like his situation in either facility. Going to be much different. He's going to be videotaped 24 hours a day. He's not going to have face-to-face visits. He's going to have all these same amenities and maybe even less in Cass County than he has in DOC. And I say that because in Cass County, He's not going to have 24-hour medical or a mental health facility. And if we'd stop torturing him, he might not need it 24 hours a day. Or people here to look after him. And so he's going to be in a worse spot for his safety in that respect. He's not going to have those, I guess, conveniences at his hand 24 hours a day. The Cass County Sheriff said those are only there, I think, 4 hours a week for mental health and maybe 12 hours a week, 12 hours a day for the medical. And so I don't think the situation is much different from Westville as opposed to Cass County, except for a geographic area and convenience for Mr. Rozzi. Yeah, I bet you Mr. Rozzi, I'll say it as a shibby, I bet you Mr. Rozzi would drive farther if you fuckers would stop torturing the man. I just bet. And he'd probably pay his own gas, too. Just stop torturing the motherfucker. And so again, Judge, we leave it to the court's discretion. You've heard the concerns of our sheriff about transport, about housing, about his safety. And so those are the main concerns I hear from Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Are there other options for transportation? Possibly. I don't know what those are at this point, and so I can't comment on those, Judge. So that's the state's standpoint at this point. Thank you. I'm a fucking asshole, Nick, Boss McLeland. Anything else, Mr. Rozzi? Judge, just a couple of comments, reactions. First of all, the prosecutor again is sitting here talking about multiple confessions you're going to hear at some point what he's talking about. This is one of those things where at 1 minute, Rick Allen's saying one thing, and just 2 seconds later, he's saying something else. It's all very generic. This is not the same, Inquisition, where he's finally given up and thrown in the towel, and he's just confessing. This is not that. And I've listened to what he's listened to. The second thing is that the idea that somehow the Cass County Jail is not an option. That's just me offering up an alternative. I would think that if any lawyer came in and asked for relief in the form of some prayer, that you would want to know what's the relief. And so I'm just offering up a suitable circumstance. So to the court that might fit. I've even suggested loosely today that the White County circumstance wasn't that bad. Everything seemed to be fine there for the week that he was there. It's accessible. It's not very far. It's actually closer to this courthouse. Anything to make this a little bit easier. And then we get into the issue of convenience for me. Okay. So the idea that Mr. Baldwin or I have to travel great distance and deal with all these layers of security and the changing rules and all these other circumstances, including having our own visits videotaped, is somehow okay. I mean, I'm trying to put him in a situation where we can have reasonable contact with him with reasonable notice and represent him like the rules of professional conduct require me to represent him. And so to the extent that it's convenient for me, it's convenient for him. And that's what's important, is what needs and what rights does he have. And him being accessible to us without having to go through all these hurdles and having some of the modern amenities like water when we meet with him and not having him shackled up like this when we are trying to talk to him, having a computer in front of us so we can show him the thousands of hours of witness statements and other things. Those aren't amenities. Those are basic human rights, basically. And that's what we are asking for, is just us in a situation that's functional. We are not asking to put him at the Holiday Inn, and I don't see any reason why we are not there. Nobody's really objecting. It's just that we can't get a van back and forth between two counties. For Christ's sakes, we put a guy on the moon 40 years ago. We can drive the van around from Cass County to Carroll. I don't really see a problem with that. It's really frustrating. You can sense that from me. I just want to get on with the case and get him in a better circumstance, and that's what I'm asking you to think about. And Judge Call. Okay. And in all fairness, Mr. Boss McLeland, I don't hear that the defense is asking to scrap the safekeeping order. The motion is clearly to modify the safekeeping order. Yeah. Okay. I'll take the arguments and the evidence under advisement and review the case law and you have submitted to the court. And I will fucking just toss them in a garbage can. What else? Judge, did you want to have a... Can we approach briefly, Judge? Yeah, come on up, fuckface. Meeting in chambers or... Well, come on up here just a second, because I think... Sidebar conference. Judge Call. What did you want me to do with your motion for TRO? Well, I'm just asking the court to order that it not occur. Not to video, because it's a videotaping, right? It is. Okay. I mean, I have no problem with the camera in the corner. And they've stopped doing it as part of the normal. Okay. But this is not that. No. Well, it is kind of, but it is. Well, not when they're sitting 2 feet away from you. It's not. That's being dramatic. When it's not being dramatic, it's being melodramatic, if you're trying to put it that way. But you're being a fucking dick. Video. You weren't there. I wasn't there. I wasn't, but I get it. What else? Blah, blah, blah. I'm a fucking dick. Boss McLeland. Yeah. Then today, did you want to make that now, or did... Well, I want to make it until they file something, but I do want to pick trial dates today, okay? Inaudible. A nice inaudible. The contributing blah, blah, blah factor, and then you want that on? Well, I'd almost like that on the record. I was hoping to address it. What do you mean? Well, all I want is just an order telling whoever is detaining him that to give us his records, give us his medical records, without me going through all the... All right, and if you put at issue, but I don't want to give it to him. But if you put it in issue and you continue to put it in issue, then you're going to have to give it to him. If I file a request for a competency eval and argue he's not competent, certainly he's going to get them. I mean, they were talking about Richard Allen's health records. But you can't have it both ways, Brad. You can't keep saying it in anything. Well, if I do this, because what you're doing is you're alleging in several of your motions that he's teetering on the verge of, incompetency. Right. I agree with that, but I don't know, because I haven't evaluated any of this. So you haven't seen it? Absolutely. So as soon as you get it, then no, I haven't had a call about, hey, your clients, doing this or doing that. All right. Well, then I'll grant the motion. I'll grant both of them, but with the understanding that stop talking. I'm teetering on the brink of stop talking about it. I will. Ooh. If you're not going to proceed with it, if I can get them, okay, all right. When we have the ex parte, and that will be done after everybody's out there. But we do need dates for the trial. Do you want to pick them an omnibus date as to that? Well, today was the omnibus date, unless anybody's going to stand on formality with an omnibus date, which we've blown completely out of the water. Sure. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I'm not going to worry about it. No. As long as I get you on the record with your client. It's consent, waiving any issue about omnibus. Yeah? I mean, it's a form of filing for motions, and I don't stand on the formality of that. I don't care unless you care. I don't. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Blah, 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 by Bossman McLeland. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm available whenever. But I left my calendar and stuff in there. Can you go grab them? Go grab that. It's the big, thick calendar you printed. Do you have dates that we can at least do the dates? Mr. Baldwin. E. Don't E. I got my calendar. Go ahead. July 1st is fine. We'll start there, I feel like. I don't know that. I'm ready to put everything else down. Okay. And just do it. Sidebar. Judge call. We are just going to go ahead and pick trial dates. Then, please. All right. So I will, without argument, without necessity for an additional hearing, you have filed a motion, Mr. Rozzi, Mr. Baldwin, for a temporary restraining order in the Department of Corrections with the use of camera while you were meeting with Mr. Allen. And I think that's fair. I'll grant that. I'll also grant your motion for the Department of Corrections to provide Mr. Allen's medical records without necessity of hearing. And then we do need trial dates. Jody step. Oh, fuck was that? Oh, my Bluetooth battery probably. Oh, shit. Defense is going to be filing a supplemental motion or suppression. And you'll file a notice of the state on the Franks versus Delaware issue. And then what kind of trial dates are we looking for? Because we get to trial dates. We also chatted up there here just a moment ago, but the omnibus date, I know it's a statutory deadline for filing of motions. Unless the state's going to holler and scream about a deadline, I don't stand on formalities as it relates to the time limit. I think as a former prosecutor and former practicing attorney, I think that always kind of hamstrings people. And today was supposed to be our omnibus date. But obviously, you have additional motions that you're going to be filing. As long as Mr. Allen waives 1 second, that's going to drive me nuts. One second. And we're back. Where was I? That's my Bluetooth speaker on the other side of the room telling me its battery was dead when I haven't even used it since yesterday. Who cares? But obviously, you have additional motions that you are going to be filing. And as long as Mr. Allen waives any issue with an omnibus date, I'll allow motions to be filed. I think what we are doing is agreeing to extend the omnibus date practically, right? Practically. I just talked to Mr. Allen and explained generally what we were talking about. And I asked, do you trust what I'm saying, my advice? He said yes. Okay, so there's no issue with the omnibus date being extended for purposes of filing motions and stuff before we part. I do want to set trial dates, and then when we are done with this, I'd like to address the ex parte motion that counsel filed earlier, which again, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to leave the courtroom. The state will also be leaving the courtroom, and we'll address an ex parte just with counsel and the court excluding the state participants. Understood, Judge or Your Honor. Trial dates? Mr. Baldwin. Judge, I think on the defense side, we're going through it as quickly as we can. We still have at least one hard drive of evidence, if not more, that we have to go through. So it's a laborious process, and we've got lots of people working on it. So I don't care. So I don't want the court to think we are not working hard. We absolutely are. So it's really hard for me to gauge. And Brad, I don't know if you feel the same way, but it's hard for me to gauge. We would like to get this trial done as soon as possible. On one hand. On the other hand, you get one shot at this typically. We don't want to go in without knowing everything that we need to know. So I'm open to suggestion. Judge, just so everybody's on the same page, I told Mr. Rozzi this as well. But there's additional discovery coming per some coming per some subpoenas that were granted by the court. And we're going to get that stuff to the defense as soon as possible. Just to point out that we continue to get discovery in and we're continuing to send it off to the defense. Okay. May I? We're looking at this year still? May I ask a question? Yes. Are there any administrative hurdles that maybe we haven't talked about that are a problem with scheduling that you come from another county. You come from another county. You got other things going on. As I shared with you, I have at least 20 other pending murder cases and docket, that is. This is my calendar till the end of the year. Okay. There are 688 entries on my calendar till the end of the year for trials and pre-trials, mostly trials. However, that being said, I have been granted unlimited senior judge days by Chief Justice Rush. And I have a senior judge available to me pretty much when I ask for her. So she can come cover my calendar. So if we are still looking at this year, I have unlimited access to a senior judge to cover my current docket. We would ask for a January date. January, okay. Can you get me to next year? There is no calendar up here like the year, so I don't have my phone with me. So Jody's got my calendar. All right. I'm assuming 2 weeks for trial. I don't know how long. I would say easy. Easy 2 weeks? 3 weeks? Yeah, I would say that's probably... Oh, sorry, that was Nick. Yeah, I would say that's probably... we need to plan for the 3 or more. 3? I think the longer this gets pushed out, the longer trial is going to be. Well, that's on y'all. What about January 8th through January 26th? Understanding that jury selection will take place up in Allen County. At some point, we'll have to talk about specialized questionnaires. I have one of the most sophisticated jury systems in the country, so I can provide to you an extensive veneer and questionnaires. But I'm assuming that counsel, you will wish to have a specialized questionnaire sent to that veneer, and I'm happy to accommodate that. Judge, those dates are available from the state's perspective at this point. That's far enough in the future. I don't have anything on my calendar. We do have a holiday in between. That work, I think, but there. I think Martin Luther King Day is something in there. Yeah, I'm sure fucking Indiana loves celebrating Martin Luther King Day. All of Indiana loves that holiday, I'm sure. But I'm sure that you would have all appreciated a day off. No, just a day off, not to celebrate Martin Luther King. Just have the fucking day off. Sure, I absolutely agree, Judge. Just got to bring it to the court's attention. Those dates are fine with the defense. All right, so we'll schedule trial for January 8th through the 26th of 2024. We'll take the 8th, 9th, and 10th, perhaps, to select the jury, maybe the 11th as well, again, up in Fort Wayne. And we'll just kind of, we'll play that by ear. I know that we are going to visit before that date and time clearly. Anything else? Sorry. Very good. Anything else before we adjourn this record? Mr. Rozzi, Mr. Baldwin? No, ma'am. No judge. No, sorry, no judge. Thank you. Mr. McLeland? No, Your Honor. All right. Thank you very much for your advocacy on behalf of the state, on behalf of the defendant. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move the ex parte part of the proceedings, and everybody will have to leave the courtroom. This concludes the proceedings at Safekeeping hearing held June 15th, 2023 in this cause. Volume 2, page 243. Anyway, so What's up, guys? You still here? Am I still on? I just thought I'd power through that. 10 people still here? You crazy sons of bitches, you. Alrighty. 7 hours and 35 minutes. Oh, I'm almost done my shift. So, guys, what do you think? What are we doing? Oh, boy. Guess we'll shut that down, eh? Yep, I think so. LOL. Still here, Shibby. Right on. Confirmed. You're a nutcase just like me. Just kidding. I know Jotan is. Ja. So that's a given, right, bro? Right, bro? Well, anybody else here? So we just say good night, or I think that'll be all. And Critter Mama, well, yep. There's plenty of hours of content. You want to hear my sweet voice all day long, I'm sure. So, I'll put this on my playlist of Shibby appearances, and I have them from the newest to oldest. So it'll kind of be like this will be the first, and then the second one will be the, I'm going to set it to newest to oldest and vice versa, only because it would make more sense going the other way. But I feel I'm getting better. So if people start listening to that, I'd feel if they listen to my better streams, they may just get hooked enough to tolerate all the other shit I put out. Sounding good? Any questions? You all going to clean today? Very well. I'm not saying anything to incriminate. Very well. Very well. Yes. That's what we say here in Canada. My grade 11, law teacher, we took law class in grade 11, and I remember he was saying to me, he was like a sailor. He had all these fucking tattoos, and he was like one of those, he didn't hate the cops, but he was kind of he knew the law, and he always warned us to protect our rights. And he always said, if the cops stop you, just say this, up here in Canada especially: I wish not to answer any questions on the grounds that I may incriminate myself. And if they keep asking you, you just say it. I wish not to answer any questions on the grounds that I may incriminate myself. It's basically like pleading the fifth up here. I wish not to answer any questions on the grounds that I may incriminate myself. That being said, yes, Critter Mama, have a great day. And I'm going to put this on that playlist. Go listen to that playlist or anything else, whatever you guys want. Make sure you hit the like, share, subscribe. You guys know if you hit share, you can share it on your YouTube pages. So even if you only have 5 or 10 people, share, share, share. And maybe I'll come to your pages and I'll share, 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 and like too. Alrighty, guys. That being said, Kelly Lou Brown, Critter Mama, Yotan, Ja, and anyone else crazy enough to still be listening. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate you all. Thanks for putting up with me. It's been 7 hours and 38 minutes and 38 seconds. So, that being said, have a wonderful, wonderful day. And I'll see you back here later tonight because I'm starting to have fun doing this. So, that's a good reminder. We'll come back tonight to read. What was it we were going to read? Ooh. What was it? I'm drawing a blank. What were we looking for? Oh, some of the Elvis Field stuff. I'll update you because I know, except I'm having a brain fart right now. And I probably should say goodbye. All right. Thanks, guys. Good night. If you have any questions about any of this, always leave a comment under said video. And I'm sure, since I'm a professional announcer and a professional creator now, I will immediately, within seconds, answer it for you. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah. ROTFL. Rolling on the fucking floor, aren't you? Okay, good night, guys. I should go. Thank you very much. Talk to you tonight, tomorrow, whenever. And we're back. Fur baby daddy, you little lurking pickle hand. Good night. I see you, my furry pickle friend. Good night. I haven't shut it down. I was going to play, but I saw your name. Everyone say hello and goodbye. And ask FBD about his furry pickle. He loves to talk about it. Good night, everyone.